Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Twisted Tragedies, where we follow all the twists and turns wherever they lead. I am your host, Elise. Good morning, everybody. It is beautiful out today. And yeah, we've been getting, oh, God damn it. I don't want any more rain. We've been getting rain for the last week. I don't want it. I don't want it. You guys can take it back. Take it back. It didn't rain yesterday, but it had been raining in crappy weather, for quite some time. So good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are back at it today, doing what we do best, the freaking trial. And thankfully, we should have a new witness this morning. And Hank is doing what he does best, which is dispelling the lies and conspiracies of invisible dogs and fights that never happened. So as you'll see in the title card that I made this morning, and I apologize, it was a little late that I made it, so some people might not have gotten a notification, hence why not all of you are here. I made it a little late. I had an appointment this morning, and I got it done before the stream, so I was running a little bit behind schedule. So I apologize. I'm just trying to, there are a couple things that I didn't have time to do, but I'm doing it now. So good morning, everybody. And I'm excited to see who they put on the stand. I do think Dr. Welcher will be last, but I'm actually excited to let's get into and I apologize again for the glare on my glasses. My eye is still kind of red and hurting me. And so it needs one more day with my glasses on, not my contacts to sort of, it's just one of my eyes. It's this one, but it's got to take a rest from the contact. So I apologize about the glare from the lights. Otherwise you guys wouldn't be able to see me, but I try to keep my head away or down away from the lights. I turn the lights this way a little so that it's not as bad, but I do apologize because it's part of the reason why I don't wear my glasses. I also hate the way I look in glasses. So there's that, but I'm also blind as a bat without my contacts. So, hey, Lynn, welcome back. So yeah, we're going to get a new witness this morning, which I'm excited about, but I'm excited actually for the defense to start their ridiculous case. And why is that? Why, Elise? Why? I don't think we're going to see Dr. Welcher today, JMS. And hi, Holly. I don't think that's going to happen. Good morning, Dr. Daddy Wolf. Good morning. I do think I'm excited because the defense has such a ridiculous theory at this point. And it's been pretty much debunked. Everything that Alan Jackson said in his opening statement has been basically debunked by the Commonwealth. All of it. All of it. I don't know. I was at my daughter's house on Sunday, and I felt like there was something in my eye, whether it was like a hair. She has 2 service dogs, so it could have been like a hair from the dogs, whatever. It was something that all of a sudden was like in my eye. Flushed my eye out and I felt like there was something still in there. So for like 2 hours, I felt like there was something in my eye. I'm poking at it. I had to take my contact out because whatever it was, obviously isn't going to help with my contacts. And so I did take my contact out, turned all red, started to hurt because I could still feel like something was in my eye up until the point where I went to sleep. When I woke up, I put eye drops in before I went to sleep because I have eye drops. And my eye, it was really itchy. So that might've been it too. Sometimes with the dogs, one of them, and I don't know which one, but one of them makes my eyes itchy. And it was only this eye, but there was clearly something in my eye. So I took the contact out. I flushed my eye. I put eye drops in when I got home. And then when I went to sleep and woke up, I no longer felt like there was something in my eye, but it was still all red. I might have scratched it. I don't know. Sometimes it happens with wearing contacts. Sometimes your eyes just need a rest. And so I have eye drops for that. And I put eye drops in and took my contacts out and put my glasses on. So I don't like my glasses because I don't like the way it makes me look. Some people say I look like a librarian and they like the glasses. I disagree. I don't think I look good in glasses. So there's that. It could have been an eyelash. It definitely could have been an eyelash. Oh my God. Dr. Daddy Wolf, let's talk about that for a second because I do think it's going to be the most comedic day of the trial. And I do think that Dr. Russell will take all day. I think that will be a whole day thing. But the defense experts, in my opinion, are comical at best. So for me, I can't wait to start laughing my ever-loving behind off during the defense's ridiculous case that has already been debunked by Karen's own words. And I'm also excited to see the last clip that Hank puts up there, because you can expect that the first one's a doozy. The last one will also be a doozy. So I'm pretty excited to see which clip or clips Hank uses last before he rests the Commonwealth case, right? Hit the like button. Also, we can thank Scorpio Moongal, who volunteered to be an extra mod. We always need mods. Our mods are awesome here. Most of them are always here, but some of them do have, appointments and other things on days that they can't be here. So it's always nice to have an extra mod, and I appreciate her help so very much. So thank you, Scorpio Moongal, for offering to be another mod for us. We very much appreciate you. You got your little wrench there. That's how you know what a mod is, for some of you who don't know. Anybody that has a little wrench next to their name, that would be a moderator for the channel. It could, yeah. So Leon said the defense's experts have major stuff. Hank will tear into them. Arca lying about payment, hundreds of deleted texts, asking what to testify about Russell. Yeah, writing Russell's report, I think, come on. Defense wrote report and changed opinion. So that's another thing. Like, they're going to have an absolute freaking field day with Dr. Russell, Richard Green, and Arca. I expect Arca to take a day or two because I expect that to be so robust because of everything that's gone on with Arca. But I also expect Dr. Russell to take more than a day. I don't expect Rich Green to take more than like a half a day, honestly. Like, how much longer do I think? I think probably, I'd say this week and next week. I think by the end of next week, we'll be done. This is week technically 21 days, but week 6, like the 6th week we've gone into. So I think, I don't know. I'm thinking, hold on a second. Something just popped up. I got to look at real quick. I'm thinking by the end of next week, it should be over with. If you guys remember last year, the defense said that they would take like a week or something like that. Like, oh my God, I love this comment from Patricia. I love it. She said, everyone better plenty of aspirin with Alessi on board. Her comment wins the day. Patricia, I don't know if you're watching, but your comment wins the freaking day. Like, I had to read it to you guys. Like, that was great. It's true that, though, with Alessi, I feel like we all need aspirin all the time. It's like one of those things. You know what I mean? One of those freaking things. Just goes on and on. It's like, man. But I think by the end of next week, it'll probably be done. Last year, they said it was going to take a week, I think, for their case, and ended up being 3 days. So I think this time they said like a week and a half. I expected to be like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I've scratched my cornea too. So at first I thought maybe that's what it was. But because it went away when I was asleep and I woke up and it didn't feel like that anymore, I knew that couldn't have been what it was. I think it'll be 3 more weeks. I do think that the longest, like I said, the longest people that it will be is Arca, Dr. Wolf. I don't expect Richard to be as long as Arca and Dr. Russell. I expect Rich Green to be like a half a day, if that. Like, there's not really much to say with him. Oh, your husband's an eye doctor? I love that. My eye doctor actually is a family friend. I was in the 6th grade, also, so I absolutely love my eye doctor. They're like family team. They're amazing. My eye doctor, because we were neighbors, used to drop my contacts in the mailbox on his way home if I was running, and my grandmother would call when I was in middle school to see if he could drop them off or we could pick them up, and he'd say, I just dropped them off in the mailbox on my way home, because he lived across the street. So, but they're like family to us. So I love my eye doctor very, very much. And tell your husband he is very. Eye doctors are so important, dude. Your eye health. My daughter has had cat eye surgery. So eye doctors, and they're so important. People don't realize how important your eye health is. I think the cross is going to take a long time when it comes to the defense experts. The crosses from the Commonwealth are going to be quite a thing to see. Hank is masterful, and he's going to pretty much debunk anything that they try to throw out there. Ken has always said something about a robust defense, but she's also said things like she's to retool her defense, and they're throwing all resources at it, which is so absurd because it's like, you can't throw all resources at a conspiracy that never happened and doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, They have more witnesses, but they have more by like 2 or 3. Like last time, I think it was, if you count ARCA as 2 people, because Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Wolf, right? Dr. Russell, and then so I think they have like 2 or 3 more now than they did last time. So it's not really robust. Yeah, they said a week last time and it lasted 3 days. So I don't necessarily think it will be a week and a half. But unless he's a whiner, so who knows, you know? He's retired. That's okay, because I guarantee you people still call him and ask him for you know, what do I do with this, or this when it comes to my eye, since they know he's an eye doctor. Hey, Ian, thank you for being a member. I appreciate that. Alessi whining about 10 calls between the prosecution experts and Tully is going to look so silly between all the calls, emails, deleted text, encrypted signal communications with ARCA. Well, Dr. Wolf is the one that's sort of being the most, I'd say, combative when it comes to the questions, because he knows that he can't lie, but at the same time, he doesn't want to, he can not say things. So remember last time in the voir dire where he tried to say that like he didn't say that he deleted the messages. He said that he just didn't have them or whatever, that he tried to get them or whatever. And then Hank asked about Signal. And did he delete them? And only then did he admit to doing it, because I think he knew at that point he was caught and he didn't want to catch a perjury charge. So you got to admit it, right? So, I mean, if Hank is smart, he'll just throw some accusations out of there that he like thinks and let them tell on themselves because they're afraid of a perjury charge. You know what I mean? Like that. There's a lot of things that they have done that has been beyond shady. And if you don't think that a jury is going to find shady the fact that you use an encrypted Signal app after the first trial, and then both you and the defense deleted over 100 messages, come on, stop it. That's ridiculous. But thank you, Ian, for being a member. I appreciate you. We do have monetization back, as you guys can see. We have memberships, we have super chats, we have super stickers. I do think that way to support the channel is through the regular options that we already had. You know, YouTube does take their own cut of it. And I found out, 2 days ago, that Apple actually does iPhones. So if you donate to a creator, actually from your iPhone, any creator from your iPhone, guess what happens? The Apple people take 30% of that. And then the YouTube people take 30%, leaving the creator with less than 40% after taxes. I found that to be ridiculous because obviously Android phones don't do that. But Apple does, because I mean, they have their hands in every cookie jar. Of course, why wouldn't they? But you know, YouTube takes their cut of everything, and it's large cuts, which is kind of ridiculous for smaller creators, but it is what it is. We can't change that. But we do have more streamlined options that they don't take a cut from, except taxes, which are, you know, our PayPal, our Venmo, our Cash App. Us being a small channel, we pretty much survive to week to week at this point, and YouTube not paying out for a month is a little harder for us. So if you'd like to support the channel, you can do it any way you want. Memberships, super chats, super stickers, everything is welcome, of course, but this is the most streamlined way. And we do have a link for those of you who want to use just credit or debit. And we can put that in chat if anybody needs it. I heard about that. I heard about the big panel. Listen, I'm friends with Kevin. I know Kevin. But I don't get along with one of the people that he is friends with, and that may be why. So, I mean, it is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. I mean, I would love to have a big discussion on a panel. You know, I talked to Matt here and there. Obviously, I talked to Kevin. I've been talking to Kevin since, like, when we both started covering this, which was 2023. And we both kind of were on like the same sort of I want to say like calendar, where like he figured out that something was fishy and that like the conspiracy didn't make sense. And then shortly thereafter I sort of figured it out. So it was like, we were on that sort of path, I guess, separately, but together, if you know what I mean. And so that was fun, you know, to be able to share that. Me and Kevin sort of share that understanding of figuring it out and like using our critical thinking skills and like, you know, not being silenced by the mob, no matter how many ridiculous, awful lies they post and say. We won't be silenced. Kevin won't be silenced. I won't be silenced. They can say or do whatever they want. It's unacceptable, you know, like I mean, believe me, I get it. I would love to do something like that. I think everybody's stronger together than they are apart, in my opinion. But
Hey, what's up?
there's only so much I can do as one human, you know?
How was your weekend, by the way?
Hey, what do you think's gonna happen today?
How was your weekend?
Oh, my
Uh,
weekend. Well, it rained most of the weekend,
Sunny.
unfortunately. But yesterday, I had people at my house yesterday. It was sunny out. I had my sister-in-law and my nephew and my sister-in-law's boyfriend's daughter and my kids outside. We grilled a couple burgers and hot dogs and sat in the conspiracy chairs and
I,
enjoyed outside.
I feel as though Turtle Boy's weekend wasn't that great, based upon
Why?
reading Twitter.
What
You know what
happened?
I mean, with the whole relationship situation happening with him.
Oh yeah. I mean, didn't that
It's,
happen right before the weekend though? Or is that like
yeah,
still
that's
ongoing?
not.
Is that like still on?
I think it's always ongoing until it's resolved. But yeah, he probably did not
Yeah.
have a fantastic weekend himself. I think he was a very sad turtle man. But
Yeah, it is pretty sad.
are they going to continue? I think they're going to cross that the woman that's did the
I thought
collect
she's
like
done. Isn't she
is she
done?
done?
As far as I know, she was done, yeah.
Okay, so what
Because
who they
Lolly
have?
said he only needed like a few more minutes, and so the judge let him have the few more minutes because why else you wouldn't keep if you only had a few more minutes left, you wouldn't then, you would just let him
Yeah.
do the few minutes other than bringing her back after all that. So I'm pretty sure she's
So
done.
they have the accident person, right? The accident reconstruction person next, or are they going to bring
Yeah,
the
but I don't
dog?
think he's going to be until last. I don't know why, but I have this like feeling deep in my gut. Like
Yeah, they
I
want to buy
always
him as much
approach
time as possible so he can
Well,
go
I
through the
always approach things as if I was Hank, right? Like I start to
yeah.
think like if I'm Hank, right? What would I do? How would I order them, right? And if I'm Hank, I save that accident reconstructionist, Dr. Welcher, until dead last to make the point. Like
Well, also, don't they have the dog expert person that they hired?
they do. So that's another thing. It's also they have a ring expert. At one point they had called the Aruba witnesses. So I don't even know like if they've changed that now since then. That was like 2 weeks ago. So like I don't know. But
So, what do you think of like with your comparisons to the opening from Jackson? Do you think he's has any chance of proving any of the allegations that he put in his opening, Jackson?
no, none, zero. And Leon is right. The dog expert is like for rebuttal. So I think maybe you would wait until after their ridiculous Dr. Russell, the Russ Squash, the Russell Hustle gets up there, and then you
Yeah,
use
that
it.
woman's gonna be a joke on the stand. Like,
It's
I
going to be
honestly
so
think
funny though. Like
it,
I'm waiting to get popcorn for that day.
like any reasonable person looking at that lady's voir dire knows that woman's gonna be a complete fucking disaster on the stand.
Oh,
Um,
100%.
The only disaster I can think that's going to be far, far worse is probably that Crash Daddy guy. Because
Oh, that's
honestly,
going to be so bad for the fake Dr. Wolf.
you know what I mean? Like to me, like I don't understand to this day why they brought that group of people back. But my guess is they couldn't find anyone else to willing to fucking put their morals to the side and just do weird tests to try
That's
to
the only thing
clear.
that makes sense to me, B Tim, is they
Yeah,
couldn't find anyone else that would say the ridiculous shit that they're saying, especially with
yeah.
all the evidence. So that I
You
think
know,
they had no choice but to keep those people.
That's the interesting thing. Like everyone sits here and they say, well, you have people supposed dog experts coming on YouTube and saying it could be a dog bite. I'm like, okay, well, if it's that open and shut case, why are all the people with PhDs and have profession who are professionals saying no, it's not, and there's none of those people willing to testify for the defense. And the reason being is because there is no evidence backing up that those are dog bites. There's zero evidence actually. And just because, a lot of people say, well, what about the glass? Why does the glass have blood on it? And it's like, well, I mean, why does the dog not have bottom teeth? Why is there no saliva on the wounds? Why can't I mean
I was
like
gonna say, why is the dog's mouth upside down?
yeah. I mean, these are the questions I would have if there was a dog bite. You know what I mean? Another situation is why is there not one dog hair on his entire body? I mean, this is a German Shepherd or
Right.
whatever. Uh, they shed pretty easily, and you're telling me this
The
guy's
excuses
attacked
they've
by
made, though, remember, Proctor, wash the clothes. Wash the clothes,
yeah,
like,
but
come on.
yet
How
but yet
ridiculous can you
leaves
just
the
say they
blood
wash
in
the
the glass.
clothes?
Yeah, yeah. I hope you're right, Brock.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And the pig DNA. Don't forget that. The pig
Well, the
DNA.
pig DNA
Like,
could be explained very
so
easily.
ridiculous.
by him eating pizza with, sausage on it or something, or eating something with sausage.
Anything
And then
with anything with pork in it at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a very easy thing to explain away. It's
either
not,
one, but it's, to me, it's like they have to go.
And I just
nonsense, or it doesn't fit the narrative,
and I just wonder, with like the lawyer, I was like wondering to him, like, I was just this morning and I was saying to myself, I wonder if he was watching Devil's Advocate and thought that lawyer was doing a great job and didn't think it was a cautionary tale of winning at all costs, even into your own humanity. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I often think about. Like, all these lawyers on YouTube, they probably watched like Devil's Advocate and thought he was just the best lawyer and he should just kept on going at it. And it's like, that's the thing. Like, you have Jackson Yannetti and all these lawyers just literally doing anything they can to win a case, cheat, lie, destroy people's lives. I mean, they would be literally star attorneys for that fictitious movie, Devil's Advocate. And if you don't know, if anyone never saw Devil's Advocate, first, I'm sorry
for Devil's Advocate like a million times.
It's a great movie.
It's a good movie.
Keanu Reeves.
I love those lawyer-y type movies.
Yeah, Al Pacino. Well, yeah, Al Pacino is in it. You have Keanu Reeves, a very young Keanu Reeves in it. It's really good.
I was going to say he was very young in that one.
Oh, yeah.
Very young in that
one.
But
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the defense is going to try to state. Like, oh, well, there's no possibility this is an accident. Well, the problem is that you have to prove that he went into that house. You put out a theory that he went into the house and got beat up. So if you didn't put up that ridiculous theory about him getting beat up in the house, you could probably make up a statement like, well, he was drunk and he slipped and hit his head, and
exactly.
That would have been,
or a million other things.
You know what I mean? Like, you could have
Kathy.
Hi, Kathy P. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, they boxed themselves in, Tim, to this one narrative because, like you said, they threw out this conspiracy. So, like, now this is the only thing that they can do is box themselves into this tiny little box of the conspiracy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the problem, and I think the most damning evidence so far is like literally the glass pieces of glass interwoven into his clothes and the size of a rice, and it's like. That is something you cannot just sprinkle on. It's literally embedded. And then they see the microscopic, which honestly, Lolly fucked up the first trial and didn't show that. I don't know why in God's green earth he did not show that, because I think that was
more visuals are always better. Showing the jury things in visuals is always better because then they can remember it in their mind. Like, for instance, charts with a timeline. I haven't seen that yet. And I would like to see that from Hank, is like, at least one of those big chalks with like the times and how it makes it impossible for anything else to have happened. Like,
the one thing I do want to agree with Laura, I think Lolly's questioning of like using numbers for exhibits instead of just naming them is, he's right. It's stupid to do that. Just name the items. I think that's the one criticism I really do agree with Laura, with. Like,
well,
it's a terrible one.
That's more the Commonwealth's like protocol than it really is like Lally himself.
Yeah, but you know what? You have to break it down to people. People don't remember number 1, 2, 3, whatever.
No.
How are they going to compare that to that? You know what I mean? It's like visuals and identifying the items are essential in this case, because what the defense is going to try to do is just basically hide in the smallest little areas they can for whatever concept of reasonable doubt people have. But I've been hearing that lately. That's the new talking point, reasonable doubt. I saw, Kate from Tro Mafia's latest video she came out with today. It was pretty good, actually.
This morning, I saw it.
Yeah, pretty good.
Oh, I didn't get the notification for it till this morning. What the fuck?
Well, unfortunately, Kate, sometimes you don't because she doesn't go live enough. So, unfortunately, YouTube kind of fucks you up with that. You have to go live consistently, or the algorithm kind of fucks you up. So I mean,
even my notifications sometimes come out later. People don't get them. So I mean, it's YouTube, just does.
Yeah, the same thing with like redirects too. Redirects take like 15 minutes to be notified and stuff like that.
Yep. It's so stupid. Like, why does it take that long? I noticed that if I do it at least an hour ahead of time, most people get it. But if I like am running late and like, because you got to make the thumbnail, you got to do all that. I feel like there's not enough hours in the day. By the time I get done with this, then it's time to like, I have housework to do. I have, appointments to book. And then I got, homework, bath, you know
That's
what I
a
mean? All the
weird.
stuff with my kids.
I
Like I feel like
Miss.
cook dinner.
Yeah, Miss Pearson, Pearson says, "Is it true Jackson's wife has filed for divorce?" I do not
I
know.
don't know, but if she did, good for her. I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
We could probably look that up on a docket. I should probably look that up and see,
I
unless it's
mean,
impounded.
would I be shocked? No.
No, no, no.
Would
If
you know
I
what I
were
mean?
her, I probably might have this weekend dropped that bomb while he was home.
You
Just
know,
saying.
welcome to California. 50% of your income's going to your wife. Enjoy. Uh,
I mean, it's pretty much everywhere anyway that happens. I mean, it even happens here, which is it just makes no sense.
well, it
But
usually is a little bit more defined. California is definitely a
yeah.
little more. Then obviously New York is pretty bad too, but in some states a little bit different. Kind of reminds me of a movie where like um, a husband wanted to have his wife served in another state, and the process server's trying.
Oh,
Remember that movie?
yes, I do.
And then like she's trying to convince the process server to serve her in New York instead, or something like that. And they do this whole
Yep.
road. Yeah, I think I
Whole
forgot that
trip
movie.
and shit. It was a pretty good movie, but it was funny. But I mean, it's funny too. You say we were talking about New York, right? Massachusetts and California. That's 3 out of the 4 most expensive states to live in the entire country. Hawaii being the only other one we didn't talk about.
No.
Those are literally the most expensive states to live in. And I could see how California, because it's so big, right? Like, and Hawaii, because it's an island, right? Like it's an island. But when you're talking New York and Massachusetts can fit into New York like 67 times, probably. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, the situation with New York is there's a lot of outside investors that
that
basically
too.
buy property, and
Yep.
basically the major buildings are owned by multiple share owners, and they cannot, and they have
Yep.
loans to banks, and they cannot lower the price. So they're
Yep.
forced, they force themselves to put this outrageous price for property, and then eventually what happens is they save more money keeping it empty, and that
Yep.
drives demand in the city for other properties that make it outrageous. Also, a lot of young people get ripped off. They're basically go in, they
Oh, yeah.
think they can get $3,000. They think it's a great deal to live in the city. They can, and I'm
Yep.
like, bro, that's just
Then
so
you got a
stupid.
slumlord that fixes nothing, and that's what they get to
Yeah,
deal with
deal
for
with
3,000.
rats and stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
exactly.
really,
And
it's
so
a
we
really
have that problem here, and it's like Massachusetts is so small, we shouldn't have that problem. People are actually leaving in droves, and we still have that problem where rents are so high that they're not affordable for
well.
80% of the state.
Yeah, it's an outrage. I mean, like it's a problem with every single country. It's a problem with
It
Canada.
is.
It's a problem with the United States. It's a problem with Australia. It's really the problem when we allow outside countries to like. And I'm not talking about like people, immigrants. I'm talking about like investors from China and stuff like
Big,
that to
yeah,
buy.
big oligarchs, billionaires and trillionaires that come and buy up with their businesses all the properties, flip
Yeah,
them,
and then
jack
flip
up
them,
the
and
rate.
they're doing that in Florida. That's a problem. Like for instance, mobile homes
Florida's
properties are being
gotten
bought.
really
Yeah,
expensive. I looked into
yeah,
moving to Florida and it just became out of my reach around the area where my family lives because it was just as expensive as here. And I'm like, well, what the hell
yeah,
sense does that make? The only places that weren't were like North Carolina, South Carolina, maybe
yeah,
Arizona,
yeah.
parts of
So
Texas.
anyway. So what do you think is going to be the witness list for the defense? Like, what do you think is going to be their first witness?
I've been thinking about who they use first. And I feel like maybe they go with Rich Green first.
Green?
Maybe. Yeah, Green. Because if you use Dr. Russell first, that's you're starting off real bad. Like, so you don't use Arca and you don't use Dr. Russell first, but you don't use them last either. So what does that leave?
Yeah.
Garrett Wing?
Yeah, that's true. Jackson looks like he's aged 10 years since his last trial. Well, he's
I
60 years
agree.
old. Yeah, he does look like he aged really quickly, but he is 60 years old. So,
Yeah.
I
He
mean,
definitely, I don't think he looks 60, but he definitely does look like he has aged like 10 years since the
yeah.
first trial
I
happened.
mean, I
That's for
think what
sure.
really hurts him is he gets this really deep tan and he grows this big fucking beard. And
I don't
it's
know why
just
he did
does.
that. He looked better clean shaven than he does with that, whatever that is on his face.
Well, maybe
A
that's what
squirrel.
Karen likes. That's what maybe what Karen likes, you know? She
Maybe she
likes the
likes it. Yeah,
beards.
maybe she maybe she likes it. Like
Who knows? Who knows?
she
But
likes it.
yeah, I mean, yeah, well, they're always late. Welcome to court. Everyone
I
starts
know.
15 minutes late, and it's even for
They never
depositions
start
too.
on time and they leave early, always. What are you guys'
Yeah.
sidebar guesses? How many do you think we're going to have today? I'm going to stick with the good old 11. I'm going to say 11 again.
Depends. And if it's the accident reconstruction person, expect 30. Because like this is their
Right.
tactic. They're going to whenever there's a momentum, they want to do sidebar because they want to break the
That's
momentum.
right.
And it's so obvious at this point that that's what they're really doing. They're not doing
Yep.
it for like, for instance, just keeping away from the jury. They're trying to break their momentum because they don't want the jury to remember a particular question that was
Well,
objected
that's the
to
thing. And I've never seen a judge allow so many sidebars. Usually sidebars are only for information that's not like allowed into the trial, like discussing things that aren't, part of like things that weren't allowed in or were discluded, or things like in this case that are under federal protective order. But not all of these sidebars are things like that. There's no friggin' way. Most of the time,
yeah.
if you're going to argue an objection, it gets argued right there in front of the jury.
Yeah.
Like,
I just think it's just momentum breaking, and I think a lot of times most of the Egyptians are just there to do that. I think the defense is really having a harder time this time around than the first
yeah,
trial because it's just so easy to follow the storyline of Karen Reed backing her car up and hitting him in comparison to the first trial. Um,
it
this
amazes me
time,
how many people actually believe this conspiracy, though. That's the part that gets me, is I'm like,
well, yeah,
some of these people are well-intentioned, good, and even smart people. How at this point are you not like, wait a second, I might have
well,
been
the
lied to,
issue.
and like I bought this thing.
Well, the issue is a lot of people who have come to conclusions have incomplete information. I've noticed that when I talk to people, they just simply see the documentary and they think, "Oh, that's the truth," or they simply
Yep.
see, even that's pretty bad documentary for her, but
Or they
either
see
or.
17 people saying one of the lies all over Twitter, and they're like, that has to be the
Yeah,
truth.
and people are easily manipulated by partial truth. I mean, that's an unfortunate thing we have in the information age, where
Yeah.
a lie travels the world 3 times before the truth even gets one step out of the door. And unfortunately, a lot of people are working with incomplete information, and they don't know all the facts of the case. And unfortunately, there are a lot of facts of this case that if you do an info dump on people, they'll be like, "Holy fuck, this is a lot."
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Because the issue is not just because of the criminal activity at the time of the situation. There's a problem with after the situation, her cover up, her working with
Mhm.
Aiden Kearney, her working with social media to try to drum up attacks on people. Like I think it's all connected to a grander conspiracy to cover up her crime with a bunch of other influencers knowingly and unknowingly going through with it to basically for money and gain and gain
I
and
honestly
fame.
think a really big study needs to be done on this, because I mean, I've obviously seen plenty of people argue about a case, or not agree on a case. But what I haven't seen, what I don't usually see, is the amount of vitriol and hate and anger and people willing to like literally go real life and harass other people because they don't believe the same thing that someone else does. Like I think it was 2 trolls yesterday on my videos from that day and the day before, and one of them was like, oh, you clearly don't even know, what a way to make an ass out of yourself, you clearly don't know what Memorial Day is because you put exclamation points and said happy Memorial Day. And I'm like, you clearly like, so it's like
Well,
somebody clearly
I'm going to
trolled,
quote.
because in the first 5 minutes of the stream, I literally told people what Memorial Day was about, like in
Yeah,
the last 2 days before that. So it's like, you
um,
didn't even watch 5 minutes of the stream. You just came here to troll, literally.
yeah. I'm going to read you a quote from someone that says, "When the mob governs, man is ruled by ignorance. When the church governs, he is ruled by superstition, and when the state governs, he is ruled by fear." So the first part is basically when the is governs, man is ruled by ignorance, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing
Yeah.
a lot of ignorance being ruled by the mob, and this is a mob of people ruled by ignorance. And
Yeah. Willful
unfortunately,
at this point.
well, they're being led, and that's what mobs are. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
mobs are like that, and it takes time for people to wake up and kind of move away from the mob. And unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit of time for people to figure that out.
Yeah, I have a
Unfortunately.
heart because I feel bad for some of these people. And I've heard from some of these people like before, like, after the first trial and going into the second trial and all during the second trial, of people who were involved in that mob. And a lot of the time they'll say to me, I'm so embarrassed of the things that I did and that I said that I would have not have normally did or said that I did and said when it came to this case. I'm embarrassed of myself. I don't know what I was thinking. And I don't know how I allowed myself to not only be lied to, but duped into believing one simple thing. And usually what happens is they disagree on a small detail that the mob, largely agrees on. And the small detail that they disagree on, they then get attacked by their own quote mob. And they start to realize then that there's
it's ruled
something
by
wrong.
Hi, Jess. It's completely ruled by Brianna, by the way. It's completely ruled by ignorance. It's ruled by people that don't know all the facts of the case, and it's ruled by, and with that ignorance comes anger. And these people are also, they kind of project their dislike for the police or the system or something like that. And they use this to basically enact their revenge against the wrongs they feel. And a lot of the people that you see on the sidewalk or, leading these people are pretty much, unfortunately, not exactly, great citizens, or if you catch my drift, or individuals that stand-up citizens,
right?
Or people that have achieved greatness in their life. They're usually people that come, that just seen this stuff coming, and they've gotten so much fame, like so much attention and money that they never had before, and they're just addicted to it, and they don't care. And when the mob tells you to continuously do worse and worse and rewards you for it, then you're going to see that. Unfortunately, you've seen that in Germany. You've seen that in Salem witch trials. You've seen them in many, many scenarios where the mob comes in.
The witch trials is one of the ones that I always point to when it comes to this stuff, is the Salem witch trials, because it just shows a good correlation between what's going on now,
Yeah.
Like,
so
I don't think they'll do that. It's a possibility, but I don't think that the defense will rest to deny Brennan any rebuttals, because that would not help their case. Their first.
Oh, they might as well just walk. They might, if they did that, they might as well just walk Karen Reed right to the fucking jail cell.
Right to the jail, right.
Because the problem is that if you do something like that, you just literally, the jury's just going to be like, okay, so we're just going to take everything the state has said as truth. Okay.
Right.
Like,
cool,
you need
thanks,
rebuttal.
Bye.
Yeah. what they really need to focus on, and they've been wasting their time on some witnesses. They need to focus on the accident reconstruction people, and to make sure that it's break the story with the accident reconstruction person. I think the dog one, no one's going to fucking believe the dog theory bite person at all.
They didn't in the first trial either.
I think their real defense lies in the accident, to cause that reasonable doubt, that to break the story, basically, or break the chain, basically, of the story.
I mean, you have to think about it too. If for instance they're saying a dog bit John and that's what created those arm scratches, okay, cool. But then you could argue, like, then it could have been a neighborhood dog that got out, or a wild animal while he was laying there. That doesn't negate how he got hit and was there to begin with.
Well, it doesn't negate that his clothes has taillight pieces, fragments of her car on there. It doesn't negate that the fact that there's taillight pieces around him. It doesn't negate that there's 3 different people that have gathered that taillight pieces, even if you want to blame everything on Proctor, on some sort of planting. And the taillight, and in his videos and in her own words, the taillight was broken to such a degree that she was described, and other people
pieces out of it.
Yeah.
Yesterday we played, I think it was Crime Talk. I don't want to bungle the poor
and
guys.
I think she was attempting to cover it up, because she said she pulled taillight pieces out of it and threw it in John's driveway.
She pulled taillight pieces out and dropped them. And so we watched that yesterday, and it was every clip that they played thus far. And I didn't even realize how long, like, it ended up being like almost 15 minutes of just clip after clip after clip after clip of her. And like, if you put them all together, like, everything she has said is damning, because it does not go with the theory that the defense has been putting out there.
And how do you explain? I mean, if, let's say John was beat up in the house, or he fell, or he was just pushed and he fell in the back of his head, and instead of, these police officers just simply calling the cops and saying they were being attacked by a drunken man and invaded their house, and then everyone would have been okay, and said, pick him up. Why is there glass embedded into his nose, like Karen Reed stated? Why was that done? I mean, like, that's the situation that you can't explain, because obviously, and then when you see like glass on the bumper, which I believe people misinterpret. I think they couldn't.
Yeah, of course. It's because it physically doesn't match together like a puzzle piece. It's not that it doesn't match. It's that it doesn't physically. They can't put it back together like they did with the taillight.
It's too broken. Yeah, it's too broken. Not like the taillight pieces. They can't be sure which glass.
Little shards, and they don't have all the pieces. or even
And when
most of the
you're
pieces, because you got to remember it's on the bumper. So how much fell off, right?
yeah, and when you're in the court of law, you can't just assume that it's the glass from the thing.
No,
You have to match them together to basically bring that in. So that's why they can't say like definitively that is the cocktail glass, because
all they can
without
say
the
is definitively that it's glass that matches that kind of cup.
yeah,
They would never be able to definitively say that glass matches that specific cup, because there's
yeah,
so many of that cup that there's too many possibilities of could it have been the same kind of cup but from somewhere. So they can't definitively say this is 100% glass from this cup. They can say the glass is consistent with a glass from that style and
yeah,
that brand of cup,
yeah, and
right?
they
But
can't
that's as far as they can scientifically go. Like,
yeah, they can't just naturally assume, because that would be objected to and be thrown out immediately. And it would not be
exactly.
fair to anyone, actually. So they have to say
You
that it's
can't
consistent
100%
with
say
that.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah, unless they can
Yeah.
actually put it together like a puzzle, and they can't, unfortunately, because it was
Exactly.
broken to such a degree. But you have
They
people
were
in
able to
the
put a lot of
ignorance.
the taillights together, but they were not able to
Yeah,
with the glass because too many small pieces had fallen off.
yeah.
You know, here comes the
But you
judge.
have the ignorance of the mob basically not realizing and
Yes.
understanding that particular detail of information.
See if she
All right,
says
so
anything.
I was told, Counsel, Mr. Leslie, you wanted to see me.
Oh God.
I told you, 30 sidebars today.
Did you want to come
Oh,
to
for
sidebar?
fuck's sake.
Start at sidebar and then
Sure.
we'll go from there.
What?
Okay.
Oh my God. Start at sidebar. Are you fucking kidding? Okay, so we start the trial. So all right, whatever. We're playing the sidebar thing. This is fucking stupid. Like, already, I can't. I can't. I know you were kidding, Ian, but here we go. Sidebar. We started with a sidebar.
That's the first one. We're gonna count the sidebars one day.
Oh my God, did they put tape again? Oh my God, they put tape again. They're limiting Karen's seats.
Yeah, because she's selling them. That's
Yeah,
what she's
that-
doing.
well, exactly.
Which is, you know what I mean? Which is kind of feel like should be illegal. But just like I
Well,
don't
the public
get it.
has the right to those seats. The public has the right to any seats that are it's first come, first serve. So like even her family doesn't get automatic seats. That's not the way it works. It's first come, first serve. Like, so you can't save seats on your quote side to sell or give away or raffle off. They're public court seats. Like, that's highly illegal. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think we got any pictures of Karen from over the weekend. No.
Yeah,
Guess
hopefully
it's
her attorney probably told her, if you're gonna drink like a drunk all the time, drink in your house and not be seen in public like a moron while you're dealing with a
Right?
DUI case.
Peggy looks awesome in that blue blazer she's got on there, and they wear blue in memory of John. Hence why I always wear blue. I'm wearing my blue tank top right now. It's in
Wow.
memory of John. It looks like Paul's wearing a really dark blue shirt, but it's blue nonetheless.
What is she selling? Seats? Yeah, she's basically they got illegal raffles going on. They got seats being given. The Claire was just there. He was walking in with a cane. He was limping.
So funny to me.
I don't know if like maybe that's how he got the seat. Karen accidentally backed her car into him, and he's like, "Listen, I'm going to go to the cops unless you give me a seat here and give me a picture with."
He got Karen reeded. He got Karen reeded, and he needed a seat because he got Karen.
He needed a seat, and Karen Reed's like, "Okay, I'll take a picture with you and Annie Banani from 10 to Life. We'll be in a 3 picture." And it's like Annie Banani, that lady is fucking such a fraud. I swear to God, the shit I've heard about her.
I didn't know that they were like friends like that. I had no idea.
Oh, yeah, they were friends. They were on panels together.
Yeah, I didn't know. I mean, so the court gives them seats, Sherry, but They're not allowed to just take as many seats as they want, save as many seats as they want, and then raffle those seats off, which they were doing. They were raffling off a seat to sit with Karen's family in the court. You can't do that. It's a public trial. So if there are members of the public who want to sit in on this trial, they have every right to.
What do you think of Nick Rock?
I mean, he's always there, right?
Though?
I see him.
Yeah, but like,
right there.
You think he knows that this lady's guilty and he just does not give a fuck? He just wants
in the very beginning, I definitely thought that both him and Jenna, like, and I do still think that they really think she's innocent, but I have to question at this point with the evidence that has come out if they're just willfully ignoring that because they're in too deep.
Yeah, I think he knows there. I think in the beginning, I think they thought she was innocent. And I think now he's just like, he knows a lot more than any of us, probably personal conversations. And he's probably too scared to say shit at this point. And he's just a coward.
Oh, you have to remember too, they were threatened. The Roccos were threatened by the sewer turtle quite a few times. He tried to blackmail them just like he has to a million other people. And threaten them. And it's what he does to get his own way. He's like a little toddler. And what he doesn't seem to realize is that's going to bite him in the ass. That is blackmail. It's extortion and it's illegal. Like,
I just can't wait. Like, because I know what's going to happen. If, like, let's say Karen Reed does get an acquittal or something like that, there's going to be like, there's going to be like celebration. And then they're going to start eating each other. And then they're going to start going after Karen Reed. I know, because that's how it usually goes in the drama community. And like, or like drama community, like everyone kind of like gets along, and then then they start eating each other. So you see it all the time.
Well, they started that a long time ago, but they lost a heap of supporters by snubbing their their most loyal outside on the ground people. And so when they did that, a lot of people stopped showing up, and those crowds stopped showing up. Well, they paid for crowds on demand in the first trial, but not for all of it. There were people that actually showed up, but that was because the boots on the ground people that were there every single time she had anything going on. And she made the stupid decision to snub those people in favor of YouTubers that just started covering the trial 2 minutes ago versus the people who had been standing outside in the rain and in the cold for, 2 years at that point. Because they thought she was, quote, innocent. So a lot of those people stopped showing up because it was clear to them what was more important to her were smaller YouTubers than the people who actually gave a fuck. And so they were like, well, clearly she doesn't appreciate anything we do. We're not going to waste our time anymore. Like,
I mean, that's what you're pretty much seeing. Like a lot of people who actually put their neck on the line for this woman are facing, facing jail time. Some just lost their income.
I mean, people like Rita stopped talking to her entire family, her own children, over this case.
Which is stupid, by the way.
It is stupid, but you know what I'm saying? Like she thought, like, so it's like to not invite people like that, like that's a huge snub. And I found it wicked funny when people like the Glarer and Turtle Boy went in and said, you guys have no right to be mad. It's not about you. Wah, wah, wah. Which is funny because the sewer turtle was the first one that started whang and threatening people when Karen didn't save him a seat in the first trial because she wanted nothing to do with him. So he started running around threatening people, going wah, because he was being snubbed. So I found it rich that him, the Glare, and other people who were invited said to the people that weren't, oh, well, what are you bitching about? It's not about you. Like, that was just so out of touch with reality.
I agree. It's a hypocrite, being a hypocrite, those people. But you know what? Those people don't really care.
It's a huge hypocrite because he was the first one to complain.
These people don't really care about the evidence or the facts of the case. They don't want to really talk about it. They are just simply there for propaganda pieces. And unfortunately, propaganda has worked in this case because there's a lot of people who don't know all the details of this case that believe this group of people, this Karen Reed's innocent. I mean, at first they said, well, she's been framed. Then they say factually innocent. And now it's reasonable doubt. It's like, okay, we're slowly getting to the point where people are admitting that the evidence looks pretty bad. And you might, you know what I mean? Even the most staunchest defenders are stating that there's like, oh, well, you can't convict her because there's reasonable doubt. And it's like, okay.
I've had people admit like, oh, the evidence looks pretty bad, but we don't think she should be convicted because it was a bad.
Bad what? You said something bad, but you cut off.
It's a bad investigation. That's the other excuse.
Oh, okay.
That it was a bad investigation, so she shouldn't be convicted. Not that she's innocent, but that it's a bad investigation. That's the excuse.
Yeah, but when you say a bad investigation, you see
John DePetro's there this week. Yes, he is.
And you see all this You go.
Exactly.
If you see all this
I was gonna
bad,
say
if you're
exactly.
see-
Judge is saying exactly.
yeah.
You're exactly right.
If you're saying there's all this bad investigation, but you see all this evidence, then it wasn't such a bad investigation, was it? Like if you see all the taillight
Right. Exactly.
pieces,
It's
all
like,
the
where do you think
evidence,
the evidence came from?
yeah,
Right.
like I don't understand it.
Like,
I
where
think
do you think they just appeared?
yeah,
Asinine.
yeah. You think
the name is
Alessi's going to
asinine.
try? Yeah, I think Alessi's going to try to.
It makes no sense.
I'm just trying to see if it's me that's cutting off a little bit or you. Let me see. It's a little cut off.
No, it's me. I was so I have to hook up my new like computer. I just really haven't had time lately. And so usually Freak streams his and then I shut mine off. So that's what I just did. I shut mine off and I had him do it. So it's not so much on my laptop. I gotta just hook up my new computer. I just haven't had a chance to yet.
Your GPU is probably integrated and it's not that great. There was a reason why
I know that it's StreamYard at this point because StreamYard keeps doing the thing at the top where it's saying like it lowers the bars of like Wi-Fi and it's saying like bad connection. But I can see right here on my other screen, it tells me the connection and it says excellent connection. Like, so for me, it seems like it's StreamYard. Like,
could be a problem. It could be that. I mean, like I think StreamYard's going to hell a little bit.
It is.
Whatever. Don't worry. Well, I'll have to use Stream Elements next to save ourselves.
You know, it's as soon as I get used to one thing, it goes to shit. I mean, last year they doubled the price from $25 to almost $50 a month. Like doubled.
Servers cost money, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I can see like some places do like, hey, we're increasing prices by like $3 or, $5. They increased it over 50%. Like what? And it's because everybody was using StreamYard. But it's like, what do you think is going to happen? People are going to abandon ship if you jack the prices up. Like,
well, unfortunately, there's not great competition unless you're to use
OBS,
Stream Elements, or OBS. And OBS requires a little bit of proficiency, probably a Discord.
Yep.
And like I always fear using Discord a little bit with OBS because like you have conversations with other people on Discord. You don't want to accidentally show it to your fucking live stream.
No.
Like,
yeah, no, exactly, exactly that. I mean, I've used OBS to edit once, and so like I spent a couple hours sort of like clicking around, figuring things out. I mean, I used Canva to do my intro and outro, and I think I did a pretty good job. It was my first time ever editing anything like long form wise, a couple minutes. And it was pretty good.
I don't know why the sidebars are so fucking long on JMS. It's just ridiculous. I've never seen anything like this in trials, to be honest with you. And I'm too young to remember the OJ trial. I watched it, but I don't remember all the details.
Not. I mean, I was definitely young when they did it, but I remember, maybe it's just because of my like intrigue, and I went back and watched it after too, like, so maybe that's why. But I went back and watched it more recently, probably a couple of years ago, and caught some more things that I had forgotten about or like, went over my head at the first time of watching it. But I do remember it happening when I was much younger.
Yeah,
no worries.
I was young. I was younger. Definitely 1995. That's when the trial
was that it? 95. So I was born in 86. So I was 9.
Yeah. These sidebars are ridiculous. Absolutely. I don't understand about all these fucking sidebars. They make no sense.
They don't. And why so long? Like, why are we arguing something for, 15 minutes before court starts? Like, what a waste of the court's time. This is why the judge is supposed to be there at 8. People are supposed to be there at 8:30. You should be arguing this shit before 9 o'clock. And then you stop, right? And it gets earlier and earlier. Every friggin' day the judge is there. Oh, they stop, a witness at 3 o'clock. And she's like, oh, okay, well, we'll just stop for the day then. Like, we're ahead of schedule. Well, even if you're ahead of schedule, you have jurors there who want to get back to their friggin' lives. You should be continuing on until it is over. Not like, oh, we're ahead of schedule, so we'll stop an hour early. Like, you don't even do a full 8 hours.
Oh, good. Kathy B, you got an air fryer. That's good.
Love air fryers. I have one. I have a Gourmet, so it's got like the double doors that you open instead of like the basket, which I prefer because I have a family. The basket ones, it's, unless you get like a huge one, it only feeds like one person, or you can only do like one thing in it. I have the double doors, so I can put like 2 racks of things in there for a family.
Oh, well, I think they're trying to. I think Mr. Alessi's going to try to argue some ridiculous argument.
Yep.
Honestly, he actually pisses me off more than Jackson.
Me too. I can't do it. I can't.
I can't stand this guy. Like, honestly,
it's mind numbing. It's
it's
mind
not
numbing.
because he's doing these great arguments and he's just like owning the defense. It's because he's so fucking of a waste of time.
Yep.
He doesn't get to the motherfucking point. At least Jackson gets to the point at least.
Eventually. Yeah.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
But at least
man?
you can remember what Jackson's point was. The problem is with Alessi, you don't even remember what point he was even trying. I don't think he remembers what point he was trying to make. Like,
yeah, well, it doesn't help Kathy P that Karen Reed says she's just like OJ. And what is it, and then what is it? Turtle Boy said.
Yeah.
Turtle Boy said she's like a Casey Anthony.
Such stupid comments to make. I don't know if he said that because I don't.
He
really
said that.
him.
I'm not shitting you.
Of course he fucking did. Like,
and I'm like, wait a minute, were those two people absolutely fucking guilty?
Absolutely, they were. Absolutely.
Like,
that's the funny part.
You know, and it was a travesty of the court for them to get released. I mean, like, I don't know anyone that argues that OJ and Casey Anthony are innocent people.
Are innocent. Yeah. I
don't know anyone actually. Like, that's the rarity. You never get that. Like, there's people that argue Koberger is innocent, but no one argues Casey Anthony or fucking OJ's innocent.
Or OJ. Like, hello, he led the police on a chase, like at gunpoint in his own Bronco. Like, come on, dude. Like, he was gonna shoot himself in his Bronco. Like that. If that doesn't scream very, very guilty, I really don't know what does. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that he was very clearly guilty. Whether he had help or not is really the question. But Casey Anthony as well. Like, and I have seen a pattern though when it comes to Florida. I don't know what the hell is going on with Florida, dude. But I have seen so many people get away with straight murder in Florida. I'm like, there's something wrong with the jury there. Like, what is going on, Florida?
I don't know. It's just a weird scenario, man. And then why is that lady with the weird face leaving exactly when the audio guy and video guy is going and leaving as well?
It's a good question. Maybe they have to work some technicality out. I don't know. Paul was placed in the second row because something with the Reed family. I mean, I really honestly think that what should have happened is they should have removed the Reed family. They don't really have a right. Usually the victim's family has a, spot in the courtroom. Even if it's going to be a public trial, they have a spot because they're the victim's family. But the defendant's family, I have never seen there be a specific spot for them. They either get a spot or they don't. Like, and Mr. Reed has a bad habit of making comments, and so does Nathan Reed, making comments under their breath, pointing, saying things. And I'm going to guess that Paul responded at some point, and so would I have. I don't blame him. I would have too. I mean, how much abuse are these people expected to take without saying something? Like,
I don't know. I mean, like, they're better people than me. If I found...
Me too.
Saying, like, if Turtle Boy did half the things to me that, let's just say I'm not going to repeat on a live stream. It's just like that.
Exactly. I just say people have more patience than I do because I don't have that level of patience. I just don't. Like,
the shit these people have been put through by this mob of morons.
Yep.
It's just unfathomable. I mean, like, honestly, and I just can't believe it. And then the special treatment Karen has gotten is kind of ridiculous.
I mean, often wonder, what other defendant beat him have you seen that got to take a day off because they didn't feel good?
Jesus Christ. Not even OJ got that kind of fucking.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they wheel people on their hospital beds and in their, like, wheelchairs. No matter how sick you are or sickly you are, you're going to your trial.
And OJ was loved by America. I mean, this guy was a Naked Gun. He had the commercials. He was generally loved by America. It was not even funny. He was very popular. And he didn't get that much type of special treatment where he can take a day off on his murder trial.
No. Like, hell no. They're not going to, I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Like, thank you, JMS. I'm not a huge fan of my glasses, to be honest. And Mystic, you're right. There's no respect for the jurors' time. And the judge, that's up to the judge, too. Hi, Lisa. You have to have respect for the jurors' time as well. Like, Yeah, Jose Baez is what happened to Florida,
Yeah.
Bree said. I
And
mean,
if you
I
don't
can't
know
lie
what
though. Jose Baez is a damn good attorney. Like
Clancy, she was
Nancy Grace. I can't do Nancy Grace. Like, good for you guys who can. I just can't. I cannot do Nancy
I
Grace.
think she's a grifter. I never liked.
Hold on 1 second.
She's.
I
You gonna
am.
say
You
something?
can talk. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I thought you wanted to stop. But yeah, she's a grifter. Look up her history. She actually tried to her conviction of a husband that she alleged burnt his wife to death was overturned. One of the reasons why it was overturned was because she was holding back evidence, and also apparently she had the filming crew go in there, and she was doing a whole documentary there. And also she caused the people to unalive themselves by what she did on her show. Like 3 people, one lady with a pew pew to the head, another lady set herself on fire. She's a really terrible person, Nancy Grace. I do not like her. I think she's an OG tragedy vulture. OG. So I don't like her. And I think she'll jump.
Sorry, I had to answer that to my sister. I had to borrow her vehicle this morning to go to my doctor's appointment because I leave it like to get there. I left at like 5:30 or 5:40, and I was back here by like 7:40. So I have to go drop the car off at some point. But when they ever start this trial, then we can go on the field trip.
I don't think they're paying Bev to prolong. I know you're joking, but no, I think like pretty much Bev is just like entertaining every single little bullshit argument to the point where it's just a waste of time. And I just don't understand it. I really don't.
And Ian are right. By the time she's done with this, it'll be morning break, then friggin' lunch. Like, what the hell? It never starts at 9. Never. Doesn't even start at 9:15 most of the time. And then we have these, like, how long can a sidebar possibly be when you're arguing something? Yeah.
Well, you got Alessi
was in her bed because she was paralyzed from the hospital, and she still had to show up, you know, and even if it was on a screen, she still had to show up. Like,
well, unfortunately, you're dealing with Alessi, who's probably arguing the Constitution of America and quoting it from memory, just to waste everyone's fucking time. I mean, I swear to God, Alessi, you need to get into politics. You would do great as a filibuster.
Oh,
honestly.
A filibuster, yeah.
He would be the greatest filibuster in the world. We'll be there for like 20 years. Like, Alessi, you're missing your calling. Yeah.
Right? You are missing your calling. You want to drove on and on. Like, fuck, dude. Like, the hell?
Yeah, he is missing his calling.
You know what? In my opinion, if she doesn't forego the morning break for this, like, you know, like,
bro.
No, honestly, if they were gonna argue to, like, if the trial was over and she took some sort of plea deal or something, they wouldn't be arguing anything at a sidebar. They would have signed something already, and that would have been, and they would have just announced that, like, there's been you know, that's it. Like,
and she's not going to take a plea because she thinks she's going to get off. Like, she really, truly thinks, and she might. Who knows? I mean, she's basically played the system to a huge degree.
That's right.
Come on, start. Yeah, I don't know, right? Hank must have some juicy clips in defense.
Well, that might be something that there's something they don't want shown. They want to argue why it shouldn't be, or why somebody shouldn't say X, Y, or Z because they know whatever, you know, witness is next. It could be something like that, you know.
Yeah, that could be it.
Just ridiculous. Like, come on, man. Like, we are at 9:35, and I'll tell you, I jumped through hoops to make sure I was here on time. I'll tell you that much. Like, I had to battle traffic in towards Boston and back.
What
like,
you should realize, like, honestly, with this court, they always start 15 fucking minutes late every single goddamn
and finish
time.
Early, you know, finish early.
You know, don't you want a job like that where you could show up late to work and then finish early? Why not? Get paid lots of money.
Imagine if Alessi got paid to talk. That would be like an oral assassin. Talks to people to death for money.
So Art of Handmade has a question for you, by the way.
Nope. One for Kathy. I'm not a nurse.
Oh, for
Kathy, I have a question for you since you're a nurse. My top number is 139. My bottom number has been 95 for 2 days. I'm really dizzy. That's not good. Are you talking about your blood pressure? Yeah, if your blood pressure is off, you should probably go to the hospital if it's high like that.
Yeah.
And dizzy could be your equilibrium kind of messed up. I had a problem with my equilibrium because I have tinnitus, and at one point it made me feel not dizzy, but like I was rocking on a boat, sort of like back and forth. And so they actually had to give me pills to stop my equilibrium from being all screwy. Like,
Yeah.
and it after a week of them, I didn't need to take them anymore. It actually leveled itself out. But they found out that had to do with the tinnitus I have in my ear, which is like a ringing in the air. But if your blood pressure is high like that, or if it's higher for you, some people naturally have like a baseline of like a lower, blood pressure. Like that's definitely something you should see the doctor for 100%.
I feel like singing like the song, "The Never Ending Side."
You might have POTS. I have POTS, and if I put if I'm like shaving my armpits, TMI, but if I'm shaving my armpits and I put my head up like this to shave underneath and look, I actually do get dizzy. And I have POTS, so it's like anything with like really hot heat, or other random things will make you feel like you're literally going to pass out. So you could have something along the lines like that, but definitely be careful and see the doctor for sure, because I mean, I only know these things because my daughter has a rare medical condition and I have my own medical issues. And, but I would definitely get it checked out by the doctor or hospital. If you have a doctor's appointment at 11:30, definitely talk to your doctor about the fact that you've been feeling dizzy. They can look into basic blood work and see if there's anything else going on for you. I know, right? Even the court stream is at sidebar. Every day we're buffering. That's law and crime for you, though. It's, you know what I mean? Because nothing else, I'm not buffering, which tells me that it's law and crime. And sometimes we get that problem with law and crime, which is why we switch to like court TV. But I'm a fan of law and crime instead of court TV. But yeah, see, we switched to court TV. But sometimes like we'll have that issue with law and crime's feed.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You should always, if you're ever feeling dizzy like that, or you have a high blood pressure, always check with a doctor or a hospital. Always. It could be something super simple. Alma's right. It could be something like your sinus is being blocked, messing up your equilibrium, or something like POTS, It could be something very, very stupid, but also not making you feel well. So I wouldn't worry about it until a doctor tells you to worry about it, But definitely get it checked out. That's my advice.
I think like, I don't even know why they're still doing this goddamn sidebar, but it don't make sense to me.
This is insane. Like, how long has this sidebar been? What are we at? 20 minutes? Like, what in the actual hell? Like, morning, B. Harley.
I don't know. We're up actually 30 minutes, actually, if you count
30? Yeah, we started right after 9, right? Like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely try to take an Uber or something if you're dizzy driving. That's probably not safe,
Yeah.
And definitely tell the doctor all of your symptoms, all of them, even if they're like embarrassing, because they can't diagnose. And I always say this to people, because people oftentimes will say to me, well, I don't want to tell the doctor it's embarrassing. Listen, the doctor can't help you if you don't tell them everything. Literally, the faster you tell them everything, the faster they can figure out what the hell's going on with you.
Yeah. I don't get it, man. I don't get why this whole thing is going on for this long. It's just so ridiculous. Because
I will figure that out today, Jesse. I will figure out the stupid ad thing. I have to go into like the settings and figure out how. I didn't even know ads could happen during a live stream.
Oh, yeah, they can. You could put them aggressively or unaggressive.
How do I find that, though? How do I get into it? Like, that's what I need to find out, is how do I get into it and change it? I have no knowledge of knowing that it does it during live streams. I've only known that you could do it like it does it after, like once it's on YouTube and you're not live anymore. Like,
yeah, I don't really
see. They help you as a creator. The ads help you, but like still they're annoying. So like I'd like to moderate them down a little.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't see ads because I have YouTube Premium.
Yeah, I have Premium too. So I don't have ads either, but my viewers who don't have Premium definitely are seeing ads during the first time I ever heard of a ad during a live stream was when they told me the other day. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
YouTube Studio. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that today and figure out what in the actual hell. Because it was only happened as soon as I got my monetization back. Then it was like instant. Like, so it must have been something that was already set that way since last time, I'm guessing. I was playing around with settings yesterday too, and I found this new screen over here I didn't know existed, that when you're live, you can watch like your chat, which I just normally did like on my regular screen, but there's actually one that shows you like your concurrent viewers and the chat rate and views and average view duration during that live stream right at that moment, which I've actually never seen this screen before. So it's actually kind of cool. Like, You can't skip them. Can you skip them, Jesse? No, you can't skip them. Oh my God, the law and crime dude. He drives me nuts. The law and crime dude's voice drives me nuts. So my husband was watching, I don't know what it was. He likes watching like cases where you see like they do like the interrogations and stuff. So he'll watch those kind of things on like YouTube, and Law and Crime has one that they do where they show like the entire interrogation until they crack and like, give a little bit of the truth. And one of them was the Law and Crime guy. And I'm in the other room and I hear his voice and I go, oh my God, is that the friggin' Law and Crime dude? And my husband's like, yep, I know. You can't stand his voice. I can't. And it's not his fault. It's literally because they pop those ads in so often with him. It's like, and Morgan. Like, what the hell? What the hell? Listen.
Yeah.
You're totally welcome, and you're never sidebarring anything. This is a community. That's what we've built it to be. So, like, if that means supporting someone that, like, it has even a question that has nothing to do with the case, then that's okay. Like, that's totally okay. Here, that's okay. I know some creators like to stick to the topic, but we're at a sidebar, number one, and number two, we always want to make sure everybody's okay.
Yeah. Oh, when's TV's next hearing? Dr.
June 9th. June. Oh God. Is it 6th or 9th? I feel like it's either the 6th or 9th, June 6th or 9th. But that is for like the mini trial for his violation of the restraining order from last year. So it's not technically for like the new stuff. It's just for that. So in between then, I don't know if there's another one between now and then for the other stuff, but I do know that there's other ones in June specifically. So
yeah, Jesus Christ.
Maybe after that, I'm guessing. So Girl with an Eagle Eye, who always gives us the most amazing updates, and we appreciate you so very much for it, girl. WCVB reporting new filing. Defendant supplemental list of prospective witnesses filed today. That might be what they're arguing about, folks.
Oh, okay.
A supplemental.
This seems like a trial by him.
The judge is not going to be happy about this.
Why would they need new witnesses in the literally 21st day of the trial?
I don't know if the judge would allow that. Like, you don't have to remember. You don't get asked.
She'll allow literally they'll allow them to do anything. I've never seen them even limit these people. Like, they literally lied to the judge's face, and it's like, well,
right,
slap on that fucking wrist.
Oh, here they come. I wonder, we're not going to know what they argued about or said resolution. Now they're going to bring the jury in because that's why they do this. They put it up to the ceiling so the jury can file in. They have to be arguing over that. Not
be like, okay, well, your big punishment's going to be voir dire. You're going to do a voir dire of the new witnesses that you have.
But the problem with that is, even if she gives them a voir dire, the Commonwealth has a right to rebut witnesses, and so they can't hire another rebuttal expert this far into trial. Like, it's just not an option. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I don't agree with like letting every Tom, Dick, and Harry come, because this is a complete fucking so crazy.
I'll try to find out who is on this supplemental witness list, if it's who's new, if there's anybody new. I mean, you would have to, there have to be someone new if you're filing a supplemental, but I will try to find out who the hell is on it. That's for sure. Thank you, Dr. Daddy Wolf, for your $4.99 as a super sticker. I appreciate it very, very much. I mute him. I can't stand it. The Law and Crime guy. I have no choice. Oh yeah. That one whole sidebar took that long, Mama Bree. Ridiculous. Like, WCBB says they can't access it yet. It'll be forthcoming, which means the court hasn't even put it into the damn system yet. That's how new it is. That means it was filed literally this morning. Like, ridiculous. So ridiculous. This is another trial by ambush, as Hank, and it's because they're losing and they know it. So like, they don't have a choice but to try to do something ridiculous like this. Although the judge allowing a brand new witness right now is not probably going to happen. I know she doesn't usually rule in the way that we want her to, but she has an obligation to keep the trial going on track and to not allow the defense to trial by ambush to the point where they can't even hire another expert for a rebuttal right now.
Yeah.
It's too late, it's too far into the trial. Not allowing it would be a huge disadvantage to the Commonwealth, and there's no remedy for that. So I don't think she'd be allowing any new witnesses.
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna start. We're probably gonna take our break now. Oh, guys, I had such a hard time. I'm gonna take a break. Bev needs a cocktail in the back.
Half an hour. Yeah, a whole half an hour was so much.
Too much work.
So ridiculous. Like, well, that's the thing. There's not really a chance, in my opinion, that the judge is going to allow it. Supplemental, which means it's different from the first one that they filed.
Yeah, you know what? I was watching Yellow Cottage down, and he had like a person on there that said the exact same thing as me months ago. I'm like, a while ago. It was like about, I think, over the weekend or something like that. I'm not sure.
I'm saying, was it Tuesday Gazette?
No, it was an actual, I think, a defense attorney on the prosecutor.
Oh, Jay Carney? Was it Jay Carney?
No.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was a she. And she stated, like, let's say like this person, like John, they got into a fight with John. John fell in the house. Wouldn't it have been a much easier that the 10 people just basically said, "Oh, a drunken man came in there and he fell and hit his head"?
Ridiculous.
And they could have gotten medical treatment for him, and they could have never been through this bullshit instead of a whole conspiracy. Or they could have tossed him in the train tracks in the back.
The train tracks were right out back. Right out back, dude. Like, what? Wait, hold on. John DePetro's reporting a 30-minute recess.
Jesus Christ.
So if that's the case, then this is what's happening. The judge is getting this information right now. And the judge is basically saying, I can't rule on this without looking at it. So I need to go into my chambers, look at what you filed, and then decide going forward. What she should have said was, we're going to continue this for the day, and I'll let you know tomorrow.
That's what she should do, actually. I agree with that.
There's no reason to hold a 30-minute recess to sit in your chambers and to read it when you know. I mean, here's the thing. Judges most of the time know how they're going to rule before they ever rule, okay? Just by the notion of it being a supplemental witness order from the defense tells her everything she needs to know. Is she going to allow any new witnesses from the defense going forward right now? No, there's no reason to. It's too far into trial, and the Commonwealth has a right to rebut. There is no remedy for that.
I said that. I literally said that, I think, before even John DePetro said that, actually. Yeah. But it's because everyone had common sense. So probably John DePetro thought like common sense and said, hey, wouldn't it be easier to cover up the crime from throwing them in the train tracks or having a fight? You know, every person with common sense has thought about that. Only idiots don't think that's an actual thought process. Like, only an idiot would think that the best way to dispose of a dead
leave them there
with their phone, your yard, with their phone, still alive,
right?
You know, I swear to God, if they take another half-hour break, I will fucking freak out.
I do believe Alma's right here too. Like, I'm sure the defense had this planned already. Like, this isn't something that they just found out about right now. And I think the judge also knows that. She knows the games that they play. And she knows this isn't something that they couldn't have brought forth 3 weeks ago. She knows this is a tactic for them to wait until the last minute, right before they're about to start their case, and do this. Like, and so I think that's just going to piss the judge off further, as she's already pissed off at them for playing FF games. Yes, she is defense leaning. We know that. She makes some decisions that make no logical sense.
All but there decisions are some that things, make no logical sense.
Right. There are some things that she kind of has to do because it's standard for every judge. She would not be allowed to allow brand new witnesses for the defense right now at this stage in trial, because the Commonwealth has a right to rebut those witnesses and have it prepared to rebut those witnesses. We are too far into trial to allow any brand spanking new witness. It's just not going to be allowed. I don't even know why the defense, it's again, here we go with the Hail Marys. And we know the defense is, huge with the Hail Marys when they know they're losing. And this is just one of those. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is one of those. Your husband hates Alessi. Well, my husband's not home during the day, obviously, but I bet he would fall asleep listening to Alessi. Like, right, exactly. You couldn't have done it last week. Well, they just filed it this morning, Jimbo. That's why they just filed it this morning. Was there something funny that I didn't see? Just, I don't know. maybe I'm missing something that was funny. Like, Karen's last week said they will be calling more witnesses than the first. Yeah, I mean, we already know that because they only called like 3 last trial. And we already knew that they had like 5 or 6 this trial anyway. But that's another thing that's going to screw them. Saying that, right? Saying that you have more witnesses and then filing something like this morning tells the judge that you already knew. You already knew. DJ NAP Town says this is an example of how judge doesn't know how to run a court. You have attorneys come in before the jury, so you work out these issues. Well, she did. The jury wasn't in there, but they still did it at a sidebar. And now you want to take a half an hour recess? I mean, go over the paperwork after court today. The Commonwealth still has witnesses they need to call, you know? The judge is the last one in the house. I mean, it's just insane to me. Like, was absolutely insane. Like, well, that's probably it too. The Commonwealth probably hasn't seen the list yet either. But again, they have the right to rebut. So, I mean, I don't see the judge allowing brand new witnesses at this point. They've had the entire trial to put in any witnesses they wanted. And then you guys wait until the very last minute. Come on. Oh yeah, they're definitely pivoting. She can't. Well, JMS, I would argue that she would allow it if I didn't know better when it comes to like Massachusetts and like the things that judges have to follow here. So even though like I think if it was allowed, she would do it, there has to be a remedy. So for her to allow it, there has to be a remedy for the Commonwealth to be able to have. And there is no remedy that exists for that.
I'm on Twitter. That's why I see Mr.
Oh, yeah. What do you see?
You know, no, just going through. And it says, lawyer, you know, says, been waiting 2 full trials for someone to prove John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Will Wiltshire deliver for the Commonwealth?
What trial is he watching? It's been proven like 72 times. Like
bro.
And again, that's a perfect example of somebody grifting on purpose and lying to their audience, knowing that they're lying. That's what.
And you know, like the funny thing is, he probably done like 100, like probably 500 car accident cases, and he's like, he's like, I don't know what a car accident case looks like, bro. You're like, we all know, you know. Stop the cap. We all know you know that this lady hit him with the car, and you're just playing games at this point for views. I swear to God, man.
Yeah, I'm behind in the comments. That's my bad. I'm behind in the comments, but I always like to touch on all you guys' comments. The defense is paying Bev like a fiddle. I mean, they have been the entire time, but it's her job as the, judge to get a hold of her goddamn courtroom.
You know what? If this is like the first time it happened, then you're kind of like, you have the defense the benefit of the doubt. But this is like the 16th time that this motherfucking happened. And it's getting to the point where, you're 20. First, you had a situation where you're in the like first 2 weeks in the trial, and you are literally bringing in a new report from these 2 witnesses, and then you allow that in. And now you're putting in 2 new witnesses. You're putting a new witness list of new people you want to bring in. And you did that in the first trial with that dog bite lady, which was really ridiculous that you let that person in. So it's like at a certain point, it gets to, it's like, what are we doing here? Like, what are we doing?
So Bestie said she has no idea who anyone is, but there are 4 people on the list. It says they notified prosecution on May 15th by email, and the motion is dated May 26th on the holiday. So it's like 4 people she doesn't recognize any of the names, she says. I believe that's what they were arguing about this morning is this. But supplemental witness list filed by the defense, Christina Rex has it, I think. B. Tim, look and see if you can see that.
Christina Rex.
Yeah, she's regular media. Bree said they're literally going to come back, bring the jury, and send them out immediately for a break. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they need to just skip the morning break. It's that simple. You need to skip right past it. Like, I'm sorry, but this judge needs more breaks than any judge I've ever seen who doesn't even go a full friggin' 8 hours.
Like, do you know her Twitter? What's her Twitter name?
It should be at Christina Rex, but I'm not sure. It might also have her, like Rex, REX is her last name, and Christina with a K.
Oh, with a K.
Yeah, with a K. It's Kristina, Christina. Yeah, right? The jury's been waiting an hour. 2 people from Milton, 1 from Canton, and 1 from Quincy.
Okay. Good morning. Okay, let me see. Okay, let's go. All right. It says here, it has, now comes the defendant Karen Reed, and the above caption matter provided provides the following supplemental list of witnesses for the defendant intends to call at trial for sole purpose of authenticating records. 1, Matthew Coleman, Quincy, MA. 2, Michael P. Arca, ARICO, Canton, MA. Nicholas David White, Milton, MA. And Jonathan Diamonitis. The Commonwealth was given notice by email that the defendant was adding above witness in defendant's witness list on May 15th, which is basically a middle trial.
They don't need people to authenticate records. They have, like, all of the records have come from the state police and everywhere else. You're not going to get someone else to authenticate records that came from somewhere else. The judge is not going to allow that anyway. So that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
you need 4 witnesses to authenticate records. That doesn't make sense. You basically want other people to say these records aren't real. That's what you want. Like,
I don't even know who these people are, to be honest with you.
I. Never heard of a single one of them. Matthew Coleman, Quincy, Mass. Michael P. Arico, Canton, Mass. I've never heard of any of these people before.
And like submitting this like in the middle of trial is to me like, what are you doing? Like, if these are just simply authenticating witnesses, why wasn't this done before trial while you're
exactly? And this is exactly what the judge is going to say, which is, you knew about this ahead of time. You said nothing. I cannot allow you to have 4 brand new witnesses that the Commonwealth has had no time to vet whatsoever, like, for cross-examination. Absolutely not.
It's out. It's
a
pretty out.
Nicholas David White, Jonathan Diamondis.
All right, whatever the hell.
The hell? Their names are, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I'd be mad if I was in the jury too. Like,
oh well, you know, these people are playing games. I mean,
this is insane. Freak's gonna look them up and see if he can find anything.
Well,
I don't know. We don't know what records that they're referring to. That's the thing. What records are they referring to that they need to authenticate? You know, like what?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, our judges aren't voted. They're just friggin' appointed. And we have no way of removing shitty judges in this state, which is I believe judges in every state should be voted in and out. If you're doing a shitty job, you need to be voted out. Like, you know, that's half of the reason why we have like so many shitty judges in the state of Massachusetts. It's because they know they can pretty much do whatever they want and nothing is going to happen to them. Literally nothing. Like, this is so strange to me. Like, I don't understand. Like, I just don't get it. Like,
I don't understand it either. It's kind of like, you know, this should have been done beforehand. You know, and then you tell the jury, we're almost done. We're ahead of schedule, but the fucking defense keeps on adding witnesses in the middle of the trial, and I'm just too weak of a judge to tell them to go fuck themselves.
Well, that's the thing. There are certain things that, like, she doesn't really have, like, just she has discretion, but doesn't have discretion over. This is one of those things where, like, yes, she has discretion, but also she doesn't. There are certain things that judges have to follow when it comes to keeping a trial on track. And when it comes to, like, you trying to introduce brand new witnesses almost at the end of a trial, I don't see her allowing it because she can't. Like, there is no time for the Commonwealth to vet or cross-examine these witnesses. And if they're only for Matthew Coleman's a tax examiner at the Mass Department of Revenue, what does that have anything to do with anything? There's nothing that they have at DOR that would, DOR is our Department of Revenue here in Massachusetts. They deal with things like child supports and, you know, all sorts of tax things. Like, there's a lot of things that DOR does here. But that doesn't make any sense to me. What records would need to be authenticated by DOR? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't even know if that's the witness, to be honest with you. You just don't know.
I mean, it might be. It makes sense that it would be. You know what I mean? Like,
how would that make sense? Why would you bring a Department of fucking tax for a murder?
Because we're talking about the defense here. They're playing any Hail Mary they can, and clearly they have some sort of avenue that they're thinking they can use it for. The problem is most of the records are records that came from, like, the state police or the Canton PD or one of many other, like the hospital. And it's like, those are already authenticated by those entities. There's nothing that Karen Reed is bringing into this trial that needs to be authenticated by anybody other than the hospitals, the police stations. Like, so the judge can't allow random people to come in and say that came from a hospital, I'm authenticating or not authenticating that. That's not how that works. And so for that reason, and for the reason that there's no time for the Commonwealth to be able to rebut these witnesses, cross-examine these witnesses, look into these witnesses, she can't allow it. She's not going to be able to. Even if she wanted to, she's not going to be able to. Right?
Yeah.
They're ahead of schedule, but all the delays. I just don't believe they're ahead of schedule. I also don't appreciate when the judge, if you guys remember last trial, when like a lot of the jurors were dismissed for like their behavior and shit they were doing, and the judge would say, don't worry about it. It's due to a personal issue. Now that's just lying to the jury, right? It's not a personal issue. Some of them were kicked off for being in a bar drunk and screaming about how they're going to free Karen. Like, you know what I mean? That's not, oh, jurors, it's just a personal issue. Like that's, I mean, come on, don't lie to the jury. They're not fucking stupid. Like, you know? Oh my God, imagine.
Wow.
Imagine one of the Commonwealth witnesses didn't pay their taxes. So now that's what they want to use is you didn't pay your taxes.
Oh my God.
I can't believe what you said.
Imagine Leslie going through someone's taxes and a cross.
Oh,
That would be fuck. At that point, I'm leaving. I would just be like, okay, nice being here, Twisted. I'm gone for the day.
I'd probably want to bash my head off a brick wall.
I'd probably tell like this is probably the stream you want to skip. Like guys, unless you're going through someone's taxes.
Talking about the realtor for the house, I don't think that was his name. I was guessing like maybe it's the realtor for the house, but that doesn't make sense because I don't think that was his name. The person that was the realtor for Fairview. It's just, but you have to remember they went after a LinkedIn, bro, an old social media thing that people use for jobs. Like no one updates those unless you're like a CEO. You know what I'm saying? Like most people don't update those unless you're actively looking for a job or like, you know, you're trying to like network or something. Like most of the time people
simply bring in a witness. If they simply bring in a witness just to say, well, Albert sold his house, authenticate, that would be kind of crazy to me. I'd be like, okay, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, do you really need an expert to authenticate that? I think everyone agrees that he sold his house.
Well, here's the thing. Then the Commonwealth would have like the option to like rebut. And to do that, they would need to see if Brian Albert still has, or any of either him or his wife still have the records of when they were talking about selling the house, or even Chris talking to Chris about it, or one of his other brothers talking about selling the house before John ever died. Like they have the right to rebut this whole theory of they only sold the house after John died and blah, blah. No, they were already talking about selling it before he died. Hold on a second. I'm getting some weird call. You guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. The whole case doesn't make fucking sense. Like this whole case of people that believe that this woman's innocent doesn't make fucking sense. I just think the defense is just grabbing at anything at this point, and it just seems as though they are doing every single fucking terrible tactic they can do to try to get this woman off, who is clearly guilty, in my opinion.
100%. 100%. I mean, I don't understand. Like, they do some really strange things. Like, for them to go as far as like going for a LinkedIn, it would not surprise me for them going for something like a realtor or tax forms or something utterly ridiculous. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what else do they have at this point? Like,
you know what? Someone brought up it could be like Proctor's friends that they just want to authenticate the text messages.
You can't use a third party to authenticate, though. That's hearsay.
I don't know.
You can't do that. Can't do that. You have to authenticate them through the phone company or him himself. You can't authenticate them through other people. And also the people that were on that text chain were the other troopers. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Like it was Buchanan, and they could have done it through him while he was there. And so the judge would have said, okay, well, Trooper Buchanan was here. He was on those text chains. Why didn't you do your cross on him with that? And the excuse can't be, oh, Your Honor, we didn't think of it. That's not how it works.
Yeah, I don't know who this, some people, I think Freaks is saying that the person might be from the owner and manager of Brookside Management. I looked that up too. And it's like, I don't know if that's the same, because people with same names, obviously. So I don't know.
Right.
Have you seen any trial like this before, Justin? No, absolutely not, actually.
No.
I think usually trials, I've never seen surprise witnesses being added in the middle of it. And usually I multiple times, not just once, but multiple times, I've never seen that. I also have never seen where expert reports are just rewritten in the middle of trial and just tossed in.
Nope.
I never seen a defense attorney write a report
Nope.
for an expert. This is like literally every single terrible fucking.
That's why her report should have been thrown out. But I mean, to be fair, he does get to cross-examine and be like, did Mr. Alessi help you write this report? Like, she's going to lie, though. So it's like, if you lie,
Well,
we're like, I hope they tack on a perjury charge. Like,
so the problem is
she
like
already told on herself. So
I think when you highlight the inconsistency of the defense too much, I think the jury's just gonna even more not believe it. Like,
right.
that's why I say like ignorance is like the mob runs on ignorance. And when you keep the jury kind of ignorance to those wounds and you leave it open, you help yourself. But when you start bringing in dog experts on your side and they get completely decimated on the stand, and then they bring in their dog expert that says nope, it's not, then you say to yourself, okay, those wounds weren't caused by a dog, so what could have caused those wounds? And then you start thinking to yourself, oh, there was a lot of pieces of taillight fragments around him and broken glass from a cocktail, and you start thinking about that. And that's the problem with playing this whole dog angle.
What? I see. Freak might be onto something here. Remodeling / construction. But here's the problem. Here's the problem with them trying to use a witness like this. And this is exactly what the Commonwealth would argue, which is you don't have a right to use third-party culprit because you have made no evidence to support a third-party culprit in this defense. Okay. And so if you want to try to do third-party culprit of they replaced the basement. First of all, there are actual receipts for the basement for the work that was done due to a leak. And there was a special company that came out to do the work. And there are receipts from the insurance company and stuff for that. So to try to allow someone in who does reconstruction or whatever, the Commonwealth would have the right to go get the records from you know what I'm saying? So it's like you can't go with a third party culprit argument that you have not developed to a point where you're even able to use it in this trial and then say we need to use this guy who does like construction and remodeling because they redid the basement. Like that's not going to be allowed. Like
another thing is let's say these are witnesses that are Proctor's friends or whatnot. When you call them as a witness, you can't treat them as like a hostile witness. You can't do you have to just treat them as you're calling them. These are your witnesses. You can't treat them for a purpose of impeaching them. So that's why Mr. Hank has decided not to call Proctor, because he would rather let the defense call him, and they can't call him on the behalf to impeach him. So they would have to question him like normally, and then he can do a more vigorous cross and mitigate the damage, basically.
Here's the funny is that I'm hearing that the defense sent subpoenas to Proctor's friends they got subpoenas over the weekend. Interesting. So here's the thing. What most people don't know is that in the investigation, when it came to Proctor, they actually went back 5 years. 5 years into his devices. And you know what they didn't find? Anything that had to do with any sort of cover up, hiding of evidence, or setting anyone up.
Anyway,
they found zero.
I gotta go. I got work soon. You guys, you have a good one. I'll jump up if I'm.
See you later, B. Tim. Have a good day.
You too.
But yeah, they didn't find any of that. So I don't think they're going to be allowed to call a bunch of Proctor's friends to hearsay a bunch of shit and try to use a third-party culprit through friends. They have not proven anything to use a third-party culprit. And the judge is going to know that this was clearly something they waited till last minute to do. I don't think there's any reason that she could allow it at all. I know, of course, the defense is going to, really, I think they knew that there's no way that the judge is going to be able to allow new witnesses in the middle of trial that's almost at its end when it comes to the Commonwealth's case, because they have no time to rebut or look into these people or anything like that. And also, they don't have a right to do third-party culprit. The defense is not allowed to do third-party culprit. They have not had any evidence to prove any other third party did anything. So the only defense they have is a Bowden defense. It's not going to help them any. Like it is, in trial by ambush, just like they've said. Jill Daniels' boyfriend did the basement work, so that he owns a carpet place. That's just something people were saying. You know what I mean? But they've had exactly years to get these witnesses together. I do not think that the judge is going to allow them to call Proctor's friends in to testify with no way for the Commonwealth to, cross-examine, look into, or have any time to do any of that. The judge can't allow it because it just would be unfair and she's already allowed like things that she shouldn't have. And I know that she knows that. So allowing this would basically be proving that you're extremely biased, and it wouldn't look good for her record as a judge. I don't think there's any way that she allows this unless it doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying and it's something that the Commonwealth agreed to. I don't know. But if the Commonwealth is not agreeing to this, which I doubt that they will, then I doubt we'll see any of those people, like, yeah, I like guessing though. We always like throwing it out there to see maybe if it's a possibility, like it's so funny because Hank always puts his stuff in early so that they have, and he's giving them things that he doesn't even have to. Let's make that abundantly clear. There are things that Hank does not have to give them a reciprocal discovery. But he, out of abundance of caution, gave them pretty much everything, even if it wasn't something that was required to be given to them. Why? Because the truth is the truth, and you can't retool the truth. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't matter what he gives them. The truth is the truth, and it'll be proven by the evidence as it has been. And they can retool anything they want. But your lie will never fit the actual truth. It's not the way it works. Their conspiracy lie will never fit what actually happened with the evidence ever, because it's not what happened. So, I mean, no, but Google can bring you, at least down some rabbit holes that you can look at. I don't think the defense is calling Proctor. I think that they want to call his friends in place of him, which is not, I mean, I don't know what they think they're getting out of that in any way, like, I don't know. I'm not sure if those are the friends he texted with or not. They don't tell us. So we're not really sure if those are the people he texted with, but even if they were, you want to authenticate them, you authenticate them with him. He's already on the witness list. So I don't think the judge is going to allow them to authenticate it with 4 other random people when they could authenticate it with him and he is on the witness list. The judge is going to say, you can call Trooper Proctor if you want to authenticate them with him. Or you don't have to. One or the other. It's your choice. But what you don't get to do is try to introduce 4 new witnesses to authenticate text messages he had between maybe him and them, when he is already on the witness list and knows that he could be called to testify. So no, I don't think the judge is going to allow 4 new random people to be introduced onto the witness list to testify at all. Like, I do think that it's definitely, I think you're onto something there where it must be something that Karen's insisting on, because for me, as someone who knows, law and trials, this looks like a very desperate attempt of like just doing what Karen wants them to do. A very short Hail Mary, a way to rile up the mob a little more, but not necessarily get what they're asking for. You know what I mean? So that's another precedent that it sort of sets, right? Is like, so everybody who's a witness in a case magically is going to get their text messages thrown out to the world because any defense can throw some ridiculous assertion. And then, most judges don't just hand over someone's private text messages because the defense makes a ridiculous assertion. You have to have some sort of evidence to support or prove it to get anything. Otherwise, that's why it's called a fishing expedition. New filing says the Commonwealth was notified of new witness list on May 15th. Even if they were notified on the 15th, it looks like nobody knew shit until this morning, because if the Commonwealth was notified, why wasn't the judge notified? The court would have been notified, which means it was not, they might have been told like, hey, we want to bring these people in. And the Commonwealth might have said, no, we don't agree to that. But you did not formally file anything until the date on the top of that paper is stamped. And that is when the Commonwealth is served. Like, you can tell them, 100 different things, but until the judge sees it, it's not really a formal notification. Yes, they can email in notification. I'm not saying they can't email in notification. They can. Of course they can. But for the Commonwealth to respond to that during their own, like, middle of their trial would be ridiculous. Like, and maybe Hank just said, you know what, wait until they actually notify the court. And that way we can argue in front of the judge that, no, we don't agree. No, we're not, going forth with being able to look into these 4 people while we're putting on our own case right now. This is utterly ridiculous. Like, so stupid. Like, right? I mean, I do think it'll be over. Oh yeah, the carpet that he claims that they have, that they definitely don't have. And even if they did have a piece of a carpet, there's literally nothing on it but dust. Maybe the DNA of the homeowners. Like, I find it so funny that she claimed she had a piece of carpet that she couldn't test because she didn't have the money, which is utterly absurd. Someone who's made over $1 million off grifting off of other people. You can't test the carpet. Come on, stop it. Well, that's what I'm told, that they got subpoenas. That's another thing. He didn't hit carpet. You know what I'm saying? Like, she has, I mean, there are certain things she can and can't do. They should just call him. I think that's what the Commonwealth is going to argue, is that they could just call Michael Proctor. And of course, the defense is going to argue they shouldn't have to call Michael Proctor because that would be detrimental to their case, and they know it. They're trying to make him the boogeyman. If Hank gets him for cross, he's no longer going to be a boogeyman, and they know it. So their best bet is to not call Proctor at all. And I think that's what they're trying to avoid. They're trying to avoid calling him by trying to call 4 other people that he might have had text messages with. I don't think the judge is going to allow that. If you want to call Trooper Proctor, you can. He's been on the witness list. But to introduce 4 new witnesses this far into trial is improper. Exactly. That's what they're trying to do. And I just don't think it's going to work out for them. It's not something I think the judge is going to allow them to do. He was already on the witness list. If you want to authenticate them, you can authenticate them with him. Oh, it's nice to speculate once in a while on what might be going on, I know, anything but challenge the bold-faced facts, anything to get around the facts. That's what, the defense is trying to do currently. Oh, I've watched the Bundy trials a bunch of times. I was watching stuff on BK. Sometimes I go down one of those crime rabbit holes. Oh, but some of those serial killers, like the Night Stalker, Richard Ramirez, Ted Bundy, I am fascinated in the psyche of it. Like, what makes a person snap to that point where they think like that kind of behavior is normal at all? Like maiming and killing people, like that's not normal. Like that's like that's something is wrong in your brain for you to snap to that point. And so I'm sort of fascinated with like the psyche of it. Like what makes what is in all of these people's brains, these serial killers' brains, that make them do what they do? Is there like just something that's messed up in the brain? Is there something in childhood where they hit their head and something changes in the makeup of your, the chemicals in your brain that make you act that way? I don't know, but it's fun to look into sometimes.
You are unmuted.
Yeah, real out of scope in my opinion. Here we go. Let's find out, because we got to go on a field trip and return my sister's car. So
Right. I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar again.
are you fucking kidding me? Excuse my French, but are you effing kidding me? It is wrong towards the jury. Not guilty by reason of assholes. Well, here we are in our second sidebar for this nonsensical nonsense. I do think that, yeah, they're sort of like changing their, I know, Jane, you're telling me it's definitely an FTF. Yeah, it is not normal. Not normal. That's for sure. I'll tell you, not normal. Oh my God, Fred Durst. Yeah. It does. The smiles and the giggles, the just being like a psychopath. It definitely reminds me of that in that way, And yeah, if they call Proctor, he would be sort of rehabilitated by the time he was crossed by Hank, and they want to keep him the boogeyman, Her reactions drive me nuts too. It's just like an utter lack of self-control. If I was on the jury, I would be very pissed off. Very pissed off. Like, this is a waste of time, especially when the judge is constantly telling them, we're trying to streamline things. We do these sidebars to try to help. Clearly, every time they do these sidebars, it makes things take longer. It's not streamlining a goddamn thing. So, like, if I'm the jury, I'm not just pissed off at, like, the defense for this BS. I am pissed off at the judge for allowing it at this point. Like, very strange, She is smug. We said that in the first trial, and I said that if come the second, she's not going to be able to control her smug facial expressions and the way she acts either. And I was right. She can't. She can't. Like, I love The Nightmare Before Christmas. My middle daughter loves The Nightmare Before Christmas. Loves it. My little loves Stitch. She loves Stitch. And I love that she loves Stitch because Stitch is from the 90s. You know what I mean? Like, I love that she loves Stitch. I got to get her. She wants a Stitch lamp and Stitch curtains for her room. I haven't had a chance to even like put something like that on my wish list, but she told me the other day she wants a Stitch lamp and Stitch curtains to match her. She has a Stitch bedspread. She has a Stitch backpack and Stitch ears and Stitch sunglasses. The only thing she doesn't have is the Stitch Crocs. I found those on Amazon. They were super cute. But she wants everything to match in her room. Stitch. She has a Stitch necklace too. It looks like it, you know, it looks like it. It is strange. I feel like her sister might be the only one that's not strange, considering her sister doesn't want any part of this nonsense, you know? Like, any part of it. No empathy and no soul is right. Like, only an hour and a half later. Yeah, exactly. They don't hurry up. I'm going to take you guys on a field trip without... I wanted to wait until they're like, you know, talking for a witness because... And I'm going to need somebody to write down the name of the first witness because I'm not going to be able to write it down because I have to go bring you guys with me on a field trip here down the street. It's like, dude, by the time we get here, it's like, what, 40 minutes until they take like a break? Like, I mean, I could have done, you are right, Jennifer. You could have slept in. I could have eaten my breakfast by now. Like, you know, I could have done a few things, like could have came a little late today. Like I ran around like a donkey this morning trying to make sure I was here on time. I sat in traffic 2 ways, like 40 minutes each way already. It's already a 30 to 40 minute ride each way anyway. And then on top of it, sitting in traffic, like it was a nightmare. I'll tell you that much. A freaking nightmare. Karen can appeal until the cows come home. I don't think she'll ever win a single appeal. You know, I don't know. That's a good question. To me, it's very apparent that the judge rules based on appeals. You know, the Commonwealth does not get to appeal a lot of things. So, you know, that's why she defense leans, but she was also a defense attorney. So that's another reason. Like, well, the defense is always going to bully. I don't know. It's a good question. I noticed that too. Like, why is he sitting back? Why isn't he up there? I mean, I know it's a lessee arguing it, but usually all the attorneys go because you need to know what's going on. You need to know what's being argued instead of just bits and pieces when they come back and tell you. Like, oh, green, gross. You're supporting her favorite sewer turtle? Gross. And I appreciate that. You are always definitely there for me when I need you and I'm running late. And I appreciate that like so much. Right? And more like another sidebar, morning break. Like, come on, man. Do me a favor, guys, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button while we're here. If you want to donate to the channel, we could very well use the help. We're a small channel. We only survive on donations from you guys. These are the best ways to do it. We do have monetization back, but that's not the streamlined way to do it. You know, YouTube takes their cut. It takes about a month for me to receive anything from that. So this is the way to keep the channel sort of afloat in the meantime. Are these ways. And we do have a link for those of you who just want to use credit or debit, but we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. There's a ticker that I'm going to put on the bottom of the screen that's going to be there throughout the entire day so that if you want to donate at any point, you can just look down and see those options. And if you ever need one of the other links, we have links to the wish. Everything is also in the description on my channel. All of the links for PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, all of the links are there in the wish lists on the description on my like profile page of the channel itself as well, along with in the description of the video if you're on like the replay crew. I'd be annoyed. I've never seen anything like this before. And I live in this state, you know? Bustin' Judge Hippler. Oh my God, amazing, right?
Yes, sir.
Who is this? We don't know who this is.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you. Let me reflect for your super sticker. I love it. It's a little coffee cup with I love it. The chicken. I love it.
We're going to have a short voir dire. Okay, so
A
Mr.
voir
Leslie-
dire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you fucking kidding me? I can't. All right, I'm taking you guys on a field trip right now because I gotta bring my sister's car back. This is nuts. No, they didn't bring the jury in if they want to voir dire this person. God damn.
Morning, Dr. Welcher.
Good morning.
If you look at any documents in answering my question, I appreciate you letting me know that, okay?
Okay,
Do you have any documents open in front of you at this moment?
I do.
Dr. Welcher is the accident
Your Honor, I've asked
reconstruction.
until the question
Can
comes
you
up.
do without it, sir, for a few minutes?
Depending on the question, sure.
Okay.
Thank
So
you
just
for
let us know
being
if
a
you need
member.
to
Let me
look at it.
reflect.
Don't look at it without.
Thank you for being a new member. I appreciate
All right,
you.
go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your
Alessi.
Honor. Dr. Welcher, you have changed your PowerPoint presentation in the last few days in this case, correct?
I deleted a slide and removed a couple words.
Right, but you've changed your PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct. I deleted a slide and deleted a couple words.
Who have you spoken to at the Commonwealth in the last 2 weeks? Anybody associated with the Commonwealth, who have you spoken to?
In the last 2 weeks, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lally, Lieutenant Tully.
Anyone else?
I think Mary Ellen Gray,
Anyone else?
the tech person Cindy this morning.
And with regard to those conversations, what prompted those conversations? Who initiated them?
I was originally told I was going to have to be out here last Monday. So there was a whole flurry of conversations around that. I was initially told I may have to give all my rebuttal testimony on a whole huge data set I'd received.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. My question was simply because we have a limited amount of time. Who initiated the conversations?
Oh, there were multiple conversations.
How many?
I have no idea.
More than 10?
I'm sorry?
More than 10?
Probably not.
All right. What did you discuss with, you understand it's no longer Detective Lieutenant Tully. It's, as I understand, it's Lieutenant Tully. Did you have you said you had conversations with him, correct?
Correct.
When was the first conversation? How many? And what are the nature of those conversations?
Are you limiting it to the last 10 days or in total in my life?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Last 2 weeks. I believe it was when I got here on Saturday night, I informed them I'd landed. And then Sunday morning, he gave me a ride over to the district attorney's office.
And what did you discuss from when you, did you have any discussions with Lieutenant Tully before Saturday, within the last 2 weeks?
Not to my knowledge.
What did you discuss with Lieutenant Tully? Topics.
Give me a time frame.
I keep saying the last 2 weeks. That's the time frame I'm looking
all
at.
the conversations I had with him.
Yes,
Can you have somebody pick me up at the hotel?
I'm talking substantive, sir, about your outline, your PowerPoint presentation. Topics of, what discussions about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
I had no discussions with him about the topics of my PowerPoint presentation.
Who did you have discussions with from the Commonwealth about the topics in your PowerPoint presentation?
Mr. Brennan, Mr. Lally.
Describe those conversations and how many you had, including the first one that you had.
Well, I originally submitted my presentation with my original report way back, I believe in January.
Right. I'm asking for conversations within the last 2 weeks.
Okay, your question wasn't clear. Then on Sunday, we just went through top to bottom through my presentation. Mr. Brandon wanted to make sure he understood everything in it. And then I met with Mr. Brandon again on Sunday. We ran through it briefly again. And then that was largely it.
Who suggested the changes to your presentation?
Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Brennan suggested the changes that you make.
He indicated some of the things, for example, the slide I deleted referenced testimony that I was not allowed to include on a slide.
Were there any discussions with anybody from the prosecution team about the changes with regard to the what I will call the Dighton route, the Dighton distance, and the total mileage? Do you know which slide I'm referring to, sir?
I do, yes.
Who initiated the discussion on the changes to that slide?
So that slide was changed, I don't know, probably 8 or 10 days ago.
Oh, it was changed 8 or 10 days ago.
Correct.
Were there any changes made from 8 or 10 days ago to what's now in your presentation?
Not beyond what we've talked about.
Oh, okay. So 10 days ago, those changes were made.
8 to 10
8 to 10.
days ago. I could actually probably figure out exactly when if you like.
Now my next questions go to Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is a colleague of yours at Aperture, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of issues relating to the accuracy or inaccuracy of his CV?
Unfortunately, I've been bombarded with emails that have referenced that. I've seen it. I have not read them.
You've been bombarded with them, but you have, and you say unfortunately, but you have not read any of them? None?
Maybe 1 or 2 lines. For example, they come in, they're looking like legitimate business emails. And then I pull it up as a business email. I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to do this. Court said I can't look at this.
Now, I want to go back to your slide presentation. I understand that you intend, subject to our objections at the court's ruling, you intend to present testimony with regard to your PowerPoint where you are going to elaborate on your 1231.38 to 1231.43 trigger 1162.2, and you're going to add to what has been in your presentation a verbal discussion with regard to Mr. Burgess's change that he made in his May 8th report with regard to the variance time window. Do I have that correct?
No, you don't. It's not based upon a verbal discussion. It's based upon his report.
Okay, so you're going to make, you propose, what you're intending to do is you want to add the change from Mr. Burgess's May 8th report to what you're going to testify to on your PowerPoint. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
And the only reason you're going to testify with regard to altering the 1231.38 to 1231.43 window is because of what Mr. Burgess has done on May 8th. Is that correct?
It's better data. So I'm altering it and correcting it with better data that I've received from Mr. Burgess.
Right. But my point is, if it weren't for Mr. Burgess's change, you wouldn't be making any changes in your testimony, correct? It's only because of what Mr. Burgess did on May 8th. Is that correct?
Only from his report, correct.
Correct. So, and you understand, sir, that that change has significant effects on the very issues in this case with regard to the timeline and the collision you allege occurred, and comparing it to human volitional conduct of Mr. O'Keefe with regard to his manipulation of the phone. You understand the consequences of that change, do you, sir?
I do. I would disagree with your assertion that it's consequential. Again, my original data, which is in my PowerPoint and has not changed, that data is still there. The timing was extremely close within the error of the measurements, which Mr. Burgess ultimately showed in his subsequent report that was within the variance associated with those timing devices.
I understand, but my point, sir, and I want to understand if I have it correct, is that is going to move the time that you assert the 1162.2 trigger occurred, correct?
Correct.
He's arguing about seconds, guys. This
You
is
would agree that's
very
a substantial change given the issues in this case when seconds matter, or do you think it's an insignificant change?
I wouldn't say it's insignificant. Again, I haven't modified.
Doesn't
my
matter.
PowerPoint
She's still
at
hidden.
all. I was happy with the data I had and satisfied with the data I had. Again, once presented as engineer would with better data, we use better data. It brings it, I'm sorry. It brings it,
let him finish.
Yeah.
it brings it closer in time to Ian Whiffin's last contact point data. But even if we don't have that, given what I knew about the variance in the cell phones, my time was still within that window anyway.
Sir, you've just answered my question, which is you agree that it affects the timeline in the activity of Mr. Whiffin's report. You said brings it closer. Did I have your words correctly?
Correct. What I was concerned about was your word about significant change. It brings it closer. It doesn't necessarily bring it significantly closer. My original timeline was very close, within the range of the accuracy of those types of cell phones, infotainment system data. So even if I didn't have Mr. Burgess's subsequent report, the data is still within that time window.
Sir, isn't it a fact that with the variance of Mr. Burgess that you want to testify to, that there is a change because your 1162.2 trigger 12/31/38 to 12/31/43, you know that there's a device lock event on the phone of Mr. O'Keefe after that time period. You understand that, correct?
So again, there's a window of plus minus on that. Technically, those timestamps on that are, as you indicated, again, it's literally, I wrote that on my slide. It includes my slide where I have that exact comment.
But my question, sir, is the change means now that with the Mr. Burgess variance moving, you now have part of the moving range that occurs after the device lock, whereas before your change, the device lock occurred after every bit of your range of 1162.2. I have that correct, don't I, sir?
You do.
Okay.
Okay, so
Your Honor,
that's it.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to bring the jury in. Are they outside the door? Awesome. You may as well stay right there.
Thank you.
Okay? I'll see you at sidebar. No, they can come in.
This is an epic, not only waste of time, sorry guys, we're still on a field trip, but this is an epic waste of time over seconds. And obviously the defense has, quote, retooled their defense again about the seconds. Otherwise it wouldn't be such a big deal. It's within the plus or minus of the time. Wait, hold on.
So I have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we met last week? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here last week? Thank you. With that, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sir, can I have you stand and raise your right hand?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
May I refer to my resume? May I refer to my resume?
All right, Mr. Brennan,
Thank
whenever
you.
you're ready.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Mr. Brennan.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter who's next to you?
Absolutely. My name is Judson Welcher. My first name is Judson. Last name is Welcher, Welcher.
Sir, what do you do for a profession?
I'm an accident reconstructionist and biomechanical engineer.
I'd like you to explain to us a little bit about what an accident reconstructionist does.
Sure. You can think of accident reconstruction and things such as this as the physics and engineering that happens in car crashes. So accident reconstruction tends to deal with everything that happens to the car and outside the car, skid marks, vehicle damage, the electronic recording systems in the vehicle, things that have to do with the motion forces and how the physics of everything occurred and how that affected the motion of the vehicles.
You said that you were an accident reconstructionist, but also a biomechanical engineer. How is your work as a biomechanical engineer different than an accident reconstructionist?
So simply, you can think of biomechanics as similar, but to everything inside the car. So biomechanics is looking at how the effects of physical forces are applied to the human anatomy. When I'm trying to explain to somebody what I do, I say, hey, it's like a civil engineer who's designing a bridge. So many trucks and cars on the bridge. Are that going to cause the beams in the bridge to fail? Is that going to cause the cables to fail? So a human body is governed by the same laws of physics, just like the bridge. Obviously, it's made of a lot of different materials, but in the human body, my beams are bones. My cables are the muscles and ligaments. Different material properties, but everything's governed by the laws of physics and principles of engineering. So I'm looking at how physical forces, the outside of the car, when people are inside the car, seat belts, airbags. The first seatbelt was patented by an engineer. It's engineers who quantify the force of the crash and what kind of injury damage there is to the body. So it is force that causes damage like a fracture. And so we're looking at how the physical forces are applied to the body and what that means in terms of what happens to the body.
Dr. Welcher, I want to ask you a little bit about how you became a biomechanical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. Can you tell us?
Sure. So when I was getting ready to go to college, my father, who was a physician, said, whatever you do, do not go to medical school. Because I was getting ready to go to medical school. So this was 39 years ago, I believe. 35 years ago, 39 years ago. He said, it's just not worth it. So I said, okay. So then I entered into the mechanical engineering. I grew up riding motorcycles, taking things apart, frequently pissing my parents off when I couldn't put it back together. But I like taking things apart and figuring out how things worked. So I went to university and got my undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering. From there, I happened to be at a Thursday meeting of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. A group came in from a company that did this type of work, and they showed some examples of how you apply engineering concepts that you learn in mechanical engineering to the human body. And so I was like, man, that's a great job. That's the perfect mix of engineering that I have and my desire, to learn the medical side of things as well without becoming a doctor. So I talked to them. I actually applied to the company and was ultimately hired as a biomechanical engineer.
How long did you continue as a biomechanical engineer until you went back to school?
So I actually, very quickly after I started the job, I took a human anatomy class at a community college. I quickly realized that wasn't enough. And so in around 1993, I went to the USC Medical School and enrolled through what's called concurrent enrollment, which means you can take the class, but you're not actually in medical school. It's a medical school class. But I took gross human anatomy. So it was me and 160 or so other doctors. I took the same human anatomy that first year medical students at USC took. So it began in 1993.
Did you continue to work as you pursued your higher education?
I ultimately started my own company, continued to work, continued to do research, had a wonderful opportunity to have two beautiful children, and continue to this day.
Tell us a little bit about the company you started and when.
Sure. So in about October of 1994, I started my own company. Me and the guy who was my immediate supervisor said, hey, we can do this better. We can do more research, more testing. And so we started our own company.
What kind of company was it?
It was an accident reconstruction and biomechanical engineering company. We also early on did a bunch of testing and design work for amusement park rides. The same concepts for car crashes, applies to roller coasters, basically anything. So we worked and had some contracts on improving ride safety. And I was also on the ASTM committee that looked at amusement park ride designs.
Did that company grow from 2 people?
Correct. We took it from 2 to about 25 people, and then we ultimately sold it in right around January 1st of 2022.
Before 2022, did you obtain a master's degree?
I did.
And what was that in and where was that from?
So again, I was working full time. Actually, while I was doing my master's degree, I was also teaching classes at Texas A&M through their law enforcement training division. So it was extension classes. But I ultimately completed my master's thesis in December of 2001. That was from USC, University of Southern California. And I received my master's degree in biomedical engineering. I wrote my thesis. It was basically on automotive seat design, but it was titled Whiplash-Associated Disorders, Related Anatomy, Biomechanics of Injury, and the relationship between injury potential and automotive seat design.
Pardon the interruption. If Dr. Welcher reads from this report, which I think he just did, can we know when he's doing that?
Sure. Dr. Welcher asked me if he could refer to his resume, and I said yes. So if you read, just let us know.
Thank you.
And it's my resume, not my report.
Your resume, did I say?
No, you did. He said report.
Yeah, no, it's his resume.
You share with us that your company continued to grow until you ultimately sold it in 2022. During that time, did you continue to pursue higher education after you obtained your master's degree?
I did. So again, ever since 1993, I've been slowly pursuing higher education, both obtaining my master's degree as well as my PhD. During that time frame, I also published 20 peer-reviewed scientific publications. I taught for 5 years at Texas A&M and served as a peer reviewer for both the Society of Automotive Engineers and for a short period on the Archives of Physical Medicine. So I was working and running a company with my co-creator, as well as teaching, conducting research, publishing, also while going to school part-time.
Take us to 2011. Were you still pursuing education at the University of Southern California?
I was.
And what occurred? What did you achieve in 2011?
So in August of 2011, I finally obtained my PhD in biomedical engineering. I wrote my dissertation, reading from my resume, titled Development, Validation, and Testing of a New Sensor Array for Intra-Articular Pressure Measurement, In Vitro Human Lumbar Spine, Intra-Articular Facet Testing, which is a lot of big words to say. I was testing cadaver spines, looking at the loads inside the spines associated with various motions of the spine.
Did you achieve your PhD in biomechanical engineering?
It's actually in biomedical engineering. Biomechanics is within the field of biomedical engineering.
So you have a PhD in biomedical engineering.
Correct.
You mentioned that you have published many articles. Have there been articles that you have published that are relevant to some of the subjects that you're going to talk about during your testimony?
I mean, I have a number of, again, peer-reviewed scientific publications. Peer review just means you submit it to a journal and they have other people review it, give you comments, your peers in the field. I do believe there are a number of them that could certainly be relevant to both the physics and, for example, pedestrian injuries.
If I could mention a few. You wrote an article on sideswipe collision dynamics. What's sideswipe collision dynamics?
So I was actually an invited speaker at the World Congress, or sorry, not the World Congress, the World Reconstruction Expedition. They asked me to give a presentation on the theory, science, and mathematics behind sideswipe or side impact collisions. That would include side collisions, glancing collisions, shallow angle impacts, such as like a corner of a bumper goes into the side of a car, any kind of glancing or clipping type impact.
Similarly, in many of the articles that you wrote, is one of them about methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles?
It is.
Tell us a little bit what that.
So that was a Society of Automotive Engineers paper. Again, another peer-reviewed paper that we worked on. It was kind of an extension or continuation of all that research, where we just looked at the physics and the mathematics, basically the reconstruction of glancing or sideswipe type impacts.
Similarly, methods for quantifying the impact severity of low-speed side impacts at varying angles. Is that similar to the other papers, or was that different?
Yeah, I thought that was the same one.
If I can continue, another article or publication that you wrote, occupant kinematics and loading in low-speed lateral impacts. What does that mean?
So in the course of my career, I've done probably 12 to maybe 1,300 actual crash tests. I've crashed everything from skateboards, mopeds, up to trains, motorhomes, and ambulances. I've conducted, relative to this case, probably or been involved with 50 to maybe 70 pedestrian impact tests. So the low speed side impact one is we actually put human volunteers in side impact collisions. And what we did is we had accelerometers, which are things that measure acceleration. If you had physics or memory, Newton told us force equals mass times acceleration. So knowing the acceleration of something, you can get an idea of how much force is applied to it. So we have various sensors on the body. We have various sensors on the car for the reconstruction aspects of it. So that study was the biomechanics portion. And the first paper you read about the reconstruction was the reconstruction portion. So the first paper you discussed was everything outside the car. Then we looked at how the forces applied to those impacts to people inside the car.
Have you had a lot of publications and studies about the force applied to people outside of a car?
I don't know if I'd say a lot, but I was an invited lecturer to the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference, where I specifically gave a paper and a series, or basically a lecture on what's called pedestrian impact biomechanics, which was exactly as the name implies, what happens to pedestrians when they're impacted predominantly by cars and vehicles.
How much of your work involves pedestrian impacts?
Probably maybe 10%, 5 to 10%. Most of it's car to cars.
Biomechanics of low-speed impacts. Is that another paper that you wrote?
That is a paper I wrote.
I don't want to read all of your papers and all of your publications, but on a different topic, did you write a paper on the study of the measurement of Generation 2 Toyota event data recorders and low-speed side impacts?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about what measurement of event data means in this?
So Toyotas, newer Toyotas particularly, have two types of electronic equipment on board that can record crashes. There is what's referred to as an event data recorder, or EDR. It's somewhat commonly referred to as a black box. It's not exactly right, but it's close. And then there's a secondary system, which is really more closely tied to maintenance. That's called TechStream, but it will pick up data that you can frequently relate back to various events. So that particular paper was looking at the event data recorder data in Toyotas.
We'll get more into that subject later, but is it event data recorders subject that you're well schooled at?
Yes.
In addition to the papers that you've written, have you continued through the years and after becoming a PhD, your research in this area, in these areas?
Correct. For example, every year we're part of a conference called SATI, which is our company, largely led by an engineer, Christopher Furbus, that we work with, has spearheaded us going out and conducting crash tests for that conference. For 10 years, we did a lot of the instrumentation and crash testing at the Accident Reconstruction and Collision Safety Institute conference. And then for a number of years, I actually, the company actually went down and did crash testing for what's referred to as a Spine Research Institute down in San Diego. So we've been hired by various professional organizations. We came out here once, the Massachusetts Association of Action Reconstructionists, I think I'm messing the name up, had a conference. We came out here, conducted crash tests for training other experts out here. We did all the instrumentation, the biomechanics of that crash testing.
In your research and testing, you have pages with dates of the different researches and testing you've done. There's over a dozen of the research and testing items and articles that deal with pedestrians. Is that a common topic in your research and testing?
Yes. So again, frequently at the conference, we're doing pedestrian tests. The last Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute conference, there was a series of pedestrian crash tests run there. SATI 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, some pedestrian crash tests that were done there as well. So there are a number of instances on my resume where I have both attended class, and then I mentioned the one time where I gave an hour and a half long lecture on pedestrian injuries.
After you became a PhD or a doctor, do you continue your education and research?
Correct. I've always continued my education and research up until, I just got back from the event data or Action Reconstruction Collision Safety Institute EDR conference, or the Event Data Recorder Summit. My company, through my relationship with the founder of that summit, was a sponsor. So Aperture was actually a sponsor of that conference. We actually sponsored it the previous year as well. And also as part of that, I assisted one of the researchers in conducting, it's called front camera module testing for pedestrian impacts on Chrysler vehicles. Excuse me, General Motors vehicles.
As a biomedical engineer, are there any groups, organizations, or certifications that are important?
I think ACTAR is important. So ACTAR is an acronym. It's ACTAR, and that's short for the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists. And so it's a bunch of professional groups, originally from some concerns, I believe, from the Department of Transportation, got together and set standards for reconstructionists. Again, these are kind of minimum standards. You have to show, you send in your resume, you talk to them about your research, and then if you're deemed qualified, you sit for an examination that tests your skills, day-long test, theory, a practical portion, and then every 5 years, you have to have 60 continuing education units to become reaccredited. I've been an accredited action reconstructionist since February of 1995, and my accreditation is current and active up through today.
So you've been accredited for 30 years?
Yeah, correct.
I don't want to trick you on the math.
No, I never thought about it, but yeah, I guess it has been 30 years.
Have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you testified in state courts?
I have.
Have you testified in federal court?
I have. Matter of fact, in Boston.
Have you ever testified in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified being called by the plaintiff?
I have.
Have you ever testified being called by a defendant in a civil case?
Yes.
Have you testified in criminal cases?
I have.
Have you ever been called by the state or the government?
Yes.
Have you ever been called by a defendant?
Correct. Public Defender's Office.
In any of the cases, whether it's civil, criminal, plaintiff, defendant, government defendant, does that in any way change your analysis about data, regardless of who or where you testify?
No. I take my job as to be a critical analysis of the data. So I wanted to look at the data as objectively as possible and form conclusions based upon the data, trying to remove wherever possible speculation, try to remove wherever possible reference to testimony. Now, sometimes testimony is the only thing we have, and so we need to rely on it for bits and pieces. But generally, my job is to try and look at data and see what the data shows. I have no dog in this fight. I don't, quite frankly, care. What I'm doing is trying to do a good engineering job, which is looking at the data and drawing sound principles and sound conclusions from the data.
Presently, you said you had a company and you sold it. Where do you work?
It's a company called Aperture. I guess we were acquired or merged into it technically.
How many offices do you know if Aperture has?
Oh God, I should know that. I mean, we have them in Massachusetts. We have them in, I think there's 3 or 4 in Texas. There's, I think, 4 or 5 in California. So I want to say there's at least, I don't know, 13 to 15.
Do you work at a particular location?
I do.
Where do you work?
Long Beach, California.
Do you work with other people? Do you have a team?
I do.
How many people are on your team?
5.
And what's the team comprised of?
It,
Is everybody a PhD and engineer?
one individual is a PhD in engineering, Dr. Umali. And then I have 3 other engineers and 1 case reader. I guess it's 6 people. I have a case manager as well.
Is there any, do you work interchangeably at the different branches around the country, or do you have your own team in California that you work with?
99% of the time, it's my own team. Occasionally, we'll get a case from another office. I've worked on a couple cases out of the Texas office and maybe a couple out of the Nevada office.
A conspiracy sneeze. I love it.
Any data or information relative?
Good time to
Yes.
pop in, Lou.
In
Dr. Welcher,
looking
the
at
accident
data
reconstructionist.
information, do you try to look at a narrow or a broad range of information?
So I definitely cast a very broad range. We try and get as much information as possible. And
I know,
then,
right? She didn't give us a
um,
ruling. Not that I heard.
You know, weed it down to what is important, weed it down to what is consistent with the data. So start off very big and then get down to sort of the meat and potatoes of it, the important information.
Do you necessarily rely on everything you look at?
I got your back,
No,
guys.
I certainly consider everything I look at, but I frequently don't rely on everything because sometimes it's not reliable or it's irrelevant.
In this case, can you share with
Right,
us
man.
materials generally that you looked at in your review?
Sure. Your Honor, may I read from my report?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Reporter, I
Right.
apologize. It's a lengthy list. Slow.
Oh,
So I have police reports, including the Canton PD incident report, and I have 8 other reports, also the 34 Fairview Road Rams final report or cars report. I have the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's residence. I believe that's One Meadows. I have the cruiser cameras, which are the police vehicles, onboard cameras, both front and rear cameras from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
thank you, Willow.
I believe 10 different
A
videos.
blessing and a curse, to be honest.
I have photos and videos of the scene from Sergeant. I have photos of the vehicles, 140 photographs of the vehicles lined up together. I have 25 additional photographs of the scene, 18 separate photographs of the scene, 2 photographs of the scene, 1 group of 92 of the scene, 1 group of 50 of the scene, another video showing the cars lined up bumper to bumper, 4 videos of the scene. I have a video showing Miss Reed's vehicle being pulled into the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department. I have a 360 diagram, surveillance video files from McCarthy's, surveillance video files from Waterfall Bar, Canton Police Report, Sally Port videos from Dighton. I have the Lexus Connect Verizon records. I have the alarm.com videos. I have a video of the tow truck arriving at the Canton Police Department. one titled Native Location, John O'Keefe's phone, past witness statements, the report of examination from the coroner, Jennifer McCabe's Cellbrite data, something called Lexus Infotainment, different past summary testimony of numerous witnesses, have earlier summary testimony of numerous witnesses, the Boston Magazine interview with Miss Reed, a Dateline interview with Miss Reed, a 2020 interview with Miss Reed, lab reports from BODE,
It is and
Crime
it
Scene
isn't.
Response Unit, Crime Scene Response
Depending
Unit
on
Boston,
the tier.
Crime Scene Service Section, Maynard, Crime Scene Service Section, Southeast, the Criminalist File Folder, Trace File Folder, UC Davis Veterinary Report. I have Verizon records, GPS location records, John O'Keefe GPS points, Axiom cache location, weather reports, medical records, including
It's a double-edged sword to have
Canton
one
Fire
station.
Department run report for both
On a
Mr.
small
O'Keefe
channel.
and Miss Reed, medical records for both Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed from Good Samaritan. I have 2 retrograde extrapolation reports, one, and
Me
a
too,
serum
potluck.
plasma conversion report relative to Miss Reed. I have the neuropathology report. I have the Orange County Medical Examiner's report, the diagrams, the postmortem toxicology report, and a second same autopsy report, more pages.
In
Yeah,
addition
it does
to
have
the
everything.
information that
Everything.
you reviewed, did you on your own go out and obtain information that you thought might be helpful for your review?
I did. So first what happened is I asked for all the information on the case. So I received
I
some
do.
information, and then what we do is we start doing our homework. So we start doing the groundwork. So once I received some of the information, what I did was, modern cars have what's called a VIN number or vehicle identification number. It's a unique 17-digit number. So what we'll do is we'll decode that VIN number, and that gives us information about the vehicles. So I did that for Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's 2019 Chevy Traverse. So ran the VIN numbers, use the VIN numbers. It tells us year, make, model, safety equipment, things like that. I then got dimensional data from a program called Expert Autostats. And then I have complete parts diagrams for the vehicles. So I have literally bumper to bumper parts diagrams from something called the Mitchell Collision Estimating Guide. And what that is shows parts, involved in the vehicle. So for example, in Miss Reed's vehicle, I have bumper to bumper. I certainly have all the parts around the rear bumper and tail light of her vehicle. And then of course I started additional work on top of that.
Right? If she at
After
this
you began
point,
your
I
study,
would.
sir, did you have an opportunity to personally look at items that were involved in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did that include?
That included looking at Miss Reed's vehicle, looking at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, going to the scene of the incident. I ultimately purchased a 2021 LX 570, the exact year, make, and model of Miss Reed's vehicle, and conducted testing with that vehicle, as well as doing a whole bunch of research and compiling data for my report and slides.
You mentioned slides. When you went through your investigation analysis and ultimately led to whatever conclusions you have, did you provide and create a PowerPoint presentation that could assist you?
I did. I provided a PowerPoint presentation on January 30th.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a binder. Would you kindly take a look at it?
Okay.
Sir, does that appear to be a copy of the PowerPoint presentation that you prepared for us today?
It appeared, right? 141 pages, didn't look at every page, but it looks right.
All right, I asked to mark this for identification.
Okay.
MMM for identification.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Dr. Welcher use his PowerPoint presentation to walk us through some of the information he'd like to share today.
Okay. No objection, Mr. Lawson, right?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm looking at a paper version in front of me.
Okay. Is the
I'd
paper
puke
version
too
the
if I was
same as
Karen.
what we're going to see up here.
It is.
Okay, then that's fine.
Thank you. And Dr. Welcher is going to manage the PowerPoint presentation.
I love you, Ian.
Sir, you
It's great.
mentioned that you wanted to look at the area and look at the scene. Your office is in California.
It is.
Why was it important to come all the way out to this area to see the scene firsthand?
Hold on a second.
I'll let you set up before I start asking you more questions.
How we went through this, had it working perfectly. There we go.
Okay.
So that's me. Oh, that's my first slide. Oh,
I have
again,
I have a couple questions for you, Dr. Welcher.
please.
The first is your office is in California.
Oh, yes, sir.
Why was it important to come all the way out here and view the scene firsthand?
Do you mean
We want to
aperture
have as
break?
much information as
Probably.
possible. So I wanted to, physically look at all the things so I can actually see with my own hands, my own eyes, lay hands upon it,
Oh, okay, that
look
makes
at
sense.
it as best I can. You try and inspect and look at as many things as you possibly can. Sometimes they don't exist anymore. Sometimes they're gone. And you have to make a best approximation if you can't do that. In this case, I was able to look at the scene in both vehicles.
Was that an important part of your study, Doctor?
I think so. Again, it's always good if you're going to talk about what happened to the cars or what happened to the people to look at what happened to the cars, meaning to actually look at the cars, not just look at photographs when possible. So I have physically looked at the cars. For example, in the Lexus, I climbed in it, over it, underneath it. I downloaded data from it. I did a whole bunch of things looking at Ms. Reed's Lexus to assist in my analysis to try and add some further objective data to what we're doing here. So same thing with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Looked at the rear bumper, took some pieces off the rear bumper to see what was behind the cover, to see what kind of damage we did or didn't have. So went to the scene, looked at the measurements of the curb, looked at where some of the lines are on the road because you can see them in some of the photographs. Again, it's always good when possible to inspect everything you can inspect.
If you could now begin and tell us how you started your investigation.
Sure. So on September 23rd, I had an opportunity to come out. Mr. Brennan, was the first time I ever met you on that day, I believe. And I had received material before that. And what you see here is, this is my inspection of Miss Reed's vehicle. In the upper left photograph, you'll see, oh, this doesn't work very well. Upper left photograph, that's Miss Reed's vehicle. That's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, the Chevy Traverse. And then what you see here is a laser scanner. You can see it on the ground here. Laser scanner is creating a 3D model of the vehicles. So I use that to create a 3D model of the vehicles. You can see me in the upper right photograph. That watch is this watch right here, my Garmin watch. And what I'm doing is looking at the construction composition of that right rear corner of the bumper. I'm looking at things such as the dimensions, where various lights and components are, and how does the geometry of that bumper relate
No aperture.
to things that would be hit when backed into.
Aperture,
Dr.
Anna.
Welch,
The guy on the
notes
stand.
this is 9/23/94. Is
Aperture.
that an accurate date of when you came and first started looking at the vehicles in the area?
You said 24, correct?
I did.
You said 9/23/24, correct. And then on the slide, what I tried to do is underline what I'm doing. So this is inspection of the Reed Lexus. And as noted, I'm only showing you a couple. I actually took 445 photographs.
Do you remember when you began this case? The month or the date?
No, it was obviously before this, I had material before I came out to look at the vehicles.
You think it was months before this?
I don't think it was months. No, it was maybe a month, if not less.
So you began your work in the fall of 2024?
Correct.
And I just want to ask you about the picture in the middle. You see the right taillight housing is missing. Did you
Correct.
understand that had been removed prior to you looking at the car?
It was, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. However, some of the evidence stickers, these white stickers here, were still on the vehicle.
You did not place those. Did you place those stickers on yourself?
I did not.
Were they there when you first saw the car?
Correct. They match what I'd seen in other photos.
Thank you.
So just continuing on. So what you see is, again, I mentioned looking underneath the bumper. So we wanted to see what, if anything, was damaged on the corner. So I'm putting my hand to show where the frame rail ends. This is me looking up underneath to the back side of this taillight. If you can see, this red taillight actually sticks out. And so I'm checking the front here for damage. I'm checking the back for damage.
1 second, please. Okay, doctor, when you were looking for damage on the previous slide, did you find any damage to that lower right red taillight?
No, there was no damage to the taillight.
The middle picture is from the inside, looking at the inside of that taillight. Was there any damage to the inside of that taillight?
There was not.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, looked at the height of it. I mentioned this lower taillight. Notice how the structure of the bumper protrudes out. You can see one of the marks, which is consistent with the contact to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Here, this scratch mark, or scuff mark. Notice how close it is to this light. Again, some of the evidence, stickers. Just a better view of those, then going down the side of the vehicle. So with all that information, I mentioned a laser scan. So you move this laser scanner, and each minute and 51 second scan is collecting about 50 million data points. And so you scan all the way around, and then what you do is you merge all that data together. So even though this looks like a poor photograph, what you're seeing is hundreds of millions of photographs, hundreds of millions of points. And so you literally can figure out, if you wanted to know the distance from this lug nut to where the lighter is on the ashtray, you could probably do that to an accuracy of about 2 to 3 millimeters. So really, taking tons and tons of data. So it knows the exact position of every one of these millions of data points, and it knows the color associated with those data points.
Why is that data imaging so important in accident reconstruction?
You want to have an accurate model of the car. So, you probably don't need literally that many points to get an accurate model, but that's just the nature of the way the science is going. Computers are getting better and faster. Scanners are getting faster. So you get an enormous amount of data when you use these scanners nowadays.
I love it. I freaking
So
love it.
then,
This guy's thorough.
As indicated on the underline here, I did a CDR. That's a little different than what you heard me say before. CDR is crash data retrieval. So that's the hardware and software that you use to download or actually copy or take an image of, which means you're just taking an image off what's on the vehicle, the EDR, which is the event data recorder. So you use the crash data retrieval hardware to download the event data recorder, otherwise commonly known as a black box. So I downloaded the black box from this vehicle, and although you can hardly read it here, Again, I mentioned there are two systems on this vehicle. This is the CDR system or EDR system. There's also the tech stream. The EDR system, this system is primarily to manage the safety components, protect the occupants of the Lexus. So things like fire the airbag, fire what's called a pretensioner, keep track of the severity of the crash to decide whether we need to fire the airbag. So it's not really designed for pedestrian impacts. So when we downloaded this vehicle, we got what's called a none file. A none file simply means that there's no data there. The system's working properly. We had no fault codes, but for a car hitting a pedestrian to cause a file here, this is really more designed for car-to-car impacts, something that's going to have a significant impact on the occupant of the Lexus. And again, the Lexus is 6,000-pound vehicle. Mr. O'Keefe's only 216 pounds. So it's not going to register from hitting a pedestrian.
Were you surprised that there was no information about a collision in the EDR?
As I've said,
No, exactly what I
it
expected.
doesn't trigger it. Pedestrian's not heavy enough to trigger it.
Okay, I mentioned the second system. So as underlined up here, this is the tech stream. So this is from Toyota tech stream data. You can see the screens here. There's generally two types of files, what's called a vehicle control history and a PCS file. The PCS file is the, God, I forgot the name of it, the protection system. So I also looked at Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Sorry, PCS is pre-collision system. Looked at Mr. O'Keefe's
Are we
vehicle.
shocked that I was right again?
Same thing.
Just
Took a
saying.
series
Are
of
we shocked?
photographs, laser scanned it, looked in it, underneath it, behind it. I mentioned taking some of the
Around it,
bumper
underneath
parts
it,
off.
above it.
So I took this rear cover off here to look at the damage behind the bumper cover. Most cars have what's referred to as a face bar. That's that piece of metal that you see here. And there's a piece of energy absorber here. That's your face bar. So I'm looking to see if there's any damage to that. There was no damage to that.
Before you go forward, I want you to take a couple steps back because I want to ask you some questions to explain
Please.
tech stream data. Could you go back a couple slides, please?
Sure.
Okay. You mentioned that in the EDR, which is similar to a black box, there was no information found. And then you mentioned a different system, the tech stream. Can you make it clear for us how these systems are different and where they're stored on a motor vehicle?
Sure. I mean, a lot of data is stored in a similar location. The tech stream system was originally designed, according to Toyota, for maintenance issues. It seemed to come about around the same time Toyota was having problems with sudden accelerations or allegations of sudden accelerations. So the tech stream data or vehicle control history will give you information when there's, for example, excessive acceleration or rapid shifting of the vehicles or rapid steering of the steering wheel. So the statements are that that's designed to help the maintenance people, if you come in with a problem with your vehicle, to diagnose what that problem is. It has a lot of utility in accident reconstruction because if you jam on the brakes before a crash, frequently the tech stream data will record the crash.
You mentioned Toyota a number of times. Could you share with us the relationship between Toyota and Lexus?
Yeah. Sorry, in my mind, they're the same thing. Toyota and Lexus, obviously a little different, but Lexus is basically made by Toyota. So Toyota and Lexus has the Lexus safety system. Toyota has the Toyota safety systems, which you both read with the tech stream data.
The tech stream data, in this case, does it play an important role in your analysis?
I think so, yes.
The tech stream data, did you independently download that data yourself?
So I independently downloaded it, and then I also ran a test with Miss Reed's vehicle, and I created a new tech stream file so that I had a stamp in the ignition cycles of what the current ignition cycle was. So I did a sudden acceleration test of the vehicle.
On the Lexus or on the exemplar vehicle?
on her Lexus.
When you did the downloading, why did you do it yourself?
Again, you, whenever possible, want to be the one that does it, make sure it's done correctly, and be able to say, hey, how do I know that's from that vehicle? Well, I know because I was the one who did it. And so if I get it from someone else, then they frequently have to bring that person into court to say the other ones that did it, so then I can use it. So if I do it myself, it eliminates that problem, and then I have no concerns over where it's coming from. So then I know hey, I did it. This is the right car. This is the right program.
You left us at slide 10 when you were inspecting Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Correct. So again, simply a blue arrow indicating that I looked down behind all this stuff, took measurements of it, and then similarly, I have a 3D point cloud of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So part of the reason we're making these 3D point clouds, and we'll touch on this further, in addition to the scene, you can then basically put all these things back together in the computer. So instead of having to drive the cars to the scene, for example, or to Mr. O'Keefe's residence, you can take these computer models and additional data and put it back in the computer and reconstruct everything on the computer. So before we had the exact angle of impact, again, this is for looking at when Miss Reed contacted Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, backing out of Mr. O'Keefe's garage at One Meadows. I lined them up just to generally show the approximate location. A couple things, notice how, again, this lower portion of the Lexus bumper sticks out. Notice how the side of the Chevrolet slopes in as you get higher up. So this portion sticks out more than this portion. And this is where you would expect any contact damage to occur, assuming there was an impact.
Not possible.
So
Great good taillight
again, looking at
on John's car.
the measurements up the height of the vehicle, of course,
Ouch.
as you indicated, Mr. Brennan, the taillight's gone. And then went to the scene. So same thing, went to the scene, took, again, 297 photographs of the scene, had our people scan it to create a computer model of the scene. So, literally, if you wanted to know the distance from this window to, say, some manhole cover on the road, we have the data to figure that out, down to a couple millimeters.
In addition to going to the scene and doing the digital mapping, you mentioned other review of materials. Did you have an opportunity to review dash cam footage from Canton Police Department police vehicles to see the general location of where Mr. O'Keefe was when first responders were assisting him?
Objection, Your Honor.
So that's just a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
What? You can't tell them whether they're going to answer yes or no.
The text stream download. So this is a screenshot from the text stream download. Keep in mind, this is kind of maintenance software. So we're looking at a number of things in the maintenance software. What we see is, and this is noted in the report too, that when the vehicle gets into the Canton Police Department after this event, you can see the mileage is 12,665 miles. So that shows up in Trooper Paul's report. It shows up in the photographs, and it shows up as matching the mileage in the text stream data, both at triggers 1164 and triggers 1167.
I'd ask you if you can enlarge the data on the right and break down what it actually means, the different columns and the... Is it possible for you to enlarge that?
Imagine if she just went to business right now. She just attacked her attorney, she business style. You fucking idiots. Alessi, that's who will be crossing. So we're all in for some fun. And as the person pointed out on Facebook, everybody should have their aspirin ready.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
so what you're looking at is what I call event 1162. If you see anything in blue on these charts, that's information that I added. I typically put my initial, JBW, Judson Blair Welcher, that's me. And so this is referred to as the key cycle trip. So key cycle is simply you turn it on, not necessarily turn the ignition on, turn it off. That's one key cycle. So I labeled this one 1162-2 because there's also one that's on the same key cycle that I'm calling 1162-1. The system also records the mileage. So again, this is a maintenance system generally. So what you see is the T here is the trigger, and there's a point. So this time in the text stream data, you could think of it as like a stopwatch. It's when it starts when the car turns on and stops when the car turns off. And then if it sees a triggering event, a T, it records that information. So this is when the trigger happened. So that's 1,142.2 seconds. And so I've converted that to minutes and seconds because most people don't think in seconds. And so what it also does is once it sees a trigger, it's constantly circulating data through the computer. So when it says, okay, we have a trigger, it saves 5 seconds before the trigger and then 5 seconds after the trigger. So the trigger's in the middle and you have 5 seconds of data before and 5 seconds of data after.
I have a couple of questions for you,
Please.
Dr. Welcher. First, starting with the clock, the time in seconds on the left. You mentioned that begins when the car is turned on. What type of clock is that called?
It's just a continuous clock, meaning it's not a clock like a time clock. It's more like a stopwatch kind of clock.
Has it ever been referred to as a running clock?
The same thing. You start the stopwatch as running.
Based on the text stream data alone found in that one spot, can you tell from the data in the text stream alone what time the power was turned on?
No, not alone. It simply tells you how long it's been on. It doesn't necessarily immediately tie it back to a clock time. You need additional information.
And so this in and of itself, the text stream data doesn't give you a certain time on a clock, like 1 o'clock or 2:30, anything like that.
No, it simply tells you in this case, when the trigger occurred, it's been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
You also mentioned that there's a 10-second window of information this captures, 5 seconds before the T and 5 seconds after the T, the triggering event?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Sustained, yes.
That window of 10 seconds, what happens if that doesn't capture the entire event? What if there's something before or after? What does the text stream data do?
So it depends on what the something is. So if there's another trigger, then it will record more data. So you can have 2 triggers that are recording things on the same time window as well, or very close to the same time window. So you need another trigger to keep it going. But in essence, what it does is when it sees a trigger, it saves that 10-second window and then just keeps monitoring things until it sees another trigger.
If the data captures a trigger and it has a 10-second window and an event continues past that 10 seconds, so past the 5 seconds on either side, and there's no further trigger, do you get any other information from the text stream data?
No. For example, in the trigger event and say 5 seconds later, the vehicle's still moving, well, the data just ends. And it says it's going, 17 miles an hour, for example. It doesn't continue on. We just know that when the trigger ended, it was going 17 miles an hour.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. So we have mileage recorded in this system. So what we're trying to do is use the available data to see if we can determine like what event this is, or is this the event, or is this something that could have occurred outside 34 Fairview on the evening of this event? And so one of the things we're utilizing is the mileage. Okay, so 12629 is at the end of event number 2 on the 1162 ignition cycle. When the vehicle ultimately comes into the impound yard, and this is actually before that, comes into the impound yard, it has 12,665 miles. That's a difference, did the math for you here, of 36 miles. Okay, let's consider where that could have come from. So we looked at the various paths and descriptions of where Miss Reed's Lexus was driven after leaving 34 Fairview on the night of this event, up until the point in time the vehicle ended up at the Canton Police Department. So we used Google Maps. We adjusted for the correct date and time of the year. And then what you'll also see is we adjusted for the correct time of day. So, although you can't really see that, let me see if I can blow it up. So you can see that's looking at the mileage and time. Again, really didn't use the time, just used the mileage on Saturday, January 29th at around 12 a.m. That, of course, does not take into account the weather.
And what are the addresses? It's hard to see on the top from where to where.
So this is from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Avenue, which is Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And there are other mileage that you have there?
Correct. So we basically ran through the entire path as we understood it. Again, we didn't have complete information. We didn't know the exact roads. We didn't know if turned around, stuff like that. So you're seeing the suggested available paths, and we end up with a range of data. So we go through all the paths, and you can see that this is what we end up at the bottom here, which is very hard to see. So the minimum suggested route is 36 miles, 36.1 technically. You have a range of 37.9 to 39.7, but again, that's right in the range of the 36 miles. So that's a data point that's starting to build our confidence in what is in the text stream data being related to our event.
This is all an effort to match whether or not the 1162 data is relevant to a particular event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Let me ask it this way. Matching all the distances by miles, is this the only way you're trying to determine whether 1162 is the event in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No. So again, these things are all tools. You can't take necessarily one data point in a vacuum. You need to consider the totality of the data. Which is what I did. So we mentioned the continuous clock that was in there, or the running clock that was in the vehicle. So what you see over here.
Could you enlarge that for us, Doctor?
I am doing that right now. You can see we have the time. And again, I've converted it in blue to minutes and seconds. This is the first trigger on that key cycle. So on key cycle 1162, there was 2 separate events. The vehicle keeps a continuously running clock. So we're able to see the time each event occurred relative to when the vehicle was started. and the difference between the two events. Okay. So at trigger event 1162-1, we know that the ignition has been on for between 10 minutes and 57.4 seconds. Or that's when the trigger is, sorry, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. Again, the trigger has plus or minus. So that's from 10 minutes, 52.8 plus 10 seconds, which gets you to 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds. Or as I wrote here, 10 seconds total. So again, the text stream data indicates at the time this event was written, the trigger occurred, again, at 10 minutes. You see we have the T, 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds.
Dr. Welch, if I could ask you a couple of background questions. This block of time that you're reviewing that mentions two triggers, can you tell whether those triggers are immediately related or two separate events?
So you can tell they're separate events because there's a separate amount of time between them. There's about 8 minutes between the events. And so they're on the same ignition cycle, meaning the vehicle hasn't been turned off in between. And we have this continuously running clock that records when these things occurred. So it tells us when event 1 occurred, when event 2 occurred. We know it's on the same ignition cycle. So if we have some idea of when the car was turned on, we can then tie that back to clock time or real world time. Okay. So lots going on here, right? A lot to digest. This is trigger event 1162.1. I was provided with data and a report from Mr. Burgess that indicated the infotainment system was turned on at 12:36. Zoom in for you folks. That corresponded to a GPS location that looked like it was outside the Waterfall Grill on Washington Street. So additional cell phone data that we had is that we knew there was a 3-point turn made when the Lexus passed Fairview on Cedar Crest, pulled into a driveway and made a 3-point turn. So what you see over here is GPS data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And with that information and knowing when the system turned on, we're able to now tie the text stream data to a real clock, meaning what time of day did that text stream trigger occur. So we're going from the running clock to a real world clock. So if you take when it was turned on for Mr. Burgess's report, you can see that the Lexus was turned on at 12:36. You add in the text stream information, you get it at 12:23:38. And now we have a cell phone data point at 1:54. So at the time my report was written in these slides back in January, that was all the information we had in terms of data point 154. That was the one that was closest in time to it. So we had since received additional information.
Dr. Welch, let me ask you a couple questions, and if you can zoom in a little, we might be able to see it a little better from here.
Where would you like it?
If we can start at the top when you explain in text. You told us that the text stream data does not have an actual clock, it has a running clock, like a stopwatch.
Correct.
And then you mentioned that after you received information from Mr. Burgess, you could put an actual time onto it. How do you do that?
Sustained.
You shared with us that the text stream data runs on a running clock.
Correct.
And then you received further information so that you could actually identify a time. Where did you receive that information from?
I'm going to allow that.
That was from Mr. Burgess's report.
And do you know where that information came from?
that came off the SD card, I believe, in the infotainment system.
Do you know when Mr. Burgess found the SD card on the infotainment system?
No, I'd have to go back to his report, but it was in it. This information was in his original report.
Based on the SD card information about when the car was turned on and off, how do you match that with the text stream data to get a time?
So when a car is turned on, that's approximately when the running clock starts in it. There may be as much as a 3-second delay in it, but that's approximately when the clock turns on. So this shows us when the stopwatch was started for the text stream data. So knowing that infotainment system has date and timestamps on it, so that ties it to a real world clock from GPS information. And so now we can, when that infotainment system turned on, it's very close in time to when the text stream data started recording data. That allows us to tie the two together.
The times that you're showing on this slide, does that relate to the first or second event on the text stream data, the first or second triggering event?
The first event.
Do you characterize the first event in any way?
I call it the 3-point turn.
In addition to the data you analyzed, was there any other information you saw that evidenced or supported that a 3-point turn occurred at the area depicted in your slide?
Right. We have a whole series of GPS data with heading angles, as well as a description that Ms. Reed gave in an interview.
The time that you have after you consider the SD card ignition on and the running time, what clock is that based on?
It's my understanding that's a clock in the infotainment system. And then we are ultimately trying to also tie it back to the clock on his cell phone.
Mr.
Mr.
O'Keefe's
O'Keefe's cell phone, correct.
Do you have any understanding whether all devices have the exact same clock?
So it's my understanding they do not. In my discussions with Mr. Burgess, reading reports, that they can have, there can be as much as 30 seconds to a minute of variation.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Have you ever heard the,
Strike, Your Honor, that answer.
Sure. Jurors disregard that answer.
have you ever heard the term variance before?
I have.
What do you understand that to be?
That means differences from the answer,
I'm sorry, differences from what?
from typically the correct answer. Like meaning that a given data point has variance in terms of how it's measured, when it's measured. So different measurement device can have a different variance around the actual true number.
You mentioned on this slide a time of 12:23:38.
Correct.
In O'Keefe's cell phone data, at 0.154, approximately 12:23:58.
Correct.
Is there a difference between the clock on the Lexus text stream data and that of Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
There is.
When you developed the slide, did you have the benefit of more detailed information about data point 154?
I did not receive that until May 8th.
Did you later learn more information, more specific information?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to show an exhibit to Mr. Welcher that's already been admitted.
Okay.
192A. Ms. Gilman, can we start with 192B? Dr. Welcher?
Your Honor, can we approach on-
Yes, we'll come over.
Thank you.
Oh my effing Lord, dude. There's no reason to approach on this. It's already been an exhibit that's already been shown. So what she should have properly said was, no, there's no sidebar on something that was already shown. Number 3, by the way. So ridiculous. This is so ridiculous in my eyes. Like, this is just utterly ridiculous. Do me a favor while we're waiting on this ridiculous sidebars. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, share the video with a friend, someone who doesn't know we exist anymore, share in a Facebook group of people that think she's guilty and don't buy the conspiracy theory, or show it to people who haven't really looked at the evidence. They've read nonsense and they think that that's the truth because they haven't been shown anything else other than people on Twitter spewing bold-faced lies. We do the best we can to dispel nonsense, but we're only one small channel. We can only do so much, but we do what we can. If you want to donate to the channel, we do have our monetization back. So we do have things to answer Willow's question, like, you know, memberships and super stickers and super chats. Yes, they help in the long run. In the short term, the best way to donate to the channel are the options we already had, which are Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut, and the link that we have for credit or debit. The long run is, you know, YouTube takes and Apple takes anywhere from 30 to 60% of the proceeds of anything like a membership or a super sticker or a super chat, and creators get paid one time a month. So for smaller channels, it's a little difficult because we're trying to keep ourselves afloat until, you know, you get to that month mark. So we're you know, in the short term, the best way is the options we already had. In the long term, memberships and super stickers and super chats do help. It's kind of like a double-edged sword, you know? Obviously, whatever anybody's comfortable with is the way you should do it. But just so everybody understands how it works. It's, let's just put it this way. YouTube doesn't help smaller creators. It benefits the larger creators, not the smaller ones. They make it a lot more difficult for us. The larger creators get their stuff pushed out everywhere. And so they bring in a lot more revenue with super chats and super stickers and views and all that stuff. The smaller creators, the algorithm doesn't pick us up because we're smaller. You know what really does help? And I'd ask that when the lives are over, if you guys go and comment on the actual video itself, that actually does help the algorithm. So even though you've been commenting in the live chat, that helps, but it also helps if you go and actually comment on the video itself when it's not live anymore and talk to each other and like each other's stuff. Like that helps the algorithm sort of, you know, fix it. Yeah. Did you know that? I had no idea until 2 days ago that they take another 30% of it. So 60% total if you use an Apple device. I guess that doesn't apply if you use an Android device to send a super chat or super sticker or do a membership. But if you use an Apple device to do it, yeah, on top of YouTube's cut, the Apple takes another 30%. So the creator is left with less than 50%, 40%, and then minus the taxes. So you're looking at maybe 30% of what was given. So, I mean, I'm shocked too. I didn't know it until 2 days ago. And I was like, what? This can't be a thing. Like, that can't actually be a thing. But lo and behold, it is. I have an Android, but I'm kind of glad that if I donate to a creator, where I do once in a blue moon to try to help support smaller creators, I'll donate a couple bucks. That now that I know, that I'll tell other people as well. Like, hey, if you're using an Apple phone to donate to your favorite creators, like try to do it from your computer or something, because Apple takes more on top of what YouTube already takes, which is a hefty amount for smaller creators. It really should be lowered so that smaller creators aren't paying out over 50% of the very small amount they make to begin with. That should really apply to larger creators, and smaller creators should get, you know, have less taken from them. Oh yeah, Dr. Russell is just the photos, you know? Yeah, it only applies to Apple. I looked into it after I found out. I found out accidentally too, 2 days ago. And so I looked into it, and apparently it only applies to Apple. So on top of what YouTube takes. That's insane. Like, that's just, you know, insane to me. I've never heard of such a thing. But you're right. Dr. Russell only cared about the photos, right? But I've seen the photos, says the Russell Hustle. I saw the photos, though, says the Red Squatch. Like, lady, did you examine the body? No. Well, I can't see Chloe because it's dangerous. Well, what's dangerous about it, Dr. Russell? You can't go on some assertion that the defense says the dog's dangerous, so the dog's dangerous. Like, you wouldn't do that as a doctor, would you? Just assume something is true? That's what I would have asked her. You know, that would have been a really good question to her. Would have been like, Dr. Russell, as a doctor, and science has to do with, you know, being a doctor, medical, you wouldn't just assume that Chloe was dangerous, would you? Would you? Like, I mean, it's so absurd. Like, she's the smartest person in the world. She's the only person qualified on dog bites, when in reality, her work had nothing to do with dog bites. She was an ER doctor who retired in like the 90s and read papers that had like excerpts about like dog bites or pattern recognition, but nothing that actually had a full paper on it. Nothing that she only treated dog bites, nothing of that sort whatsoever. So I honestly don't even know how the court allows her to testify as an expert. Nor do I know why they would allow Garrett Wing to testify as an expert. It's very clear that neither one of those people are qualified experts on dog bites. And for her to say she's the smartest person in the entire country on dog bites when there are actually people that study things like this is amazing to me. The amount of, self-awareness that she lacks when it comes to this kind of stuff. And it's very clear that she threw herself into this case, no matter how much she wants to downplay it and be like, well, I only knew about, a very few things. But as soon as she's questioned, she starts spitting out things that she wouldn't have known unless she looked into it further. And we found that out in the first trial, so I just don't believe that I believe she studied this and tried to get herself involved, which is very clear by her actions of calling the DA's office and being like, I'll say it's dog bites. Like, lady, come on, stop it. That's utterly ridiculous. It's clearly not dog bites. And as Hank pointed out, was the dog's mouth upside down? Was it upside down? Like, usually they don't do lunch till 1. So let's just hope that they don't. Of course you do. But that's why I use a computer, I guess. Use a computer or I don't know. Yeah, a computer, I guess, is the best option. Or the payment apps. Those are always, I know that they only have those in the United States, though. That kind of sucks. I didn't realize that, like, you would think things like Cash App and PayPal would extend on to other countries because they're so big here in the United States. You just kind of assume that they have something like that. We all know PayPal goes everywhere, but I had no idea that, like, Cash App and Venmo weren't in other countries. That's kind of crazy to me. I feel like they should be in other. I mean, it's so big here. Why wouldn't it be big in other countries? It's made no sense to me. But hey, it is what it is. Like, I do think he is a quack. Neither one of those people are serious when it comes to dog bites, nor do they really know anything about dog bites. Being an ER doctor in the 90s or being a dog trainer does not make you an expert. Oh my God. Have you seen it? The paid promotion. I can't. How do you take anybody like that seriously? I mean, I can't. It's just so utterly ridiculous. Like, so you're telling me that the teeth are 4 inches apart? Each tooth is 4 inches apart on the dog? You know how utterly absurd that is alone to say? But the doctor can't say whether it's dog scratches or bites either. She just can't say. But there's a scientific method she uses, and that's exactly why she should have been disqualified as an expert witness. There is no method she uses to get to that conclusion other than, well, I think it's dog bites because I think it is. That's not a method. Pattern recognition is not a method when it comes to dog bites. I've heard people are not crazy about him. Gee, I wonder
Dr.
why.
Welch, if you could take us back to
They like
slide
the
30.
The defense does, I think so. I think
So
he
we
did some
understand you
that.
mentioned there are 2 triggering events. Is this the first one or the second one?
It's the first one.
Is that the one you've labeled the 3-point turn?
Correct.
And where did that happen? What street?
Cedar Crest.
At this 3-point turn triggering event, there is a time in red, 12:23:38.
Correct.
Where is that time taken from?
That's coming from the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe at 0.154.
Okay. And is there another time on there?
I do the math between those two.
Okay. Could you make that a little larger? Could you zoom in so we can see it better?
So there's an infotainment time of 12:12:36, I guess another time to answer your question. Then we have
the 12:12:36. What does that indicate? What's that relevant to?
That's when the text stream data basically turned on, plus or minus a little bit.
When you say the text stream, is that relative to when the car turned on?
Correct.
Okay.
So when the car turned on, then we add the time for the trigger. So what we have is we have data in the text stream that shows the speed, the position, the steering of the vehicle on that trigger. And so we're trying to match the timing and the description of what the vehicle was doing with the text stream, the infotainment, and the cell phone data.
Is the data that you analyze regarding the speed, the direction, and the timing to determine whether this was consistent with a three-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please. And if you can enlarge that, because it's hard to see back here.
Sure is. Okay, so again, we are looking at event 1162.1. The information in blue is speed. It comes out of the text stream in kilometers an hour, converted to miles per hour, feet per second, looked at the total distance traveled, shift position. So in the text stream data, a shift position of 1 indicates you're in drive. A shift position of 2 indicates you're in reverse.
There's no zeros. What would a zero indicate?
0 is usually neutral. And I believe 3 is part. So there's also data on the acceleration of the vehicle. So basically, what is the effect of whatever you're doing in terms of stepping on the gas or not stepping on the gas? And there's also information on the steering of the vehicle. So again, there's trigger 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after. So over here, a positive number equals a leftward steer. So you can see we have in the forward velocity or forward motion in drive, goes forward with leftward steer, stops, shifts into reverse, and then continues with the rightward steer back.
Could you take us over to the left of that data? When you look at the number 1162-1 as an event, can a key cycle, or when a car is turned on, power ignition on until the point it's turned off, whatever amount of time, can it have more than one triggering event?
Yes, it can have lots of triggering events. In this case, it has 2. On a key cycle 1164, there's 11. On 1167, there's 10.
If you could move a little bit to the right on this, is there something you can see on here that caused the triggering event, some of the data?
Yes. So if you look at the triggering, the indication of what this trigger was, what you see is accelerator opening ratio, which is basically, you can think of it how much you're stepping on the gas pedal. And so if it exceeds, in this case, 30% quicken time after shipping into reverse, that tells the system, hey, we might need to start recording this data. So what you can see, it went into reverse, and then within a very short amount of time, accelerator pedal went above that 30%. That's what caused the T or the trigger in the text stream data.
The row next to the 31.5, engine RPM data, can you explain to us what that is?
Sure, that's how many revolutions per minute the engine's turning.
The more gas, is it generally the higher the RPM?
Correct. There's going to be a little lag. Your car doesn't move instantaneously. You have to step on the gas, then the RPMs go up, and then it starts going faster.
If you could explain to us the total distance and distance travel columns, how do you read that?
Sure. So we know the speed at various times. We know from this data that there is, you can see half a second between each one of these timestamps. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 data points at half a second. That's the 5 seconds of pre-crash data. So if you know you're going so many miles per hour, again, I converted it to feet per second. Feet per second, you're going so many feet per second for half a second, for example, you just multiply those two together and it tells you how far you went. So what I'm doing is looking at speed traveling during the interval. That's during this short time period. And then I add it all together here for total distance traveled.
You mentioned that when the data is captured, it's limited to 10 seconds. When we look at the top row of JBW vehicle speed MPH, it's 9.94. Is that 9.94 miles per hour?
It is.
Can we tell whether it was going faster or slower before this data?
We generally cannot. I mean, you might have some, it looks like it's slowing down. And then you see right here, this brake switch application. So you have two things relative to braking. You have a brake switch, which is simply whether the brake is on or off, just enough pressure to make the brake light come on. And then you have brake oil pressure, which gives you some idea of how much pressure is in the system, which is a rough indication for the braking. But then what you see here is the longitudinal acceleration or deceleration. This gives you some idea of how much the vehicle is speeding up or slowing down. So generally a minus sign is a slowing or accelerating in reverse.
And for the bottom of those columns, I'd ask you whether or not the beginning of the window, if you had any other information, is it the same situation for the end of that window that's captured?
Correct. So at the end of this window, you can see it's still going about 8.7 miles an hour when the trigger stopped. So after that trigger plus 5 seconds, the system said we no longer need to monitor it. Things have returned to an okay state. And so then it stops monitoring the system.
Based on your analysis and review and looking at this data, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether or when this event occurred as it is portrayed in the data?
Yes, I did.
And could you share with the jury, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, when did this occur?
So this, you want time-wise or location or both?
Start with location, then time.
So it happened on Cedar Crest. It happened between cell phone data points 154 and 155. And it's a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. And it occurred, according to the text stream data, about 12 minutes, 23 seconds after the vehicle was turned on. So,
and do you have an understanding of the variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that variance time?
21 to 29 seconds.
And so the Lexus clock at 21:23:38, what time would that put Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
What is there to see at sidebar? They're allowed to talk about the variance. There's literally nothing to talk about sidebar. Like this is, I'll put that poll up. We're at number 4 now, folks. Ridiculous. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. There's no need to go to a sidebar for this. This has been addressed 72 times. This is what you get when you have a judge that's willing to just cave to every little tiny sidebar that they need to have. So stupid. Like, we've talked about the variance. It's allowed to be talked about. It doesn't change anything. It changes nothing. Whether it's 20 seconds or 29 seconds different, it does not change that Karen hit John. It just doesn't. Like, this is what the defense wants to hold on to. Cool. But I don't know why they're holding on to seconds so hard. I really don't. Doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you guys are saying that Karen is factually innocent. How is she factually innocent if you're going to complain about seconds? Seconds wouldn't matter if she didn't actually hit him, right? Right. Like, come on. It's so stupid to me that this is even a thing for any reason. Right? Is Alessi looking up his CV? Like, is that what he's doing? Somebody else said, was he going into his past lives? Like, this is so stupid. Is it number 4? My bad. Yeah, 4, you're right. It is number 4. You're right. It is so stupid. Exactly. He doesn't want to talk about the variance. You think the jury's dumb? Do you think the jury is stupid that they don't know that, like, that every time the variance is brought up, you object to something? Of course they know. You know? Of course they know. Right? Objection, Your Honor. You're burying my client with actual facts. We don't like that. You know? The jury knows they're not stupid. Like, it's like saying they're stupid when they're not, you know? I know. Lunch is usually at 1, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's already past 12 o'clock. So, you know. In the seconds after Karen drove off, he was attacked by a jawless dog and drunk cops. Yeah, exactly. That's what they want everyone to believe, right? No, you can't click them both. I should have added an option for both. Wonder if I can do that. No, I can't. Damn it. I cannot. I should have added an option for both. That's what I should have done. I didn't think of it at the time. Sorry, folks. I'm tired. I literally am tired. I woke up at 5 o'clock this morning to get that appointment done so that I could be here on time for you guys. And I am freaking exhausted and a little hungry. I'm not going to lie. I ordered a salad with my Instacart yesterday, like a pre-made one, so I could eat today. And the person who was supposed to bring it literally broke down. And so I never got it. And so what ended up happening is instead of them refunding my money for the things I needed, like basic, you know, butter, milk, blah, blah, blah. And then I just got that salad as like, you know, something I could eat. The one thing that person who apparently they sent it to another person to do this morning. And what is the one thing that that person did not get? Or a replacement for it of a different brand? My salad. That's all I wanted was like a Greek or a chicken Caesar salad. That's all I wanted. With creamy, I got the Caesar dressing, the creamy Caesar dressing. I got the bacon bits, but I did not get the salad itself. That's all I wanted was a quick salad to eat. Didn't get it. I'm highly upset about it. Not gonna lie. I'm PO'd. Unacceptable. Instacart, unacceptable. In the state of Massachusetts, Karen Reed satisfies all 3 elements required for second-degree murder. I think it's already been proven, and I think she's in serious trouble here. I think she's feeling the heat. That's for sure. And I think there's no way out of this. I do think Yannetti is probably ready to run for the hills and be like, you guys should have followed what I said in the beginning, which was that it's a terrible accident, right? Because if they had, one of 2 things would have happened. Either Karen might have been found guilty, but she'd have been out in like 9 months. They offered her 18 months. She should have taken it. Or she could have done what the other woman did that I covered. And I covered this case during the last trial. There was another woman that hit her husband and he was found in the snow the next morning. And she didn't know that she hit him. She actually didn't even know. And you can see on the camera to the house that she comes like out and has no clue where he is. And he is found in the snow in front of the driveway. She stayed at like a hotel that night. Like they had like a fight and he tried to like get in the car. Whatever happened is she got hit. He got hit and he died. And they took her to trial and she won. She won because in the eyes of the jury, it was just a horrible accident. She didn't know. And there was like surveillance camera from outside her house that she clearly doesn't know. And as soon as she sees him, she got screaming, yelling, calling 911. So like, it's very clear that like that woman had no idea that he was there in the snow. And she was found not guilty because it was just a horrible accident. Had they stuck with her, the 10-minute break. Oh my God. You should feel validated because there are some serious issues with some of the things that Judge Canoni has ruled on that don't make any sense. I don't believe she's listening to everything that the defense is doing either. I believe that she tunes them out just like some of us tune Alessi out because they've made objections that had nothing to do with anything, that should have been overruled immediately, that she sustained, that made no sense at all. Like a couple for scope, when they were literally in the scope, if you bring something up on cross-examination, Hank then has the right to talk about it and redirect. And that happened a few times. And I noticed that it always happens, those rulings always happen when Alessi is the one doing the cross and Hank gets up after him. Always. So you should feel validated because this is not normal behavior, right? Like, and if the judge isn't even paying attention to what Alessi is saying, what does that tell you guys? A bunch of the witnesses, I can think of at least 3 off the top of my head that were like, I don't know what you're asking. I don't even know what you're saying. That's not a question. The witnesses, very highly educated expert witnesses, didn't even know what the hell Alessi was asking or talking about. You know what I'm saying? What does that tell you? Think the jury is following any bit of what he said? I can tell you, probably not. Probably not. Like, but yeah, there's been some serious issues with the judge. Like, in my opinion, the judge has done some things that are very defense leaning and that don't make logical sense. And I've never seen other judges allow the endless amounts of sidebars. She has said twice, no. Twice. In this entire trial, she has said no 2 times. And both times, the defense objected again, just seconds or minutes later, and said, well, we need to be seen at sidebar. And she allowed it. What she should have said was, no, this issue has been resolved. We're going to keep going. Your objection is noted, and it is overruled. It's that simple. She does not have to allow a sidebar for everything. I've never seen anything like it, ever, in my life. It's absurd. It is absolutely absurd. Like, that's exactly it, right? The only thing that could, derail any sort of justice at this point would be multiple paid plant actors on the jury that weren't caught. And again, it is randomized. So there's 18 people in that jury. There's 12 of them who are going to deliberate, and they don't even know which one of those at this point are going to be deliberators and which ones are alternates. They don't know until the case gets rested on both sides, and then they pick, and then they randomize it and pick. Yeah, and that's one. So it's funny you say that, because that case with that lady that hit her husband and ended up like he died, he was found in the snow near the driveway. That case specifically, I covered that case twice, right? Before any other channel even correlated the 2 things together. As a matter of fact, when I covered it the first time, the sewer turtle said those 2 cases had nothing to do with one another, and they should be ignored, right? And then just a few weeks later, other people were drawing his attention to the fact that the cases were extremely similar, even though he tried to say there were no similarities at all. There were a bunch. And then he decided to cover it weeks later after people pointed out that he's an effing idiot. And so I find it funny because right after he did, a bunch of the other creators started, covering that. And it's like, you guys can't even come up with your own original ideas or your original correlations between cases. You have to go off what other people are doing. It's amazing to me. Like, it is amazing to me. Those cases were very similar, and that woman was found not guilty. Why? Because it was very clear in that trial that she had no idea that he was clipped by the car. None at all. She had no idea he was lying in the snow. She had no idea he was clipped by the vehicle, and he died. And if Karen had just stuck to that, maybe she would have been found not guilty. So you can imagine the things going through Yannetti's brain at this moment, knowing that if she had just stuck with what he originally said, which is there was no intent, it was just a horrible accident, like she didn't know, like that it was clipped, it was a snowstorm, I think she would have got off. If she had taken the 18 months they offered her in the beginning, she would have been out in 9 months, because you can get 15 days in a 30-day month in the state of Massachusetts in good time in state prison. In Framingham is our state prison for Norfolk County. There is no county jail for Norfolk County. So Karen would not go to a county jail, even if she was being held like during her trial, which a lot of defendants are, until they go to trial and get a result. Usually you're sitting in county jail. So even if She had been held during this trial in jail. There's no county jail in Norfolk County. You go straight to state, which is Framingham. And you get 15 days a month for doing things like programs in the jail, like classes or all sorts of different things. But you can get up to 15 good days a month. So she'd have been out in half the time. 18 months and half is 9. So 9 months. Here we are years later and many lives destroyed. And yet she still refuses to take any responsibility. Any responsibility. I don't think she's going to get away with this, Lou. I do think she'll be doing some jail time. How much? That could be up for debate. But I do not think that she will get a not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. I don't think there's a chance in hell of that happening. Because you can't, not going to be able to get 12 jurors to agree that she's not guilty on all 3 charges. There's no way. Her own assertions, okay, and the evidence itself, even just her saying I shouldn't have been driving and I had 9 drinks, her changing the numbers, 4, 6, 9, 7. You don't think that that's a guilty on DUIing and leaving the scene? Of course it is. Even that charge alone, that's jail time. And I have no doubt that they will give her the maximum sentence on, even if that was the only one that they said she was guilty on, I fully believe they will give her the max sentence on that. She's taken no responsibility for a goddamn thing. And her and the sewer turtle who helped destroy countless lives, change countless lives, and continue to this day to harass innocent people. Simply for having a different, they've tried to silence me quite a bit. And they never will. They can scream 100 lies every day about me as they do on a daily basis. I don't care. They're not going to silence me by perpetuating lies about me to try to shut me up. It's a lot to deal with. I'm not going to lie. No one should have to deal with it. And I'm not suggesting that someone, speak up and get involved in this kind of thing with speaking the truth, because there's a price to pay for it. And your mental health suffers for dealing with idiotic people that think it's okay to harass a normal human being's life. But I will tell you that I will not be silenced. I will not be quieted by bullies, by people that don't even know most of the people that they bully. Their whole goal is to intimidate and harass until you go away or shut up. I refuse. I will not. Too bad. So sad. I appreciate you, Jesse. It does help. It helps a lot. Funny enough, throughout the month, I might make 10 or 20 bucks by the end of the month if people actually watch the ads. You put it on the TV and just let them go by and not skip them. Well, that's the problem, right? That is the actual problem. Is people are more willing to buy into some salacious, ridiculous theory than actually take a good, hard look at the evidence and realize that, holy crap, you've been lied to and you've been shilling for a murderer this entire time just so she could get off. She didn't care about any of those people. All those people she's taking money from, she doesn't care about them. You know, her brother asking people to buy small pizzas instead of large pizzas, make their grocery orders smaller to give to her, so she can stay at higher class places than she did before she was a murderer. Before she decided that she was going to back up while DUIing in the snow at 26 miles per hour. I'm sorry, what? Eating at fancier places than she ever has, spending more money than she ever has, makes no sense. These people actually believe in her innocence. They actually think there's an innocent woman on trial, and so they're doing their best to do a good deed. They think it's a good deed, right? They think they're fighting an injustice. I feel bad for those people, because those people have wasted their money trying to help someone who does not need help. That person is very guilty, as the evidence shows, and has taken everybody for a fool. And it's sad, because I think about when those people do realize they've been lied to, how much money they've probably spent on helping a murderer, and what they're going to feel like when they realize that they've been wrong this entire time. That's got to be a really crappy feeling, a real shitty feeling. To know. Listen, in the beginning of this, I thought maybe she could be innocent too. I spent $40. I want it back. On the raffles. You You think you're doing a good deed. You think you're helping out. And in the long run, when you start to realize that, like, holy shit, the evidence very much proves that she is guilty. It very much proves that there's nothing innocent about Karen Reed or this case when it comes to her. You realize how many people's lives have been altered or ruined because of her actions and the sewer turtles' actions and the people that are helping these people. If any one of these trolls, we'll call them, of the inside circle of Karen Reed and the sewer turtles' lives have been turned upside down by the amount of lies that the other people's have, they'd be screaming from the rooftops. They'd be calling the cops. They'd be demanding that people stop defaming them and calling them murderers when they're not. It would be a very different story if it was their lives and not someone else's. But because it's not their lives and because it's someone else's lives they're ruining, they just don't care. It's amazing to me. I always try to put myself in other people's shoes. It's one thing I've always tried to do for a long time. I'm not a judgmental person. I do not judge. There's a reason why. Like, no one's perfect. No one, right? I've been sober a long time. I was a broken person when I was much younger. I had been through a lot of abuse as a kid, in foster care, and then as a young adult by my abuser. And no one should have to go through that. But I was a very broken person. I didn't care whether I lived or died at that point in life. I just didn't. I was reckless and I didn't care. And it takes a lot to deal with the mental health that goes along with addiction. But it's been an entire lifetime ago that I went through that. There's a reason why I got into volunteer advocacy 18 years ago when I got sober. There's a reason why I started working in mental health and the criminal justice system, right? Like, they can use me being an addict. That doesn't bother me, doesn't hurt me any, because I've been sober so long that anybody who says otherwise sounds like and looks like a fool. It's amazing to me the things that these people are willing to say to try to discredit or disparage other people simply because they don't believe the same thing you do. And so that makes you, quote, bad. Like what? She doesn't want to serve 1 second in prison. Not 1 second. Not 1 second. That's you know what I'm saying? She can't stay sober 5 seconds. Never mind 18 years. I'd like to see her try. Sorry, I was buffering. Buffering. Ugh, I don't know if she's going to keep them the way they normally are, change them again automatically. Who knows? I know we'll probably hear something about that, about the verdict slips, but that didn't help Alan Jackson last time, did it? That's the only jury that supposedly were confused. And it was changed just for Alan Jackson. She will explode in wrath. I feel like she's going to do a shabusiness when she hears the word guilty. I really feel like she might do a shabusiness. Thank you, Lou. I hate myself in classes, but a lot of people like it. I feel like I look like, I am a nerd, to be fair. I am a nerd. All right. I happen to have a robust amount of things that I like to do, including being outdoors. I love the outdoors. I love hiking and camping, which I'm limited when the things that I can do physically because of all of my health stuff, but reading and learning new things. I also like to craft and make things. So, I feel like my husband says I look like a librarian when I wear my glasses, but I am not. I feel like it makes me just look super duper nerdy, but I am blind without my glasses or contacts. I cannot see freaking anything. So I have to wear one or the other. And since I have to give my eyes a rest from whatever was in my eye the other day, whether it was an eyelash or hair, I don't know, but it hurt my eye, made my eye all red. And so I had to give them a break with the contacts, take the contacts out and wear my glasses. The only thing that stinks about it is, as you guys can see, a glare comes from the lights. And so I've turned the lights a little bit, so that's not as bad, but the glare sort of goes off your glasses, which is kind of distracting and annoying. Oh yeah, she did. Did you miss that clip? Yep, she sure did. She sure did. The Commonwealth has already showed evidence for second-degree murder. Second-degree murder does not require intent in the state of Massachusetts. All they have to prove is that she was DUIing at night in the snow. A reasonable person would have known that could cause death or bodily injury. They don't have to prove that she intended to do it. They don't have to prove that she intended to kill John. All they have to do is prove that a reasonable person would have known that DUIing at night and then backing up at such a high rate of speed could kill someone or harm someone. And they have. I'd still put $1 on Karen Supermaning over to try to get to Judge Canoni in the verdict reading. I mean, hey, I guess it's all in for bets, right? Superman style. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. It's very helpful. Oh yeah, she's trying to get out of all of it. All of it. All of it. The whole thing. She's trying to get out of the whole thing. The whole thing. Before it was, she was drinking water. That was the excuse, right? That some of those were water, except then she admitted on her own clips that it was not water. See, that's the thing. I mean, I'm limited income myself, right? I'm like very limited. And so it hurts my heart to see those people be duped the way they have been without realizing it, you know, and the way that they're going to feel when they realize what's happened. Yeah. Yep. They just did a raffle with like, go to Chili's with the sewer turtle. Like, I'm sorry, who would ever want to do that? Like, what? Like, I'm sorry, what? Yeah, you don't want to know, Jesse. You don't want to know. You don't want to know a lot. You don't want to know. Yeah, I mean, she admitted to the DUI. So it's like, you got to be stupid as a jury, all 12 jury members to say not guilty on that. I don't think so. That's just not going to happen. Like, you know? Yeah, just keep giving to her so she can stay at the Omni. It's fine. You know? I don't need a pat on the back, especially from the cult. That's, yeah, no. I don't. I know who I am. That's all that matters, right? It is an entire lifetime ago, right? An entire lifetime ago. Like, I'm sorry, but if you try to use everyone's young adulthood or past as some sort of like, oh, they can't be credible now, almost in their 40s, like, that's just like utterly disgraceful and shows what kind of person you are to try to harm other people with like their struggles that they've been through. That's really sad. Like, I've been on my own since I was 17 years old. Okay. With kids, nonetheless. I had my oldest, the one with all the medical, very young. I was 18. I was pregnant when I was 17. So I had my daughter very young, and I've been on my own since then. Like, I don't need validation from a bunch of cultists that have never met me and don't know me. Like, I don't think anybody should want that validation anyway, because some of these people are very clearly unhinged. Very clearly unhinged. Oh, let's hope so, Laura. Let's freaking hope so. Because sometimes, and I'm just saying sometimes, with people that have money, especially defendants that have money, what will happen is they won't take them right in. And they'll say, okay, we'll give you a 30-day time limit to turn yourself in so you can, quote, get your affairs in order. The judge, I feel like, should have been clear at some point to say, listen, you've had 3 years to get your affairs in order. I think she should be taken in immediately. There should be no 30 days to get your affairs in order and turn yourself in. She's had 3 years to get her affairs in order. And most defendants do not get that courtesy. You are taken, and especially in Massachusetts, they're in jail while they're awaiting a trial. And there's no time served for her because she has served no time in any jail. So she won't be getting credit for any days. So, or maybe one for a half a day in jail. That's about it. Like, yeah, sometimes they get itchy too, especially if you have allergies. And I do have allergies that I, like 3 years ago, started getting allergies from the pollen and from some animals. And I was like, I've never had allergies before. And the doctor's like, well, every 7 years, you can at any point get allergies. And I'm like, but I've never had them my entire life. That's weird, man. That's weird.
Dr.
Weird.
Walsh, could you take us to slide 30?
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. Yeah, he wasn't mortally wounded. Thank you, Lynn. I don't know. Maybe it's just the way I don't know. I feel like I look like a nerd, you know? I feel like it doesn't suit me, but other people say it does. So I guess the eye is in the beholder, right? Oh yeah, I think she will spaz and throw a rope.
Time relevance of 12/23/2022. 38. And could you tell us again, remind us, what is 122338 referring to?
The 122338 is syncing the text stream time to real world time. So we know how long the text stream is on. We know when the vehicle was turned on. So we're adding those two together. So if you add the 12:12:36 to, for example, 11 minutes, 2.8 seconds for when the end of the trigger is, that gives you 12:23:38. So the end of the trigger in real world time, no longer in the running clock, is now 12:23:38.
Based on the infotainment clock?
Based on the infotainment clock.
And that's from the Lexus?
From the Lexus.
Sustained.
And where's that from?
The Lexus.
Thank you. The
Sounds like they're allowing it.
122358 number, what's the significance of that?
So that is Mr. Keefe's cell phone data at 0.154. Again, from the original data we had just at 154 and 155 and not the in-between points. So.
And at the bottom in parentheses, explain to us what that means.
Sure. If you look at where the text stream math works out to be, 122338.8, and compare that to 122358, the difference between those two is 19.2 seconds.
The difference between which clocks?
Between what the text stream infotainment system would show compared to what 0.154 on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone is.
And based on new data, do you now have information about what the variance, the difference is between the clock on the Lexus infotainment and the clock on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes.
And what is that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going to allow that.
It's, you need to advance the text stream clock 21 to 29 seconds.
You need to advance it 21 to 29 seconds for why? Why do you need to do that?
Because the cell phone is ahead 21 to 29 seconds.
After you advance the text stream ahead 21 to 29 seconds, can you then compare the information, the time that's coming from the infotainment system Lexus to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone from his iPhone?
Correct. That's what you need to have an apples to apples comparison. You need to get them on the same time clock.
Thank you. You can proceed.
So I think we left off here. So that's 1162-1. So what we have is we have the cell phone data, the original cell phone data on the right-hand side. And then from that text stream data, you know, we have whether it's going forward, we have the speeds, we have the steering angles. So from that information, we ran a simulation to show you what the text stream data means. This is what the 10 seconds of data is. And again, just because the simulation stopped, that's just where the text stream data ends. Again, as we showed you earlier, that the car's still moving. That's just the last data point we have. So what that text stream data shows is matching a 3-point turn on that Cedar Crest Street. So we have the vehicle motion, the timing data consistent with the interview statements about making a turn, 3-point turn.
Can you take us back to the data chart and show the 2 points that you just mentioned, the turning? Where's that reflected in the data?
Sure. So you can see
You'll have to enlarge that. I'm sorry, Doctor.
column N, that's the ship position. So that's looking, we start off going forward right here. And you can see at the start of the simulation, we're going about 9.94 miles an hour. And then as you start a 3-point turn, you generally start, in this case, if you're going to the left, with the left turn. So you can see we have this steering angle here, then the transmission. So again, we have the brake application. So you're coming in, but you're slowing down and you get down to a speed of approximately 0, 0, shift into reverse, back up, and then start to turn the other direction as you're backing up. So again, you want the rear to go to the right, you turn the steering wheel to the right, right is negative, and then as you start to pull around and pull forward, you turn back to correct for the steering, and so that's what this shows. So again, if you put it all into a simulation program, the speeds, the shifting, the distance, keep in mind we only have that 10-second window of data, and the steering angle for that Lexus, that's what it indicates.
Can you enlarge the photograph on the right with the data points and explain to us the significance of that?
Sure. So again, what we're trying to do is we have the infotainment, we have the text stream. We're now trying to see how that correlates to Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. So we had originally very coarse data points, 154 and 155. There's additional data points between here. So we're looking at how well does our predicted time compare to those two. So with the cell phone correction, you end up with the text stream data at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. So that's actually right in between these two data points. And so we know 154 was closest, but it's on the right-hand side of the road. 155 is when it's turned around and heading back in the southerly direction. So the cell phone data corroborates the text stream timing data in conjunction with the infotainment system data.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay, so we talked about 1162-1. That's the first trigger on the text stream. So we're going to go to 1162-2. So I've highlighted that in yellow. So we're now talking about the second trigger. So this is on the same ignition cycle. It's on ignition cycle 1162. We have that same continuous running clock, but we've now synced it to real world clocks. So instead of the running clock, we now have some information on the real world clock. So at this time, we know the ignition has been on for 19 minutes and 2 seconds. So at the trigger, 19 minutes and 2 seconds. And again, we have 5 seconds either side of that. So between 18 minutes, 57.6 seconds to 19 minutes, 7.5 seconds.
Could you enlarge that, please?
Which part?
That part where your arrow is. You were speaking about the clock. Could you explain that so the jury can see?
Sure. So again, this is continuous from when the time comes on. I just converted it to minutes and seconds here so you can see how long it's been on. This is the mileage. These are the speeds over here. And this is some information on how far it traveled. Again, we have the plus minus on the steering. That gives us some information on the steering. Really, there's very little steering going on at this point. Slight leftward steer.
Dr. Welcher, did you determine how long after the first trigger, that 3-point turn, that this second trigger occurred?
Yes. 3-point turn occurred about 8 minutes after.
You said the 3-point turn occurred
I'm
after.
sorry, this event, I misspoke. 11.2 occurred about 8 minutes after.
After the 3-point turn.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through this data?
Sure. Okay. So we have the accelerometer data here. I've highlighted a shift from drive to neutral to reverse.
I'm sorry,
Again-
you're gonna need to zoom that in so we can see it.
Absolutely. We have information on the brake switch, brake oil pressure. We have the acceleration data here. And then from that information and using the acceleration data, calculating the speed at which it's backing up. The reason we have slightly different calculations here is we have some evidence that the wheel's slipping on the ground. So we need to use the accelerometer because the wheel speed is simply telling you the speed of the wheel. It's like if you're stationary burning rubber, the speedometer reads a certain speed, but you're not going anywhere. But the accelerometer tells you how much the vehicle's moving. So from all that information, we get information on how far the vehicle's traveled. We've done it in terms of total travel distance. We've done it relative to the start position.
I'm going to ask you to start on the columns on the left and take us through the information that you have regarding this second triggering event. So if you can scroll all the way to the left.
All the way to the left?
Yep. Okay. So the first column regarding time, could you remind us again what that is?
So again, that's the continuous running clock.
And the second column in blue?
That's where I take that time and convert it to what we more commonly use, minutes and seconds.
And now we have a key cycle event, different than the 3-point turn. What's the number?
So this is now 1162-2. So again, it's technically in the system the same key cycle. I've called it 1162-2.
And the red number next to it to the right?
That's the mileage. So it's actually at the same mileage as 1162-1. So we know, obviously, they're within the same mile.
If you can scroll over a couple of columns. From your data, can you tell during that event how far the Lexus traveled during
Yes.
that event?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
So we have accelerometer data. We have velocity data or speed data back here. I've corrected for what you see down here is, and I go through this on a later slide, but right here you can see a significant increase in RPMs, but yet the acceleration is dropping. So what that means is if your RPMs are going up and the speed's going up, that means you should be accelerating more. But what happens because the acceleration is dropping, that means what's actually happened is the wheel's slipping. So what I've done is I've used the accelerometer's data to calculate the speed once the vehicle is put into reverse. And once we know the speed, again, feet per second, we know every data point is half a second. So speed times time tells you how far you moved. Feet per second, feet divided by seconds times seconds gives you feet. That's how far you went. So you get how far you went in each interval, then you get the total distance traveled. And so this is relative to the start. So 0 is the start. The vehicle goes forward about 34 feet. Then you can see it basically stops in this area here, then begins to back up and ends up backing a total of 53 back from where it originally started. So if you add 53 to 34, you get 87. So the total motion, 34 forward, 53 back, the Lexus moved 87 feet total.
Dr. Welcher, when you say the Lexus moved 83 feet total, is that according to the data or is that the entirety of the movement of that Lexus?
No, that's just from when the data starts to when the data ends. So if you look at when the data starts, you can see that the vehicle is actually going 13.67 miles an hour. When the data stops, the vehicle is still going 23 miles an hour. And you
From
can
the-
see,
I'm sorry.
you can still and see that it's still at 74% throttle. So, you know, this is 3/4 of full throttle in reverse.
So to start with the distance traveled, if you can go to the top, we see that the speed is 13.67. Is that where the data gets picked up?
That's where the first data point is. Again, the trigger is here. This is 5 seconds before the trigger.
Are you able to tell how fast or slow the vehicle is traveling before that data point of 5 seconds before the trigger?
No.
And likewise, on the bottom, the speed. At the end of the 10-second data points at 23.61, can you tell whether or not that speed stayed the same, increased, or decreased?
I mean, considering you're at 74% throttle, it likely increased. How much, I don't know. And you can see that up here, she's on the brake. Down here, she's not on the brake. And so she's not on the brake and at 74% throttle.
What is the percentage of throttle that has to be initiated to cause a triggering event?
For a shift into rear and a rapid throttle application, it's 30%.
If you look at the next column over, if you can go to the top heading for the jury to see the engine RPM data, could you explain that?
Sure. Again, that's the engine RPMs. And so, as I mentioned, you have this jump in engine RPMs and a very dramatic jump in the reported speed of the vehicle. But when you look at the acceleration is actually dropping. So again, that's a telltale sign that the tire is spinning because the vehicle is not being accelerated. And so I've used the accelerometer data. Again, if you just, a process called integration, you integrate the accelerometer data, it will give you the velocity. So what I've done is, it's called piecewise integration to get the speed data that takes into account the tire slippage, and from there calculated the speed or the position at each interval going across the top here.
If I could stop you at your column that says JBW speed at each time step.
Yep.
If you go to the bottom, please. So does your data indicate that the speed is changing at the end of this 10-second event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Is the speed changing at the end of this event?
Yes.
How so?
Well, again, you can see it's increased about 2.7 miles per hour. And again, we know from what I already stated that that last time step, you're still at 74% throttle and you have 0 brake application.
Is it possible from the data to tell how far the Lexus went forward before it went in reverse in total as far as feet?
Not in total, no. We just have this 10-second window. I can tell you what it did during this 10-second window.
Is it possible to tell how far it continued after the data?
No.
The shift position changes from 1 to 0 to 2. Can you again explain to us what that means?
Sure. 1 is drive, 0 is neutral, 2 is reverse. And then brake switch status, again, a 1 is you're on the brake pedal, enough to activate the brake lights. 0 is you're off the brake pedal.
Each one of those indicators, 1, 0, 2, how much time is for each of those?
0.5 seconds.
So can you tell how long the Lexus was in neutral for?
So again, it only occurs at one time step. And again, there's a little timing issue. Like we only have data every half second. You don't know exactly where in that time it was.
Okay, you can continue, Dr. Welcher.
Next slide or continue on this slide?
Unless there's something else you want to point out to the jury on this slide. You can
No, I'm
move to
good.
the next.
So similarly, using this information to then try to tie it back to the cell phone data to make sure we have the real-time information. Again, this was written back in January before I got the additional information. So what you can see is, I'll zoom in. Again, we're now talking about trigger 1162.2, we know that that's 18 minutes that the vehicle has been on, 18 minutes, 57 seconds, 19 minutes, 2 seconds. This is the range. Again, the plus or minus 5 seconds. 19 minutes, 2 seconds is when the trigger occurred. Infotainment system, adding those two together, 12:36, plus the 19:7.5 indicates the end of 1162-2 is at 12:31:43.
That 12:31:43, is it based on the Lexus clock from the infotainment system?
It is. It would need to be corrected to the O'Keefe cell phone data.
And when you reconcile that variance of 21.9 seconds, what is the time?
You end up with 12:32:04. So if you simply take this and add 21 seconds to it and add 29 seconds to it, so you get between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you reconcile the two clocks and you have that range of 12:32:04 to 12:32:14.
12:32:12.
I'm sorry, 12:32:12. Does that simply accommodate the window of data, but not before and after?
Correct. So, again, even on John's O'Keefe's cell phone, even within his cell phone, there's somewhere between 21 to 29 seconds difference on his cell phone. So even that one piece of instrumentation has some variance to it. So we know it's between 21 to 29 seconds at this approximate time. So this is taking into account that variance.
So the only time window that you have is based on the data, and that's reflected in the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12?
Sustained.
Is there any other window you can accommodate with the data you have other than that 10-second window?
Yes.
What's that?
So I was given information about a final lock event on the phone.
Let's stick with this window if we can.
Okay.
Since you only have 10 seconds of data, is it possible from the Lexus clock data to have a larger window than this 10-second window?
No, the text stream will only give you a 10-second window,
Okay.
but it doesn't tell the whole story because the vehicle's still moving.
Understood. Okay, continue, please.
So I have this other event, a lock event, and the information I was given that at 12, it's 12:32:09. And so we have the text stream data ending at somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12, which puts this number right in the middle of that, more or less.
Continue.
Is this a good place to take a luncheon break?
Certainly are.
Okay, so why don't we do that, Jenner? So we'll take.
Shocker.
5 minutes.
Right at 1, not even a minute later.
And again, Dr. Wilson, you can just follow up.
I will answer that. 1 second, Kimbo. So I muted it because they're not saying anything anyway. They're going to lunch. So happy lunch break, everyone. My eyes have been super itchy since Sunday. And yesterday I was outside. So my skin, because I got some sun yesterday, has been very dry and itchy since I was in the sun yesterday. The jury instructions will be the same essentially. And they only, so in Massachusetts, they do not poll the jury in a mistrial unless one side or the other asks for it. The Commonwealth did not ask for the jury to be polled, and the defense did not ask for the jury to be polled in the mistrial. So, but if there's a resolution, whether it's guilty or not guilty, the jury does get polled. So, I mean, whether we find out the results of that, I don't know. But they do get polled if there's a resolution, and it's not just a mistrial. It's not automatic with a mistrial. With a mistrial, you only pull the jury if one side or the other asks for that to happen, at least in Massachusetts. I know it's different in other states, but that is, yeah, I'll have to check that out too, because my eyes get itchy, my nose gets itchy, and I've only been dealing with allergies for a few years now, but this is all new to me, and I don't like it. I don't like its constant itching of the eyes or nose. or skin in general, just itchy, dry skin. It's a histamine thing. Oh, thank you, JMS. I actually haven't even checked anything today because, I mean, the last couple days there really hasn't been anything. So I actually didn't check. So I guess I'll check now. It's probably a good time, right? To check. If you want to send a donation to the channel, you can do so these ways. We do have monetization back. So you can do, super chats and super stickers and memberships. Just know that they take a hefty amount out of that for the, the creator doesn't get all of that. They don't even get mostly 50% of it. Apparently, Apple takes 30% now if you do it from an iDevice, which is cool, but whatever. We do have the regular ones that help the channel out, which are Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut for those of you who are out of country. Trisha uses it, and she says there's no fees. So I guess the fees must come to me when when you get it from another country, you get to switch it to your currency. So I guess that's probably what happens is when I switch it into my currency, it probably takes the fees then, I'm guessing. So that's nice to know they don't have fees. I had to ask Trisha because I've only received on it since I got the thing. And then we have the link for those of you who want to donate via just your credit or debit card and don't have any of the payment apps. All right. Yeah, maybe that's why, because the pollen, if you're outside, that's when it becomes my eyes become itchier. PayPal is always a good option. They take a very small amount just to send it to my bank account and a very tiny amount for taxes. So it's definitely 1,000% better than the huge amount that YouTube takes, especially for smaller creators. It just never made sense to me that the bigger creators don't care because they make enough, but the smaller creators, not so much. All right. Thank you, JMS. JMS sends $50 and says, thanks for everything you do. Thank you so much, JMS. And then I have another one. I do have another one from 11:30. I didn't see this until now. And this one is from Ian. Thank you, Ian. Another $50. Thank you so much, Ian. I appreciate it. Directly through here. No point in stuffing YouTube's pockets. I agree with you. There is no point in stuffing YouTube's pockets. Some people prefer it that way, though, either because their card's already hooked up to it, or like the memberships do help the algorithm. Like, so it helps sort of like YouTube say like, oh, people are buying memberships to this channel. Maybe we need to push this content out more. So it helps in that aspect, which we want to do. We want to grow. So like, it's just a double-edged sword, I guess, Thank you guys so much. Yeah, I get mostly all of it except for like the $1 something transferred over to my account and like a tiny amount of taxes. So I get everything besides like $2 or $3 usually. So yeah, I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much. I very well appreciate it. All right, let's see. I'm going to pull up something here. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see. Yeah, see, my skin is itchy. I mean, I have psoriasis too on my legs, so it's itchy nonetheless. But like, if you were outside over the weekend, especially because it rained so much, all that pollen, this is how the doctor explained it, because he asked me if it's like worse during certain times. I said, yeah, after it rains, funny enough. And he said, that's because the pollen gets kicked up everywhere after it rains, and the flowers and everything after it rains, or after your grass is cut, and my grass was just cut. So that might be why. I don't know about you, Jesse, if your grass was just cut or whatever. But that also can give you lots of itchiness with allergies and stuff. If like you have a lot of flowers, the grass is cut, there's a lot of trees around, that kind of stuff, or after it rains. Oh, thank you, JMS. I love your super sticker. Look at it. It's so cute. It's like a Shiba Inu. It's so cute. I hate that StreamYard doesn't let me see the super stickers on this screen. That's why I have this one up. I have this screen over here, so it actually shows me the super stickers, which is kind of cool, because before I wasn't able to see them because StreamYard doesn't put them in that software. So I actually have to have like my YouTube like studio open on this side to show me the super stickers and super chats and polls. What's the poll looking like? 70%. I love the stickers. I do. There's something else called like super thanks. I have no idea what that is. It's just like it shows me that that's like a thing. Super chat, super sticker, and super thanks. I have no idea what a super thanks is, but I'm assuming it's the same thing as like a super chat or a super sticker. I have no idea. I just see it as an option under the thing. But I don't know why they didn't just put it all under one thing. It would make more sense, but whatever. So the Karen Reed poll says 69% say, let's see, who's more guilty? 69% say Karen Reed, 31% say Brian Kohlberger. I'm actually shocked that 31% think Brian Kohlberger is more guilty, and I'll tell you why. With the Brian Kohlberger case, I have no doubt that he's guilty, in my opinion. Okay. but super thanks are super chats, but after the live is over. Oh, I got one yesterday. I love that. That's what it is. Oh, see, get to learn something today. Thank you guys. I would not have known that without you guys. I would have had no idea what it was. But yeah, I did notice I got one in a comment yesterday. So like if I'm not live anymore and someone watches like the replay, they can send I guess it's called a super thanks, and it shows up and it'll say that person sent whatever they sent. That's what a super thanks is. All right, cool. That was the first super thanks I've ever gotten. So that was kind of cool. That reminds me to say thank you to that person who sent the $5 super thanks. I appreciate you. So yeah, the 31%. Okay. So Brian Kohlberger, this 31% that people think that he's more guilty. What surprises me about that is even though I know that Brian Kohlberger is guilty, hey, look, they shut Fanny the fan off. Brian Kohlberger is guilty. In my opinion, there's a lot more circumstantial evidence in that case than this case. That's what shocks me. This case, there's a ton of data that shows you down to the minute and second, especially when it comes to Karen's car and John's phone. Okay. That shows you a really good snapshot in time. But with Brian Kohlberger, there's a lot more circumstantial evidence than there is physical evidence in his case. For instance, they didn't find any blood or hair or anything like that in his car or in his apartment, which you would expect to see, right? But we also have to remember he took criminology, right? Like that was what he was studying. So I have no doubt that he sort of knows all the ways that they could get DNA evidence or whatever and sort of made sure that didn't happen. Nonetheless, it does shock me that 31% think that he's more guilty than Karen, because I just think there's far more evidence in Karen's case. Oh, they're definitely both just guilty, in my opinion. But I do think that in this case, well, I don't think this thing is more guilty, but it was something that someone asked, and I was like, oh, we can poll that. You know what I mean? That was the question they asked. And I said, oh, let's poll. We'll put that in a poll for you. No problem. So we did, and I mean, guilty is guilty, right? Guilty is guilty. But I think there's just a lot less physical evidence and evidence tying Kohlberger than there is Karen. Like, I needed an equally guilty. I know. I thought about that after I hit the button, Jack. I didn't think about it until after I hit the button. And then I went back and was like, when you rewind, you'll see me say it eventually when I'm like, shit, I should have made both an option. And I forgot, or I didn't think of it at the time. It's tough to say that Kohlberger is less guilty when he murdered 4 people. I agree with you, Jack. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that makes me think that, there's just less evidence, in my opinion, when it comes to Kohlberger, less physical evidence. It's a lot more circumstantial than like physical or data wise when it comes to his case. I think Karen's case, we've got a lot more data. See, now my eyes are getting itchy. There's a lot more data than there is with his case. But there's a lot to remain to be seen with his case too. Like we'll be covering that case, of course, and that one's not supposed to start until August. And God knows if it gets pushed back again. It's already been too long, in my opinion, for that trial to have already started for sure. I actually need from you guys, which case, I mean, and there's a bunch of them, but what case, when this one is done, right? Which case should we cover when Karen's is over? Because I've been following quite a few other trials. I try to catch up on it at night when I'm like laying in bed, although I fall asleep sometimes. So then I have to go back and rewatch some of it. And I try to keep up as much as I can on some of the ones that are ongoing right now. But what I will say is, that's what we do here is we cover cases, missing persons, and of course we'll do some cold cases, et cetera, et cetera. But which ones are you guys interested in before the Kohlberger case starts and after Karen stops? There has to be one that you're all like, let's cover, this case or that case. Like there has to be one that you're all like, yes, this is the case. The Brian Walsh case, I was absolutely going to cover Lindsay Clancy, but I'm not really sure when that's going to start. And that one's going to be extremely difficult. That one's going to be very triggering. So, some people might not want to watch that one. That's why I might cover that one as like a long form video blurb instead of a live stream. for people who want to watch it as like or I shouldn't say long form, more like short form, like edited video versus a live stream on that one, because it could be very triggering. It has to do with children, and it's a very sad thing that happened there. The Brian Walsh one is definitely one I'm going to cover because that happened here, and his wife is still missing. They've not found her, although they found a lot of blood, which obviously would mean that she's probably not alive, but where are her remains is the question. And I'm going to cover the sewer turtles. That one I would like to be in person for. So that man looks like the devil, just saying. Like, isn't Kohlberger now saying they have another suspect? They're saying a lot of things. They're saying they wanted to push it off due to autism, or they want to take death penalty off the table because he has autism. There was a bunch of things that they were saying when it comes to Kohlberger's case, and that there was someone else in the area. They're throwing out a lot of stuff. You can't ignore the data when it comes to the towers, though, and his whereabouts and driving past there. And, even the follows on Instagram kind of make me a little creeped out for that case, yeah, definitely guilty too. Yeah, best case for guilt. Exactly. I knew what you meant. And for me, I just think there's more when it comes to Karen than Kohlberger, Yeah, that kind of bothered me too. Like, bro, that's not, come on. You can't blame it. Listen, my nephew is autistic. He still knows right from wrong. You know what I'm saying? Still knows right from wrong. It's not, you can't say like, oh, because he's autistic, you take the death penalty off. I don't think that's a reason to take the death penalty off. And of course, the court agreed. There's no reason to take it off. Like, well, you're going to follow lots more because we got lots of cases. Lots. Right? Another poll time. I'd have to know the options first before I can make it. But Brian Walsh is one that I'm going to cover. The sewer turtle is one I would like to be in person for. Laura Michelle Owens, oh yeah, that's right. A lot of these have been delayed too. We've seen a lot of ones that have been delayed lately for various reasons. The Corey Richards one I was going to cover. I found that one a little bit fascinating. She's the one who wrote the children's book, and then I think she poisoned her husband. That's the alleged thing that she did, was poison and kill her husband. That she wrote the children's book about him dying before they caught on to whatever they say she poisoned him with or whatever. And she was buying certain drugs off of a dealer that they think that she might have used to kill him. And yeah, Brian Walsh, like, he definitely cut his wife up in that basement. And then, like, your kid, like, how does the nanny or children not walk into him doing that? I don't understand it. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. How do you hide it? They're going to be looking for her, so you dump the pieces in places near your mother's house. Like, the thing, you go to Home Depot. Like, they've mapped his movements, obviously. And clearly, Brian Walsh, in my opinion, is extremely guilty. But the Clancy one's difficult for a lot of people, and it's because of the children, like, it's because of the kids. Brian Kohlberger is the guy from the Idaho 4, if you haven't followed it. Those 4 students that were killed in Idaho. That's his case. So a lot of them are just gentle giants and very smart. Kids with autism are extremely smart. The Amish case. Yep. Oh, the sheriff. Oh, I remember that one. The sheriff that shot the judge. That was a horrific, like, he just walked in and oof. Yeah. See, the Richens trial was, delayed, and we don't know when it's going to start. That's the only problem with that one. The Adelson one was delayed too, as far as I know. I don't know if we've gotten a response yet on if it's going to be indefinite or if they're going to give us a date. But yeah, the sheriff that walked in and shot the judge. I think that had to do with his child, right? Something about some sort of allegations that he had against the judge. I don't know when that case is going to start, but that one was diabolical. Like, there's a lot of things you could do, and I get it. Judges get away with a lot. And I think maybe he thought, like, oh, well, if they're not going to believe me and it's a judge, he's going to get away with it no matter what. I might as well take it into my own hands. Don't ever do that. You don't deserve a life in prison to take things into your own hands. And I'm not saying the justice system is perfect. And in many cases, it fails many people, including victims, as it has in this case. It has failed victims. It has failed witnesses. It has failed lay persons that have covered the case, talked about the case, whatever. Like there has to be, we as people have to come together in every state, right? And even other countries and make sure that there are rights for the victims, for witnesses, for people to not have to deal with this kind of stuff, that there has to be some protection. The defendant gets protections. That's fine. Okay. But what can't be allowed to happen is this dog whistle threat type stuff where it's, if you don't say the threat, it's not magically a threat because you're just dog whistling other people to do it. There are actual laws that are on the books in certain states about dog whistles and using that to incite harassment. They need to be clearer, in my opinion. And we need to take away the option of the police to have, or the DA's office to have the option to decide whether they're going to charge someone with it or not. If they've committed that crime, they should be charged. There should be no, oh, we're not going to because we don't like the, look of it, the optics of it. Victims don't give a shit about the optics. People who have been harassed don't care about the optics. They care about justice. And if a crime has been committed against them, someone should be charged with that crime, the person that committed that crime. And people who helped, you should be charged with conspiracy. It's really that simple. And for me, I think there's a lot of work we have to do as just people in general, whether it's talking to our lawmakers, calling their phones off the hook, sending email after email after email, whatever we have to do, get a meeting with them, whatever you have to do to try to get a law. And sometimes it takes a lot of years, over a decade sometimes, to get laws on the books, but it's important because this can't be allowed to happen again. Because if we do nothing as just people in general, if we just do nothing and say, oh, the Karen Read case is over, people will forget about it. If we do absolutely not a damn thing, this will happen again. It might not be in this state, might not be soon, but it will happen again. And then what did we do? What was our responsibility? If we did nothing, I feel that weight on my shoulders, that I did nothing to stop it from happening to someone else. And I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't try and try hard to try to make sure that this can't happen to anyone else ever again. It should never be allowed to happen. It shouldn't be allowed to happen. That's why we have witness intimidation statutes to begin with. But I think those are narrowly tailored, and it needs to apply in a way that applies to content creators in a way where, yeah, you have freedom of speech, but what you don't have is the freedom to use your followers to harass other people. You do not have the right to use dog whistles to tell them where people live, their numbers, their personal information, to send your hound dogs out to spread lies and misinformation, defamation, and libel, because not everybody has the money to sue civilly for libel. And so that puts people in a predicament where they're just supposed to deal with that kind of psychological, emotional abuse for years at a time for things that aren't even true about themselves just because they spoke up about the right thing. That's unacceptable. That's not freedom of speech. Not by a long shot. And so there needs to be a law put in place where, the police and the DA's offices are no longer allowed discretion over whether they're going to charge someone or not. If the crime is committed, they need to charge. It's that simple. They're offered discretion for cases where there are mitigating and unmitigating circumstances, such as an abused woman fighting back. But far too often, that discretion is used in a way that it was never meant to be used. It's used in a way where police officers, in departments or DA's offices don't want to prosecute because it's a friend of a friend, or the look of it to the public. They don't like the optics because other people are saying it's one thing when it's really not. So they don't want the optics, even though they know what they're doing is right. They don't want to deal with it because of the optics. That's a huge problem. Nothing should be ever left up to what it politically looks like. You committed the crime, you're charged. And so giving that discretion, it was given for a reason, but unfortunately it's not been used properly. So therefore it needs to be taken away. It's that simple. Yeah, I heard about this one. Falsely claiming twin pregnancy and coercive control on Clayton Richard, The Bachelor. Yeah, that's right. Well, what about that poor woman that they said was a suicide and stabbed in her back multiple times, that her family fought for years and years and years and years to see some kind of justice and have it turned as a homicide because it clearly was not a suicide. She's not stabbing herself in the back. That's very clear. That should never have been ruled a suicide. Yet they stuck to their guns and they did not want to admit wrongdoing. That's part of the problem when it comes to the justice system, DA's offices, and police in general, is they really don't ever want to admit wrongdoing. And that's a little bit of a problem, right? Like, you just need to admit it wasn't a suicide. It's not that hard. But the ME would rather double and triple down and say, nope, I'm ruling it a suicide, when it's very clearly not a suicide. Her family should not have had to fight and fight and fight for someone who killed her. And it's been how many years now? You know what I mean? Like, that person should have been locked away years ago so they could know how many people did they hurt in that time that they've been out, simply because they didn't want to take responsibility and say, you know what, you're right, it's not suicide, it's a homicide. I made a mistake. Why? Because their reputation takes a hit. That how could you make such a grave mistake? That's why. It's all about cover your own ass. And that's sort of the problem that the justice system has. And there are tweaks that need to be made to fix these things, right? Like, also, we're in an age where the laws have not caught up to the technology. Yeah, Koberger doesn't start till August. So we got a gap here, people. We got a gap between June and August. That's sad. That's just so sad. Like, love James Patterson. Love James Patterson. I mean, how you not if you read, you know what I mean? Like, see, that's what I thought. Something about his daughter, as far as I understood it, you know? It was definitely, I saw the video a couple times and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Stephen McDaniel, but he fell apart live on local TV. Oh boy. Damn. It does. It needs to bring a lot of change. You wouldn't even imagine how many lawyers, okay, won't have anything to do with these cases, the ones that are attached to it, and these cases, because they didn't want their families to be harassed. They didn't want their, firms to be defamed and harassed by a mob, so they wouldn't even take the case. That has got to change. Isn't that the whole point of like being a lawyer or being a judge or being in a DA's office or a cop, is to like get justice, not like get justice when it's convenient for you, but get justice no matter what. That's the whole point. Like, it doesn't surprise me. There are bad judges everywhere, folks. So if he was running a brothel out of his chambers, it does not surprise me at all. But also, there are cameras. Where's the footage? You know what I mean? Like, did he delete the footage? And like, why haven't the authorities looked through the footage? Like, I remember that one. Black Swan. I remember that one. Looking at David Gringus, the lawyer for Owens. He was the attorney who protected some of the worst free publisher sites on the internet. Ew, gross. To talk about the families and allow people to name call. It's just gross. Like, it's gross behavior. It's not normal behavior. Like, oh, I'm sure there is. I've said many times, if I ever write a book, it won't be about this case specifically. Okay. It will be about all of the victims that this case and the ones attached to it have made. It'll be about the human toll that this has taken, a life of its own, and no mainstream media has touched it yet. They know about it, yet you hear them report nothing on it. Why is that? They're cowards. It's that simple. That's a story that needs to be told. It needs to be told by the victims themselves. Nobody should be telling their story but themselves. So if I ever write a book, it'll be a book about the victims and how many victims this case created, in the words of the victims themselves. Because there's just so many people's voices that have been silenced or have been trying to be silenced, who have been victims of relentless harassment and defamation, libel campaigns when it comes to this case. And it should never, not only should never be allowed to happen again, but the mainstream media won't touch it with a 10-foot pole. They don't want to tell that story. That story is not salacious, right? Like, the conspiracy is the salacious part. But if they tell this story at the same time as they tell the conspiracy, well, those two things don't jive together now, do they? Can't say it's a conspiracy against this woman, but then also say that she's helping harass people into oblivion. Can't do that. That doesn't work for their, salacious conspiracy. So, that's half the problem. Like, that is half the problem when it comes to this case and cases related to it, is that people don't want to talk about it. People don't want to, it's the quiet thing that no one wants to talk about. And I've learned over the years, especially with my dad's suicide, that there are things that you don't stay quiet about. And this is one of those things. This is one of those things. You don't stay quiet because it's something people don't want to hear about. That's exactly why you don't stay quiet. Because the human toll is immense. Ashton Kutcher has never been charged for evidence tampering, and what he did allowed 2 women to be murdered before the guy was captured. I heard about this, right? For killing Ashton. I did hear about this. Yeah, I have never delved into that, but I definitely heard about that. I actually only heard about it, I think it was like 2 years ago, and it was like a clip I saw of him talking about, like, briefly about, I think, the girlfriend that was murdered or whatever. And then I remember saying, like, to my husband at the time, like, wait a second, he had a girlfriend that was murdered? Like, what am I missing here? How did I not know this? Like, it's a good question, JMS. I don't know. Ashley Benenfield, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Some of these cases have been delayed indefinitely. So there are smaller, cases going on. Court TV always has a trial. But you have to remember, there are other states that, like, certain states, they don't allow. What really bothers me is the federal courts. The federal courts do not allow cameras for trials. So one of the reasons why we didn't get to see the Whitey Bulger case was because they don't allow cameras in federal court. But in my opinion, if you can't fit the public into the courtroom, then you have an obligation as an open public trial to allow people to watch it. That's just my opinion. That is my opinion. It's a public trial. We should all be allowed to watch it. And a federal court is no different than a state court. It is a public trial. That's the whole point. So if you can't fit me in the courtroom, I have the right to watch it. You can't just say, like, oh, there's only 70 seats and, 80 people want to watch it, so sorry for the rest of you. The public has the right to watch it, no matter if there's 75 or 85 of them, right? And that's the part that gets me. Is federal courts not allowing cameras in? It's really just, like, for their own benefit, like, so that a judge can't be critiqued and a judge can't be voted out, or, like, it's not really for any other benefit of the public. A lot of federal trials are in public interest for us to see. It's in the public interest. And absolutely, there should be cameras for everyone to be able to see these trials. Like, yeah, the OnlyFans model. Thank you. I honestly am not a huge fan of my glasses, but a lot of people seem to like them on me. I have to see. And I took my contacts out because, well, they were bothering my eyes and I had something in my eye. So I took my contacts out, put my glasses on. I need my eyes to rest for a couple of days. So I've been wearing my glasses for the last 2 days, but I appreciate that. I feel like it definitely makes me look more studious. My husband says it makes me look like a librarian. And I'm like, hey, I read enough. I mean, I guess I could be a librarian. Like, I guess I could be. Like, does anybody else notice that the fan keeps going on and off? People keep turning the light on and then the fan goes on and then it stops. Is anybody else noticing this, or is it just me? Like, yeah, I mean, that's the reason why we can't watch the Diddy trial, right? And with the information that just came out in that trial, with Young Thug, I think it was, or no, it was Kid Cudi. Diddy showed up at his house, burnt out his car, like put his dog in a closet. Like, what? That is not, like, this is the problem with people who think that, like, endless money will buy you your way out of anything and everything, is they behave like that. And this is where people like that need to be held accountable. You don't get just to do whatever you want and terrorize people and burn their belongings and break into their homes and threaten them because you have endless amounts of money to buy off whoever you want or do whatever you want. See, there it goes again. The light's on. The fan goes on and then they shut it off. Like, what the hell? Like, it's making me a little dizzy. Like, what is happening? Like, Capricorn Clark. So yeah, he said he was, like, going to kill him. Like, and it's like, what? Like, that's insane. See, there, the light goes off again. Like, dude, not for nothing, but it's like the middle of the day. If you need to walk into the courtroom to get something, do you really need to switch the light on? Like, that's kind of obnoxious. Like, oh, Suzanne Morfu. I forgot about that case. Oh, that was so awful. And that name sticks with me. Bree said Ashton found his girlfriend. He called his agent and Danny Masterson. They both told him to wipe everything down and leave. So he did because it looked bad that he went in. Oh, I can't. You should never do that. You should always, I mean, yeah, it looked bad you went in, but like you should be able to be cleared if you weren't there. You know, your phone has like this thing where it shows where you are. Like, come on now. Like, that's so crazy. I can't believe he actually did that after they told. Like, why? Why would you do that? I don't care. Your agent is an idiot. That's what you call a lawyer, not an agent. Like, come on. Suzanne Morphew. Yeah, that is just, that one's a sad one for me. Like, that didn't have to happen, of course. With the light and the goddamn fan again. He told him he saw her through the window, which wasn't even possible. Oh, boy. Yeah, so it looks a little suspect, right? Like, well, the Australian poison mushroom case. I don't know if I heard of that one. Mushroom lady case is crazy. I don't think I heard of that one. That's not the one where like two people from the same family ate like a cake and died, is it? Because I remember people being like poisoned and died from like eating a holiday cake they made. They're sending really slow Morse code via the fan. Someone's being held hostage. Make Tito's and sodas, but they're never strong enough, right? They're weak pores. She said they were weak pores, man. They were weak pores, right? It's got to be Morse code, right? Like, send help. We're losing this case. It's probably Yannetti, right? It's probably Yannetti. It's probably Yannetti. Make a dodgy beef Wellington. Oh, man. It is a conspiracy fan, you guys. It is. I mean, it could be cooking up a conspiracy, Like, it was beef Wellington in Australia. Oh, I mean, I don't think I heard about that one, you guys. That one might be one that I need to look into. Like, dodgy beef Wellingtons? Like, what? I have to write it down. You guys know I have to write things down or I will forget. Especially on this pad of paper here. It makes me like come back and look at it and be like, all right, what did I write down today that I need to look at? Why? Just why? I mean, did she think it was gonna put flavor, or like did she legit was like trying to kill her whole family? Like, what? Oh my God. So she put her own on a regular plate to know that, like, or a different colored plate, knowing that like that one was the safe plate. I mean, that's crazy. Like, I mean, what? Dude, some people will do the craziest things. It's kind of cuckoo to me. Some of the things people are willing to do. Like, why kill your whole family? Why not just run away? You know what I mean? Like, okay, if you can't stand your family that much, why not leave? Like, like, it should work under, if you just type in my email, it should pop up as, Wicked Pearls and Personalizations. But I do have the link that you can just click on. It should bring you right to it. Here's the link. And that should bring you literally right to it. Some died, only one or two narrowly survived. That's awful. Reporting live from my sofa, reports on the mushroom. That's so weird, Lynn. I don't know why. That link should bring you directly to my PayPal, and you can put in the amount you want. You can even put a comment in, and then that's weird. Yeah, or just type in my email. It should pop up. It'll say Wicked Pearls and Personalization. It's my business account. I used to do t-shirts and pod holders. And I mean, I still do take orders from people here and there. But most of the time I don't have that kind of time anymore. But during COVID, I did pearls. I bought like pearls out of oysters, and I did live shows. And I did a lot of then like drilling and setting pearls into sterling silver, rings or necklaces, or just the pearl cages where you just get the pearl with pearl cages. And then I also did like, t-shirts and all that kind of stuff. So hold on one second, you guys. I'm getting a funky phone call. Hold on. I love when they do that and it's like robocalls, but like they use like your area code or one near your area code to make you think it's like someone near you, and it's just like a robocall of like, hey, buy our windows. Like, bro, I don't own a home to buy windows. Like, that's weird. It should work without an issue. I put in her email the first time and then it says, yeah, once you've got it in there, it should be there every time after that. Still a solar flower. Oh, I love those though. I want some sort of like outside solar lights for my backyard too for nighttime. It's weird. Australian trials are not live streamed. They're not. The mushroom one is she used poison mushrooms to feed her ex-in-laws beef. That is so crazy to me that people would do this. Like just leave then. Like, I don't get it. Just leave then. If you don't want to be around those people or you don't like your family, just leave. Like, why poison them and kill them and go to jail for life? Like, it makes no sense. Canadian trials aren't streamed either, nor the UK. No wonder why everybody watches American trials, right? Because like you guys don't get any don't get to see any in any of those countries, huh? I thought for sure at least Canada. I knew the UK didn't. But I thought for sure at least Canada would, right? Like, I do still make them. I mean, I can make them, obviously. Of course, special requests always welcome. I can make her one. Dude, that's the thing. Like, the cameras don't always catch everything, but like, what the hell? Why steal? Like, why? I do the colored ones. So they're like dyed, obviously. And, they're dyed. The dye sort of gets injected into the oyster. And so they come in all different, colors. When you open them, you never know which color is going to be in there. And there are actually some that come with like doubles, like 2 at a time. But they are fun to make. I have what they call a pearl drill. So it has like different bits on it. And you drill halfway through if you're making like a ring, and then you drill all the way through. Obviously, if you're going to make like a necklace, unless it has like a post on it, then you would drill halfway through, and then you would put it with an epoxy onto a piece of jewelry. Oh my God, that would be super scary. Just being that close to home, like that someone's that deluded, like so deluded, like so deluded. I've never been to Hawaii. I've obviously been to Florida, but Hawaii is one of those tropical places that I've never been to. I've also, shocker, never been on a cruise. That is on my bucket list. I've never been on a cruise. That is one thing that I have on my bucket list, along with going to Nashville, going to Texas, and California. I've been all down the East Coast, but not the West Coast and Middle America. But maybe one day, if I hit the lottery, I can buy like one of those Class A's and just travel. That would be so fun. Just travel, travel everywhere. Different experiences, different cultures, different foods. Sounds like a dream. Rich people are lucky. They can do these things and just not worry. That's definitely something that I would be like, all right, how many people can I fit in this thing? Who wants to travel? Like, how many people can I mean, I always feel like it's the more the merrier, right? Like, if any of you guys are from the New England area and have never done the Saco River trip, that's a great trip. I do it once a year usually, and it's only like 3 or 4 days. We usually do 3 days. And it's the only trip we do without kids. And we take 3 days and we camp and we float down the river, and we tie off to each other in a circle. And then there's a cooler. I have a floatable cooler that comes with you, and you put all your drinks and food inside the cooler, and it floats with you down the river. And you can choose whether you're going to do like a 3-hour float, a 5-hour float. And usually what you do is you have 2 cars, right? And you bring everybody in the first car to where you're going to put the tubes in. And then you put the second car down at where you're going to end. And then you have one person get in, or 2 people at the end, and go get the other car and bring it back. So, but it's fun. It's fun. It is fun. And if you are in the area, we are doing that trip in July. So more the merrier. You're more than welcome to join us. It's an inexpensive trip, and it's a blast. Oh my God, me too. I've never done the sleeper trains. That's on my bucket list. It looks like something that's really fun to do, is actually sleep on a train and do a trip like that. That's something that I've watched a ton of videos on other people doing it. And I'm like, oh my God. Some of the best ones, though, are out of the country. Some of the best ones are out of the country. I'm like, that looks like old timey. It just sounds like so much fun. Like I in my dream of doing something like that, it's like it would stop at places and you could get out and like antique or something, or do these giant like rummage sales or something. And then, then come back. Ooh. Interesting. Let's check this out. Freak sent me a clip of this person. All right. It's something interesting to watch real quick. Let's watch it. Let's get it up here. I've never seen this on this case, but it's interesting to watch him sort of break, lose his cool on an actual like news stream. Like, this is how people get caught. I don't even know why. Why do guilty people get on, like, why do they go on news stations and why do they do these things? Like, why? Just why is the question. Why keep up the lie? I don't understand it. Like, go hide or something, like, or just, I don't know, don't kill people. Maybe that, like, maybe do that. Like, all right, let's see.
Giddings was reported missing in June of 2011. Reporter Michelle Casada found him standing outside the apartment building where he and Giddings had lived, and that we now know was the scene of the crime. He talks about joining Giddings' friends to look for his law school classmate and how they entered her apartment to see if there was anything wrong. It was also the first time McDaniel found out that a portion of Lauren Giddings' body had been recovered by police from the dumpster where he had put it. Knowing now that McDaniel had murdered and dismembered Giddings, the interview provides a glimpse inside the mind of a killer as he builds his story and his alibi. Take a look.
Person that was living there? Yeah, Lauren was my neighbor. We're just trying to find out where she is at this point. I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I mean, the last time anyone heard from her was an email that she sent out, and no one's heard from her since.
Did you see her hang out with anyone at the time or anything like that?
I mean, no one has seen her since Saturday. I haven't seen anything. I mean, you always hear noise outside, but it's just people walking by pretty much.
And she just recently graduated from Mercer?
Yeah, she and I we were both JD students. We graduated back in May.
What kind of person was she? I mean, what did you see her?
I mean, she's as nice as can be. I mean, very personable, very much a people person.
Do you know anybody any enemies she might have had, somebody that might want to hurt her?
No, I mean, we don't know where she is. I mean, the only thing we can think is that maybe she went out running and someone snatched her. Because I mean, we went over. One of her friends had a key. We went inside and tried to see if there was anything amiss. But I mean, she had a door jamb that was sitting right by it, so there was no sign that anyone broke in. I mean, the door was locked when everyone got here. I mean, we just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body or whatever they recovered from there.
Body.
Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like, they took out a body there earlier. We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's how we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there. Are you okay, sir?
Scared now.
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
Oh man. I think I need to sit down. Yeah, he realizes in that moment, right? In that moment, he's caught. In that moment, they have found her body and they're going to find evidence. I mean, what did he think was going to happen? You think that they were never going to recover her body or evidence? And it's what was it, in the parking lot next door? How far was the parking lot? Like, I mean, that's one creepy dude. Like, just even the way he talks is trying to make it sound like he's just like this normal everyday guy. He's just the neighbor that lives there. And like, nobody knows where she is, but like, there's no sign of a struggle. How do you know that? Were you in her apartment? Why were you in her apartment? Like, what, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make, like, how far away was like the parking lot they found her? Yeah, talking way too much. And you can see, like, in that moment, I probably have. My husband watches the interrogations, so it's probably one I've seen, although I don't recall his voice, so maybe not. But my husband likes to watch that aspect of it, like the interrogations and stuff. So it might be something that I've seen, but I'm not sure. I have to go back and look at. I'm gonna write his name down because that's definitely something that interests me. Like just watching that, it's like, dude, he realizes in that moment, like it's over for him. Like you killed her, and then you're getting on the news, inserting yourself, like. And they found hours and hours of footage of her on his phone. Yeah, so clearly he was like obsessed with her, like that's like stalking style. Like that's just like those are the type of people you got to watch out for. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, in that moment, he realized like that was very bad for him, completely busted. Like, I don't know. That's something I've always wondered. It's got to be some sort of psychological thing inside of them where like inserting themselves makes them feel like they know what's going on in the investigation, whether they know they're getting closer to them or not. That's why they do it. I mean, at least I've heard some psychologists talk about like why some killers insert themselves. And a lot of time it's because they think that if they're closer to the investigation, they can lead it astray, or they'll know if it gets closer to them. Like there's a couple different reasons, but like, come on, man. Like, come on. Like Lacey Peterson's husband there. One of his interviews was horrible. Like it's on EWU. Thank you. EWU. One of his just made him look really bad. Like really bad. Like, and then they just recently did something with Lacey Peterson. They did two different things. Like one if he was innocent, one if he's not innocent. Okay. He made homemade weights. And then they find pieces of her body, like where he took it. Stop it. That's ridiculous. Oh, Susan Smith. I remember that one. Yeah, it's in that moment he knew he funked up. Like, oh my God, I did see that one. He's the one who just sits there and stares, right? Like this, and just stares and doesn't say anything and just stares, just like this. I've seen that one, unless there's another one like that. Just pretends like he's like not there, like just won't answer anything. I think I remember that one. I mean, these are sick people. You know what I mean? Sick people. Very sick people. Like, I think the breaking across the street. Yes, I do think that someone broke in across the street, but I don't think it had anything to do with Lacey's disappearance. That's very clear. I mean, he made homemade anchors, you know, like, and then she goes missing, and then they found, on the boat, they found, I think her hair or something like that. And then they find pieces of her body, which would have come off if they were weighed down, you know? So it's like, come on now. Like the other Peterson case, Scott Peterson. You guys remember Scott Peterson? Does anybody remember that one? Oh, that's just sad, you know, super sad. Like some of these people did not have to die, right? It's just violence that's unnecessary. Like where are we as a, you know what? I think they said any given point in America, there are something like 25 active serial killers or something like it's just like a scary number, right? Like in any one area. Like what? Like that's, I mean, what makes those people tick? What makes those people like think that like that kind of extreme violence is the way to deal with a problem? You don't want to be with your wife anymore? Cool. Leave her. She's cheating? Cool. Leave her. I mean, make it make sense. Like so irrational to think like, oh, I'll just kill her and I'll hide it and I'll get away with it and then I'll live my life. Like, or you could just leave and live your life and then not go to jail for life. Just saying. I mean, I'm just saying. Like, to me, it's irrational thought, right? Like it's clearly very, very irrational. And also you have to be pretty sick and twisted to think of things like dismembering your wife in the basement while your children and the nanny are upstairs. Like Brian Walsh did. You know what I'm saying? Like, has anybody ever heard? Okay, this was a California case where, and this happened like a long time ago. I know her, Dorothea Puentes. Has anybody heard of the Dorothea Puentes case? That is one I delved deep into a long time ago because that case is so bizarre. So bizarre. They found like many bodies in her yard. Okay. Many in her yard. So what she would do is she would dress up as like an older woman. She was like in her 40s or 50s, whatever. And she would dress up as like she was like 60 or 70 and take people in and take their social security checks and then kill them eventually. Just kill them and then keep collecting their money. Yeah. So like that one, if you've never heard of that case, like write it down, look it up. Like you're talking about, you like true crime. That is a case that you will find fascinating, but also sick at the same time. Like this lady was nuts, like purely freaking nuts, insane. Dorothea Fuentes. Like I delved deep into that case. And like at one point she ran out of space in her yard to hide the bodies. So she hid one like upstairs under like the floorboards and moved them around and like put carpets over carpets. So like the juices and the smell was there. Like it's like nuts. That lady was Looney Tunes McGee. Like especially when it comes to female serial killers, you don't see a ton of them, obviously. But that one was one that I will never forget just because of how like sick that woman clearly was. Like very, very sick. Yeah, we're on Lunch Inc. Rex worked near my high school. Oh, that one. Yeah. Rex Huerman. Yeah. Sick shit. Like sick. But Dorothea Fuentes, like she was older. It was like there's still speculation on if one of the people helped her. Chris Watts. I can't even talk about that one. It's so bad. Like so bad. Yeah, I know. I saw that, which is insane to me. But we also remember there's 2 Innocence Projects. There's like the countrywide Innocence Project. And then there are like state by state Innocence Projects. So there's like 2 separate Innocence Project like entities that have nothing to do with one another. I don't even know why they're allowed to have the same name in my opinion, but like it's very clear that, Peterson's not innocent. Neither was Scott Peterson, whose wife Lacey is still missing. And I've talked to Lacey's sister. She is super duper nice. And she thinks that she might have located her sister's body and in an area where they have found a human mandible and skull. And they have sort of followed it because it's moved over the years. They've gotten some technology to go in and look, and it's sort of moved. The current has pushed the body or parts of it, the mandible and the skull, down river. And the cops won't go in there and take her seriously and get it out and check. They're saying it's not a mandible. It's very clear that it is. And so they basically are just poo-pooing her away. And so I think she's been threatened at this point to not try to retrieve it herself. But if I'm her, I'm retrieving it. Sorry. Like, you're not going to do it. I'm doing it. Like, and so, I mean, if any of you do follow or had followed the Lacey Peterson case, Lacey's sister does have a Facebook page, and she could definitely use all the help she can get to try to recover those remains. And as she said, even if it's not her sister, it's someone's remains, someone who needs to be recovered, someone who is missing, right? Like, but she believes, very highly believes, that it is the remains of her sister, Lacey Peterson. And so, I told her if she needs anything, obviously, to let me know. But she's super duper nice, and I just feel so bad for her. Like the cops are not any help, like they don't want to retrieve it. They want to have every excuse about why it's not a mandible. Like it's very clearly a mandible, like which is this part of your jaw here, right here. It's just sad, And I think she was like trying to raise money to get like. That technology is extremely expensive to get into the waters and take these pictures and know it's moving and it's moving, it's moving. And it's a lot of money to do it. And so I think she was trying to raise some money to be able to go retrieve and take better pictures so that police can't ignore her anymore. Like sad, very sad. Steven Stearns. Yeah, that one was crazy. Did she really? Oh, yeah. Cooking with a Serial Killer. I forgot about that. Cooking with a Serial Killer. I remember that. Like, I would never bake a recipe from that woman. She was literally bonkers McGee. Like, bonkers McGee. Like, I'm telling you, if you guys have never looked up Dorothea Fuentes, it's an old case. So, like, some of us, like even me, I'm only 38. I'll be 39 this year. But even me, like that's a case that predates me, right? Like I would have been too young to sort of know about that case. I delved into it by going through other cases and finding that one. And I've watched at least 3 documentaries on it, done my own research on like the other pieces of like evidence and like paperwork and stuff from it. But this lady was like gonzo. Like she like for female serial killers, it was something that stands out because there aren't like a billion of them. So, but that one, she was cuckoo bananas. That one, cuckoo bananas. Like, oh my God, tell me what's going on. What can we do to help? What can we do? Oh, Maddie Soto, that was terrible. Yeah, sorry, Stacy Peterson. Sorry. Yes, Stacy Peterson. It's just sad. Like, you know, it's just sad. A lot of these cases where these people are missing, including my friend Miguel, who hasn't been seen since 2006, they're offering, the FBI is now offering a reward, you know, a reward to find my friend's remains and bring them home to his family and friends that have been looking for him since 2006. And I hope and I pray that anybody in Maine that knows anything about his case, or I might have heard something down the grapevine over the years, comes forward, because any piece of information is better than no information at this point. And his remains need to be recovered and brought home. Like general crime, other cases that we've talked about over the years that we've either been interested in or ones that were really bad. Like, so there's a lot of people I feel like that should be behind. You're in Texas? Okay. I have some friends in Texas, a couple that live in Texas, to email me, or so we can get you some help. Oh, Melendez. Do you think the Menendez brothers are going to get out? I know that we're going to hear something about that fairly soon. Like July. It would be nice if it would be in July. There are some that are just like indefinitely sort of stopped, you know? Arthur Freeman of Melbourne. He threw his 4-year-old dog. What? Oh my God. What is wrong with people? Like, I mean, you gotta, like, what? I never understood that level of psychoticness. It's just insane to me. Yeah, I mean, Stacy, sorry, my bad. Lacey's mine. No, Petersons, you get them all because there's so many Petersons, so many cases that have been with Petersons. It's like in the water. I don't know. Like, I do mean Stacy. I'm sorry. We're gonna find you somewhere safe. That's what we're gonna do. You're gonna have to email me so I can give you my number though. So I'm not gonna, can't put it on the stream, obviously. What is that noise? All right, guys. There's like some loud noise outside my house. I'm trying to figure out what the hell that is. Hold on a second here. All right. Sorry. I dropped my vape. Cash Gurn and a case of 4-year-old in Texas stolen out of their bed in the middle of the night and killed in the middle of the street. That's just, I mean, that's nutty. Like Oliveris. His last name is Oliveris. Oliveris. And he went missing from Portland, Maine. No, he's from Massachusetts. He was actually only there visiting. I don't know. I don't even know what I think. We all know the Menendez brothers are guilty. I don't know what I think about them getting out. You know, they were abused pretty badly. But at the same time, murdering your parents is not the right thing to do. So Bettery Broderick divorce. Yeah, that one too. Yep. Yep, that's it. That's the one. That is the one. I mean, they put very little information. Not that there's a ton of information known about Mickey's case, but there's very little that they gave on those in like the missing persons websites or whatnot. It is evil. Oh, I see the court coming back. Inc. Why don't you send me an email to my email right now so we can help. Oh yeah, the jury definitely got it right.
Dr. Welcher, when we left off, you had given us your opinion on this slide. Could we proceed to slide 35, please?
I'm not going to make 11 today. We're on 4
Slide 35?
For the sidebars.
I believe the next slide is 35.
Right.
Okay. Now, when we look at this slide, I'm going to ask you to zoom in, and if we can start from left to right, and we can identify each category as you discuss it and explain to us the importance of the columns.
So we already touched on this from left to right. The first column is the continuous running clock. Second column is where I converted it to minute and seconds. You can see we're on trigger 1162.2. This is the second trigger. The particular boxes that are highlighted are where there's change. For example, in the upper right, when you're transitioning from drive to neutral to reverse. And then I already discussed this a little bit, but where the wheel's slipping, you can see you have high acceleration pedal application, increase in the RPMs. But when you look at the effects on the vehicle, you can see that it's accelerating less. So that's indicative of slippage of the wheels. And then I simply show at the bottom the math I use to derive all that. So again, we touched on most of this. It's the same slide you saw before, just to show how corrected for the speed.
If you could zoom in for a second, I want to ask you a question about the RPM column.
RPM column, go ahead.
If you could zoom in.
Oops.
Thank you, Lynn, for your $25 donation. I see it on PayPal right now. Thank you so much.
In the last line, the last piece of data captured, the RPMs changed from 3,200 to 3,300.
Correct.
And the accelerators is fair to say, is that depressed? What's the way you characterize that?
Sustained.
How would you characterize 74? What does that mean?
I mean, it's 3/4 of full throttle. It's 74% of full throttle.
If above it's 74.5, it drops to 73.5 and then back to 74. Why is the RPM higher than above?
So there's, again, this data is referred to as being asynchronous. You're reporting it at particular times, but the computer's scanning the network for the data. So it's not all on exactly the same time step. Not only that, but there's frequently, oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
There frequently is a delay from when you step on the accelerator pedal to when that translates to increased RPM at the engine. It takes a little time to build it up or take it down.
Jack says super chat tag team. Thank you, Jack.
So similar to what we did on the first one, basically what we did is we took all the text stream data that we had, which includes the shifting, the forward, the reverse, and the steering. Again, there was a tiny bit of leftward steer, and put that into a simulation program where we're simulating what the Lexus will do. So we've taken into account the mechanical characteristics, the steering response of the Lexus. So this is to show what it represents on the left-hand side. So each one of these little hash marks, different color, represents 10 feet. The red lines show the extent of motion. Remember what I said, it initially pulled forward, then backed up past its initial spot, and then went backwards further distance. So what this shows is where we simulated this in a program called HVE. So that's the vehicle, the Lexus pulling forward. And then it accelerated in reverse, past its initial starting position, and came to rest right there.
Doctor, when you say it came to rest there, do you have data that the defendant's Lexus stopped there?
No, it did not come to rest. I misspoke. That's where the tech stream data ends. As you can see here, it's still going. It's still going approximately 23 miles an hour when that ends.
You'll have to zoom in on that so the jury can see what you're referring to. Please.
So again, as I mentioned, the tech stream's taking a window of data. It doesn't take anything outside the window. You can see that when we account for the wheel slippage, that the vehicle at the time of the last data point, again, is at 74% throttle, 3,300 revolutions per minute, and is going backwards approximately 23.9 miles per hour. And you can see it's traveled a total distance backwards of 53 feet back from where it initially started. Or if you consider where it pulled forward 34 feet and then backed up 53 feet, add those two together from the point it pulled all the way forward. So this is 10, 20, 35 forward. And then I'll go 10, 20, 30, 40, 53 back for a total of 87 feet. So from the maximum point I pulled forward to where it backed up, again, that was 34 feet forward, then a total of 53 back, total travel distance of 87 feet. So went all the way forward where it stopped, it then backed up 87 feet. And when the tech stream data stopped, it's still moving. It's still moving about 23 miles an hour, and you're still at 74% throttle and 3,300 revolutions per minute on the tachometer, RPM gauge.
Mic drop. There it is, folks.
Turn the light on for a moment. Dr. Welcher, in your analysis of the data and the information you acquired and the evidence that you relied upon, did you come to some conclusions and opinions regarding the defendant's Lexus that evening?
I did.
As part of that opinion, you mentioned that you considered mileage to map distances as one way of mapping the location of the vehicle. Do you remember that?
I do.
If you could provide us with slide. I believe it's slide 25. And could you widen the left-hand box a little bit? And you mentioned you measured or you ran information about distances between different routes.
Yeah, we knew that in the first trial.
Specifically regarding Fairview to Meadows, the first box. Do you see that?
I do.
There are 3 different mileage numbers.
Yes.
And then there's streets to the left. Can you explain what's set out in that box?
Sure. It's basically 3 different routes you can go: Sherman Street, Pleasant Street, Washington, and Sherman Street.
When you considered the shortest route, 2.3 miles on Sherman Street, did you attempt to determine how long it would take to travel 2.3 miles, how fast the car would have to be moving or how slowly it would have to be moving to travel 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
So to go 2.3 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds, you would need an average speed of 32.47 miles an hour.
What if you took the longest route, 2.8 miles, and you considered 2.8 miles in 4 minutes and 15 seconds? Did you make a determination?
I did.
Could you share that with the jury?
It's 39.5 miles per hour.
Is that what the average speed of the Lexus would need to be to travel that distance in that
Correct.
time? Now, turning to your study of these tech stream events, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, how many triggering events occurred? How many triggering events occurred in that ignition cycle 1162?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
In 1162, the tech stream recorded 2 triggering events.
And do you have an opinion as to the type of triggering event, the type of movement of the defendant's Lexus in those 2 triggering events?
I do.
Regarding the first triggering event, 1162-1, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, what type of event the first triggering event was?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
The actual trigger was excessive rearward acceleration. The event was during the course of a 3-point turn.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between triggering event 1 and triggering event 2 in that cycle 1162?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the time between those 2 triggering events?
Approximately 8 minutes and 5 seconds.
And do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the type and triggering event of the second event, 1162-2?
I do.
And could you share with the jury your opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the type of event to that second triggering event?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
It's, again, the trigger event itself was a transition into reverse and then high throttle application. It's a forward motion followed by a lengthy high-speed rear impact or rear motion.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike that portion of the answer.
Yes, I'm not going to highlight it.
I
So
appreciate that.
ask.
Strike the word impact.
Get the answer.
Why?
Do you like me to ask the question again, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lessie, yes, right? I'll strike the previous answer.
There's nothing to object to. Like, he doesn't like the word.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, as to the nature of the
Unless he didn't like the
second
word impact.
triggering event, 1162-2?
Just for the record, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yes.
Just
Could
keep
you
saying
share
it.
your
Go ahead,
opinion with the
Leslie.
jury?
The triggering event was high throttle opening in a transition to reverse. It's a forward motion followed by a higher speed rear motion. And at the end of the trigger event, you're still at 74% throttle.
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, the entire distance captured in that 10-second window during the back maneuver, or 1162-2?
Do I have an opinion about it?
Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, about
Yes.
the entire distance that is captured in that 10-second window of the second triggering event, 1162-2?
So it obviously only captures what's going on during the trigger. It doesn't capture before or after the trigger.
Understood. Do you have an opinion as to just what is captured as far as the distance?
Yes,
And what is your opinion?
that it's 87 feet. So again, the initial forward motion is 34 feet, followed by it backing, crossing the initial point, and then backing up an additional 53 feet.
And finally, regarding this part of your analysis, do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of engineering
53
certainty,
feet she backed up.
as to whether the defendant's Lexus was decelerating, accelerating, or remaining the same at the end of that data captured at the triggering event 1162-2?
It was accelerating at 74% throttle.
That is a long distance in reverse. You are right, Ink.
In addition to your analysis of the text stream data.
You can, I'll note it.
One final question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty the relative time this backing maneuver occurred with the defendant's Lexus that you just spoke about?
Yes.
And could you share with the jury your opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
Sure. It matches the window of the cell phone data for Mr. O'Keefe that puts it in front of 34 Fairview. So the backing event occurred somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
So I now want to turn to a different part of your study of this case.
Okay.
Wowza!
At some point, did you try to determine whether there was an intervening event that could have caused damage to the defendant's right rear taillight separate from a collision at Fairview?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So the form of the question is to.
Nothing wrong with the form. Stop it, Bev.
At some point, when you looked at the data and analyzed this case, did you consider including or excluding evidence, or did you analyze evidence to reach a conclusion, including or excluding whether there was an intervening event that caused damage to the defendant's Lexus right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
No, what do you mean?
When you started your analysis, what information or claim or
The cell
evidence
phone
did you
wasn't
become
in the car.
aware of
John
that you
wasn't in
wanted
the
to
car.
analyze to include or exclude as the cause of that damage?
Sure. So my approach to this case is three prongs. I'm looking at
Let's bring
the
it forward.
downloads, the technical information. I'm looking at this backing incident, and then I'm looking at Mr. O'Keefe's injuries and how they relate to the events, potentially. So the second prong, which is looking at this data. So I had a Ring doorbell video showing Miss Reed backing the Lexus out of Mr. O'Keefe's residence at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. And so we wanted to look at the backing activity and whether that contacting Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, whether that was sufficient to cause or what damage it could cause, and particularly was it sufficient to cause damage to the right rear taillight of the Lexus.
When you were asked to engage in the study, were you ever asked to reach a certain conclusion?
Never.
Was there ever any influence other than the data and facts on your analysis?
There's never been any influence. The influence, again, it's whatever the data shows.
When you engaged in whatever studies you undertook that you'll explain to the jury, were you given any direction or limitations on what you could or should do?
No.
When you received the information, did you understand, regardless of the result, it would be provided to everybody?
I guess generally, yes. I mean, I go through the data, I
Don't
give you the
blame them.
results, you do with them whatever you see fit.
Okay. And in this case, when you decided to engage in that study, had you had an opportunity to review the Ring video footage from Mr. O'Keefe's home on the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Tell us how you went through your study, how you began and the steps you took, please.
Sure. Probably be best on the slides. So one of the things we first did was to get an exemplar Lexus. What does exemplar mean? It just means I got the same exact year, make, and model vehicle as Miss Reed. So Miss Reed's vehicle is on the left-hand side, taken during my inspection. And then I found this exact same year, make, model, manufactured at the same plant, everything Lexus in Texas. So even though it looks like a European plate, it's a Texas plate. Purchased the vehicle, had it shipped out to California. So I verified that the Lexus is in fact the one I got, the same exact one as Miss Reed's. These are all the standard equipment. Miss Reed's is on the left. My exemplar is on the right. It says Reed Lexus TIS, that's Toyota Information Services, Toyota Information System. So I ran it through TIS, which is the umbrella program under which TechStream runs. I also ran it through My Lexus, which is the Lexus website. And then started about doing what's referred to as a photogrammetric analysis of the video.
Can you explain to us what a photogrammetric, help me with the word, photogrammetry?
Photogrammetric. We're doing photogrammetry is a photogrammetric analysis.
What does that mean?
It's just a big fancy word to saying you're looking at data and photographs. And what we're trying to do is take two-dimensional images, say you get from video or photographs, and knowing some information about the photographs and some of the dimensions of things in the image, get or convert it to a three-dimensional space. In other words, be able to get exact three-dimensional measurements out of that two-dimensional image. So I had the video, just to show the provided video that I was given. So Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is contact between the vehicles.
But she is done. All my Lexus learned text.
So one of the first things we wanted to do is determine the frame rate, which is how many video frames are played per second. Your normal kind of video camera has about 30 frames per second. Your standard movie is 25 frames a second. You know, a modern IMAX is like 60 frames a second. The frame rate of the camera, how many images it shows per second, because video and films are just single images played really fast. So it looks like motion. And so determining the time between each frame tells you how much time occurred. So if we know the time between each frame, and then we can figure out how far the vehicle moved, distance divided by time is speed. So we put it through a couple different programs. This is called AMP5. We got 19 frames a second. This is a specific forensic program called Axon Investigate, 19.8 frames a second. This is a publicly available program called FFMS. Same thing, 19.8 frames a second. Another program, Media Info, 19.8 frames a second. Anyways, 5 different sources, we're getting 19.8 frames a second. So then what we've done is add information now. So now that we know how many seconds each frame represents, we now put a clock back in to tie that into time. So it's the same exact video, except we have a frame counter now, and we have a time. So we have some information now on the time between each frame. So here's frame 0. This is frame 265. We're 13 seconds into it. Here's frame 305. Notice you see brake lights on the back wall here. Notice how they're not super red because you still have reverse lights on. Now they all go off. So the Lexus brake lights have been turned off at frame 353. 356. I say brake lights begin to come on. 357, they're back on. Lexus comes to a complete stop at frame 369. 384, the reverse lights turn off. So now look how red this is because we no longer have the white reverse lights in it. And you can see the Lexus starts to drive forward. So frame 825, this is after the Lexus has left the scene. But notice the tracks in the snow. So we have very definitive locations for the wheels of the Lexus. We lay over a grid. on the various frames. So we then took the images and did what's called clarification, which is where you overlay images from multiple versions or multiple views of the same vehicle, and it helps sharpen the image, but it slightly dulls the color. So you get a little cleaner, crisper image. So here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before clarification, after clarification.
Excuse me, Your Honor, pardon my interruption. Can we get numbers of the slides as we're toggling back and forth?
Sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I'll make an effort. So slide 76. You're welcome. Going to slide 77. We're going to focus in on this area here. So what we will actually show is where the snow was displaced in these two spots, spots right across from here and right across from here. If you could focus your attention on those. Slide 77. So slide 78. To bring us all together, we went out to Mr. O'Keefe's residence and took a scan, a laser scan. So you see the laser scanner over here. Laser scanner is right here. Fence hasn't changed position. The camera's changed slight position. We can account for that. So here's the subject video. We have the correct resolution. There's a new camera. It's going slightly faster frame rate. That just means we have different times between frames on the new camera, where we're simply using it for calibration to the old camera. It's the same container for the MP4, and it's using the same video codec. A video codec is how the computer encodes the video.
Slide number, please.
Oh, yes, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 79. Slide 79, part 2. So really, we care most about is the resolution. So slide 80, you can see these are what are called control points. So from the laser scan, we locate these various points. So the 3D scanner knows the exact position of all these points on slide 80 in the image. And so what we can do is use this information in conjunction with the video to create a scaled version of the video. So when we have three-dimensional images or three-dimensional measurements, we can then use that to give us some three-dimensional information from our 2D video. So there's the points on slide 81. Slide 82, excuse me, slide 81, second part, we're basically just fading in. So what you see now, if I go back to the beginning of slide 81, this is the picture from the video camera. And then what you see here is, which is barely any difference, and that's because what we've done is we've now overlaid the points from the laser scan. So now each one of these little speckly points, we know the exact 3D coordinates of those. So we can now know the exact position of all these fence posts, all the positions on the driveway, and we can use that to calibrate. Going to slide 82. So using that information, it's called solving for the camera. We verify that we have appropriate residuals, meaning we don't have too much error. Slide 83. Okay, subject video. Then this is the subject video with the control points overlaid on it. That's a subject video where we're phasing in the laser scans of the scene, 84. So this is both on slide 84. I'm just toggling between the point cloud and the video. And what I'm trying to illustrate is how well we were able to overlay the point cloud onto the video data. So for example, if you say watch one of these fence post points up here while I toggle between the video there's a laser scan there's the video. So we've done a good job. Again, the residuals show that we've done an adequate job of matching the data. Slide 85. So what I'm doing here is toggling between, this is the video of the car. Remember I told you I went out and I inspected Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle and did a laser scan of it? So we're now taking that laser scan of the video, or excuse me, of the vehicle, and overlaying it onto the car in the video. So this is the video image. That's the laser scan laid on top of it. So we know all the dimensions in the laser scan. We know all the dimensions in the scene of this. We have the tire tracks. We can create and take data points along the tire tracks, create a map of those. So green is the right rear. Again, the vehicle's backing out, coming, slide 87, coming out this direction, backing here, stopping, pulling. Pulling forward towards the bottom of the screen. Backing out here, pulling forward like here. Slide 88. So this is the Lexus lined up. This is when the Lexus has come to a complete stop. So this would be maximum engagement. Again, this is just toggling frame 88, showing that we have the time and the frame number. 369 on the same slide. We've now overlaid the Lexus laser scans on top of the image of the Lexus. So there's the video image, a still image that we took from the video. And here's where we overlay the laser scan of the Lexus. So we've overlaid the laser scan of the Lexus onto the Lexus. We've overlaid the laser scan of the Chevrolet onto the Chevrolet. And we've overlaid the laser scan of the scene onto the scene. So now what that allows us to do, we now know the position of everything in there. And we've also tracked the position of the tire tracks. So that's what it looks like if you overlay the computer model of Ms. Reed's vehicle onto the tire tracks.
Slide over, please.
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. Slide 89, and then I'm just toggling slide 89 where I turn the vehicle off so you can see how the tire positions match up. Another toggle of slide 89, how the tire positions line up with where the end of the snow was. From all that information, again, we lined it up in the video, we lined it up in the scene, we have the two vehicles. We can get the exact position of the vehicles when that Lexus stopped. So when that Lexus stopped, that's going to be the maximum engagement. So from that information, we can get the angle of the vehicle. We can get the degree of overlap, the impact configuration. And it's hard to see because of the angles and because these vehicles are not at right angles to each other, the exact contact. Now I mentioned, and we're on slide 94 now, that contact on the rear. So we took a whole bunch of data points within those two areas where the snow got dislodged. And we're looking at where that is. So if you look at that on the vehicle, so this is where it is on the rear of Mr. O'Keefe's Chevrolet. You see it's about 25 and a half inches above ground, 32 and a half inches above ground. Here's Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. So these marks are kind of, this is the Chevy Traverse words, are approximately right here. Again, I had the opportunity to inspect Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. There's no damage where these marks are. So sure, it knocked the snow off, but it wasn't sufficient to cause damage to his vehicle. We then mapped that data onto Ms. Reed's vehicle to look at where that height is. So you can see the only contact marks are down at the bumper level. I mentioned how that bumper sticks out. This is exactly where you'd expect it. So the only evidence of contact is nowhere near the upper tail light. I emphasize the word upper tail light because it is right in line with the lower tail light, but yet the lower tail light also was not broken. So again, 25 and a half, that's 24 right here, 25 and a half. That's 24 right here, 25, 25 and a half. That's right where that scuff mark was. It's also right at, again, the level at the top of that light. This light is not broken. I've looked at the front of it. I've looked at the back of it. I've looked all around it. It's not broken, and it sticks out further than the light above it. So using those positions, matching the overlay of the vehicles, we can get the speeds from that. We know where the Lexus is. We know how much time it is between each frame. So we know how far it moved. And so what we know is that when it first came to a stop, right before that, it was going about 0.7 miles per hour. So realistically, somewhere between a half to 1 mile an hour, just to account for some variations, but definitely going 1 mile an hour or less at impact.
Slide over, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Slide 99. That's the dimensions. Slide 102. Similar to what I said, no damage to that light, no damage to Mr. O'Keefe's traverse in that area. And then if I could, I would like to go back because I realized I skipped over something. So this is slide 85. So this is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle before contact. I don't know what happened this time. This slide shows that there was snow here, now there's no snow there.
Dr. Welcher, did you look on the driveway after the touching between the two cars to see if you could see anything on the snow at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
So referring to this slide, this is after the Lexus has pulled away. Looking in the snow, I see nothing in the snow.
Were you looking for anything in particular?
Of course I was. I was looking for taillight fragments.
In any of the videos that you have that show Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle after the defendant's Lexus touches it, do you ever see any remnants or shards or fragments of taillight on the ground?
I do not.
When you did your analysis and study, trying to include or exclude this touching as the source of damage to the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight, did you consider speed as part of that analysis?
I did. I considered speed, and then again, knowing we have the positions of the vehicle, we looked at the degree of overlap, and there's only about 2 to 3 millimeters of overlap between the vehicles, which is insufficient to cause the tail light that's recessed in from the edge on the right rear of the Lexus to contact the rear of the Chevrolet.
Considering all the data analysis that you did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus was broken or damaged during the contact with Mr. O'Keefe's car at around 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
That impact did not break or crack that taillight.
Is that your opinion?
That's my opinion.
Is that to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty?
That's to a high degree of engineering certainty.
Woo, he said a high degree. He didn't even say reasonable. He said high, damn it.
Areas of study, and we've been through 2.
Correct.
Could you tell us what you focused on your third area of study regarding this case?
So the third area of study, I'm now focusing in on the injuries, the at-scene physical evidence, taillight fragments, broken glass, things of that nature.
Okay, and when you conducted your studies and reached conclusions, did you, in your PowerPoint, provide slides to help explain your process and inevitably your conclusions?
Yes, sir.
If you can take us through the third section of your efforts regarding this case, specifically your efforts to identify the different pieces of evidence and your conclusions about a collision in this case.
Absolutely. Slide 104.
Please.
So this is
Is this 105, Dr. Welcher?
I'm sorry, 105. Yes, sorry. Slide 105. This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, forearm, hand, and wrist. In anatomy, your arm is defined from your shoulder to your elbow, and then from your elbow to your wrist is your forearm, and then this is your hand. So technically, when you say arm, it really means from your elbow to your shoulder. Most people call this whole thing arm. It's actually the upper extremity. Arm is from shoulder to elbow, elbow to wrist is forearm and hand. So you can see I wrote arm and forearm. So arm, elbow to shoulder, elbow to wrist is forearm. So looking at the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, forearm, as well as his hand. So this is me. I'm actually 6 feet, half an inch tall. What you see in the upper right is the coroner's examination report for Mr. O'Keefe. He's 73 inches tall. That's 6 feet, 1 inch tall. At this time, I was 220 pounds. Mr. O'Keefe at the time of this incident was 216 pounds. So I took measurements of myself. I'm actually wearing the same make and size shoes as Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh,
the
shit.
same brand of jeans as Mr. O'Keefe.
Oh, shit.
The same brand and size shirt of Mr. O'Keefe. You see the Lexus in the background. We have matched the height to the Lexus.
Yes,
What
Brennan.
I'm showing here is both my height, and then keep in mind where the height of this wing is relative to my right eye. So now I'm wearing, in addition to the same shirt and shoes, same type of sweatshirt, and actually the same kind of baseball hat. We tried to determine the exact glass from the waterfall grill. Found out they were getting different ones at different times, but I ordered my glass from the same distributor that Waterfall Grill ordered their glasses from.
She's fucking
So
dumb.
you can see in my right hand here, I have a glass. Here's a glass. It looks similar. It's from the same location. And then in the lower right photograph, what I've done is I've rolled up my sleeve, taken the sweatshirt off, and I'm going to look at how this contact pattern lines up. So the first set of slides, I'm simply standing next to the Lexus. We know we have a broken taillight. We know how scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'm seeing how those may or may not relate to the height and position of the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, if you could back up one slide, I have a question for you. In the middle photograph, at the top of the Lexus, there's like a rim. What do you call that?
I call it a wind wing. I mean, it could be a wing.
Okay, thank you.
Air dam would be another. Okay, so I then set about to do a little bit of testing with the Lexus. The first test you're going to see is me just walking backwards or actually sideways into the Lexus. What I've done is I've painted the Lexus right rear tail light with what's called grease paint, kind of sort of like paint, but it doesn't dry. And then I have backed up sideways, side shuffled into the Lexus with my arm out to see what the damage pattern looks like, or basically where someone of Mr. O'Keefe's height's arm would contact the rear tail light. So then what you see is I've shown the photographs again. I show the paint transfer onto my arm. The yellow grease paint on my hand was to show where my hand would hit the tail light.
Oh my God.
And so just kind of me walking slowly sideways into it, the approximate location of the tail light, and I'll line it up with the broken tail light in a second, lines up with the approximate location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Oh,
Let
she's
me
done.
ask
She's
you
so
a
fucking
question.
done.
When you're engaging these demonstrations, are you attempting to try to show exactly how Mr. O'Keefe was struck?
No. So we don't know exactly how he was struck. And pedestrian impacts are extremely sensitive to exact angles. And so where exactly your foot is, whether your foot's off the ground, can have an effect on where you end up after that. We just don't have enough information in this case to determine all that information. We know the taillight was broken. We know the glass was broken. We know we have damage to the rear of the Lexus. We know we have lacerations in Mr. O'Keefe's arm. So I'm trying to see if there's any correlation between all those.
Well, can body posture on a clip or a side swipe collision change the trajectory or the injury?
Of course.
Can the way somebody moves or reacts before impact change it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
What are other things that can change the trajectory of the person and the injuries?
So for example, if you get hit and knocked off balance or clipped and knocked off balance, you can take additional steps. That'll affect how far your body travels.
Oh.
If you have one foot on the ground versus the other foot on the ground, affects how the body rotates.
No, he
If
didn't.
your arm is at 90 degrees or 85 degrees, will affect the kinematics. We attempted to model different possibilities, and we're getting results that were all over the map. Small changes in the pedestrian position give you huge change in the output. And so from the tech stream data, we don't know exactly when in the tech stream data he was hit. So we don't even know the exact impact speed. In most pedestrian reconstructions, you typically have a point where the impact occurred, like where the person was, like in the crosswalk, for example, and they get hit and their tire leaves a rubber scruff. That's called the area of impact or point of impact. You then can look at how far they were thrown and using some laws of physics, calculate how fast the car had to be going. Well, we don't have that in this case. We don't know exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was on the roadway when this happened. Sorry, I'm about to go to the next slide. No.
Without having an exact point of impact or an exact speed or an exact body position, are you able to?
You did say, Bree, you said.
specifically replicate the actual collision in the way Mr. O'Keefe's body would move?
Exactly replicate? No. And again, in terms of how he would move, again, we don't know where exactly on the roadway he started. So in terms of how he moved, that's a function of where he started. We don't know if when he was clipped, he took an additional step before falling backwards. So that will change how far you are off the roadway. So the impact, which you'll see in a second, even at 2 miles an hour, will induce rotation of the body. So depending on
right.
the speed, the higher the speed, the more rotation. So if I may.
That's right. And how many times have we said this?
So
We have said
slide
this.
111, this is simply showing where I walk sideways, how this lines up with the location of the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Here's the post-contact scuffing on the taillight. Here's a picture of Miss Reed's vehicle on the right-hand side. So now I said, okay, you know, that was me walking into the car. Let's have the car drive into me. I did this at very low speeds. And you'll see, and we'll throw this from two different angles. That's me showing I'm doing test 2. This is from a camera that we have pointing down at it. This is the speed. You'll see it's only about a 2-mile-an-hour impact. But even a 2-mile-an-hour impact redirects me back and causes me to rotate and take a step.
You know what the cult will do, though? They'll just say that, like, oh, well, that paint doesn't exactly line up. It's within a millimeter. So it can't be that what happened, even though they're not saying that's exactly what happened. Obviously, they're just testing different things, but that's probably the closest to what happened. Yeah, a lot of this, I think, we've talked about a billion times. A lot of this makes sense when you take all of the nonsense out of it. And I think Kevin and me and a bunch of other people have been right the entire time. Like, shocker, isn't it? Freak has been right the entire time. This is very different from the very first trial. I think if we had had this witness, she'd already been a done deal. Yeah, a lot of us. Yeah, a lot of us. And that's what's so funny about it is it's not hard to figure out once you take all of the noise out, right? And I feel like once I was able to, and probably Kevin too, once you're able to take the noise out and realize that that's what it was, propaganda, noise, nonsense. You know, this is what it boils down to. Like, we knew that he was clipped by the vehicle, not ahead, not straight in the middle of the car, but clipped by the side of it. And so that would have decided in what position his body was in, which way he would have, like, how far his body would have rotated out. And everyone's like, oh, so he flew through the air. Nobody's saying he flew through the air, but he could have taken a couple extra steps, spun himself, and then landed, tripped over the berm and landed. There are a million different scenarios on how far he would have gone and what position his body was in. And we've been through this before. It's very clear that he wasn't hit dead center in the middle of that car, because when the text stream data ends, the car is still moving. So, like, the text stream data only does it for, I think it's 10 seconds or 5 seconds, whatever it is, as we've talked about before. And so even when that text stream data ends, her car was still moving. We have no idea at what point her car stopped. So that's the thing. Like, that's why he was very, clear to say it was still at 74% acceleration when the text stream data stopped. 74% acceleration. And how many times have we gone over that she accelerated at 75%, turned that wheel 5 degrees towards where John probably would have been, and backed up almost 60 feet, 24 miles an hour. John's phone stops moving forever, seconds later, and is not found again and does not move again until after 6 when they find him, while his battery temperature goes down and down and down. The entirety of that time does not start going back up, and that phone does not start moving again until they find him after 6, showing he has been there the entire time, along with the fact that there's no snow underneath him. It's ground underneath him. We've known this for a while. It's just sad that there's so much noise that people can't see it. You know, I'm sure that they're already coming, like Jack's saying right here, riled up with a bunch of excuses on, well, the paint doesn't exactly match every single, well, still don't understand how he got the scratches. Like, I can hear it. You know, I can literally hear it. Right? Is this a sidebar? I mean, did I miss a sidebar? I mean, if it's a sidebar, I didn't hear anything said about sidebar. But then again, I stepped out of the room for like 1 millisecond to get a paper towel to wipe my face because I was eating my bagel. Like, right? Sidebar, Your Honor, he's doing a lot of damage to our case and we don't like it. We don't like it. I know, I made myself a bagel. I was starving like a hostage. Right? Sidebar, Your Honor, I need to break the momentum of the testimony. I didn't play the sidebar thing because I don't know. I completely failed to realize it was one, but I think that's number 6. Go back to my little notes here. I believe, or 5 maybe. Oops. Insane to me. Like this, I mean, what excuses could you guys come up with, you know, when it comes to this? Like, there is no room here to, like, so Alessi's going to get up there and scream. So doesn't it mean that there are lots of different ways this could have happened? Doesn't it mean that within those 20 seconds are very crucial? Like, I don't know why he's so hooked on those seconds. Are you going to prove that Karen wasn't there in those seconds? Because we know she was. So, like, what about those 20 seconds does he think is so important? I mean, right? Take the plea. Take it. Take it. I think we're at 5. As far as my notes, unless I missed one. I just crossed off the 5th one. I'm not getting anywhere near my 11 today. Well, we might still, but I don't think we are. She could take a plea all the way up until the jury starts deliberating, basically. I mean, I would have already been asking the Commonwealth for one at this point. They're cooked. Cooked. Absolutely done. Stick a fork in her. Like, I mean, they were already done before this, but this leaves no doubt that that car did that damage to that man. Ain't that about a bitch? No imaginary dogs, no inverted dogs, no imaginary fight that didn't happen in the house, now outside the house. They can't even decide where their imaginary fight happened. They've changed that like 17 times. And that exactly tells you what you need to know. The truth does not change. Truth does not change. Just doesn't. People harp. Of course she won't take a plea. We know that. That would be the smart thing to do. But we know that she's a narcissist, and narcissists, they don't often think in ways that will actually benefit them when it comes to giving into anything. They only want to benefit themselves while stomping all over everyone else. So, she's a narcissist. She'll take it all the way to the hoop. And when she is found guilty, she'll act so surprised. You are right, Dougie. She will not. I fail to understand how Alessi thinks that he's going to be more knowledgeable than this guy and how he thinks that he's going to cross-examine this guy. Arca made a freaking potato cannon and really didn't have much answers for much of anything. Yet, here we are with this. And Dr. Welcher has given us immense detail. Things that Arca did not do. And even if they did them this time, their results would be the same as Dr. Welcher's. So that means they either didn't do what they were supposed to do correctly, or they didn't use certain information that should have been used as they didn't last time. Crucial information. I don't know. I don't think I'm not here. At least I have no idea, but I don't think we're hearing any. It seems like at this point, we're not hearing anything about, we're only talking about the 2 trigger events, which were the 3-point turn and her backing up and hitting John. So I don't hear anything about whether she went back or not. I wish she could tell us. And maybe by leaving it out, that means she didn't. You know what I mean? Like, maybe by them not talking about it means that she didn't go back before that they can prove. I mean, I would say that she probably does, and so does the sewer turtle. You got 2 people with borderline personality disorder and narcissism. That's not a good mix. You know what I'm saying? Probably. I feel like Karen's going to have a full-blown shabusiness at the end of this. A full-blown shabusiness. I can't with him. I refuse to look at any of his stuff because he's just a bold-faced liar and a gaslighter. What is happening?
And what slide is this? I think I just can't see it. What slide is this?
114.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, well, even the people in prison have, people who are in prison with her have families that she probably do. So she might have to go into be housed by herself in
When
the
you were
hole.
showing us this video, you walked to the side of the passenger side of the car, didn't you?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was discussing with them what to do.
You were discussing with who what to do?
The driver.
Good for you, Scorpio.
In no way were you trying to imitate or give a demonstration of what you believed Mr. O'Keefe's movements to be.
Oh, no. This speed's just 2 miles an hour. I was having a discussion with the driver about what we needed to do to conduct the test.
So when you walked up to the passenger side, it wasn't to replicate
Look at the judge.
a study or a movement of
Look at her
giving
face.
No, that walking
simply-
had nothing to do with this case except for me instructing the driver what to do.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sorry about that.
No apology necessary. Could you go back to the beginning when you were explaining
That's
this
what
so
Alessi
we can
bitched
go
about.
through it?
That's not going to help. The jury still saw it. Sorry, Bob. Can't
So
put
this
two
is
back in two,
the
dude.
dynamic test 2.
I think she'll go show business. Who thinks she'll go show business? Let's do a poll. Who thinks
So
that Karen will
then
go
this
show
is
business
the-
when she's found guilty?
View from behind.
Maybe that's
Just to
exactly how he
avoid the
was hit.
confusion, I will start it here.
See how it kind of pushed him off to the side? Imagine being hit 24 miles an hour, being pushed back towards the way he was at. So
Which speed is the car traveling?
2.
You can see it.
Two miles an hour. Oh,
About 2
One-
miles an hour.
almost 2 miles an hour.
Excuse me, Your Honor, that is the objection that we spoke about.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's noted, Mr. Lysy.
Your objection's noted, dumbass. Nobody cares. That it says 2 miles an hour. It's part of the
Similar
test. So
to
what are
the
you
other
objecting to?
test, this is the post-contact image of the transfers onto my arm. Actually, this
Oh, shit.
yellow paint. You can see from my hand is here. This is from the arm and forearm. Here's the paint transfer pattern.
Jesus.
And that slide number,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Welcher?
I'm terrible with that.
That's
Slide
okay.
116 now. That was 115.
Thank you.
Slide 116. What I've done is I've taken these yellow lines to show the extension of the components on the rear of the exemplar Lexus. Then I've done this extension of those same components on the rear of Miss Reed's Lexus and shown how the approximate location of the fractures in the taillight match up with the approximate location of the contact of the arm onto the taillight.
Dr. Welcher, do you have any indication of how Mr. O'Keefe's arm was bent, what angle it was bent at?
Not exactly, but for these to be taillight shard fragments, they would need to be in the area of the taillight, but it could be further up. We know from the police photographs that there was a damage to the rear body panel in the area I'm searching here. So it's possible his arm was a little higher up and the glass hit the rear of the Lexus and caused that damage.
In the bottom right,
Excuse me, Your Honor, objection.
I will strike that last part about the glass.
Thank you.
Oh my
the
God.
purpose
You can
of the
strike
circle
whatever you want.
is for what,
The jury
Dr. Welcher?
already heard
To
it.
show,
Like,
in this case, primarily the location of the lacerations up on the arm, the upper part of the arm, and that they match up with the locations of at least the one remaining shard in the rear taillight of Miss Reed's Lexus.
Looking at the picture of the Lexus bottom right middle, are there any marks on the Lexus itself that you took note of?
Yes, it's on the next slide.
Thank you.
Actually, it's 2 slides. So there, again, this is the evidence marker. There was a horizontal scuff. We know Mr. O'Keefe had blue jean type pants on. There's a scuff in the area that would approximately correspond to hip level for Mr. O'Keefe.
Next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, 118.
Thank you.
oh. I just
Did you
scrolled all the way
describe
up
what
one
you saw
time.
on the
My
bottom
bad.
right-hand corner photo as well?
I believe, yes, I did. That's the scuff that lines up with the approximate height of Mr. O'Keefe's right hip. So then I include previous image that you've seen, slide 119, with the reconstructed photograph of the rear taillight, showing where some of the fragments are. You can see where those fragments are relative to the curvature of the taillight. They'd be in the area somewhat centered within the region of the two yellow lines on slide 119.
Is there anything about the photograph in the top right-hand corner that's important? If so, could you zoom in and show us?
So again, it's showing that this is when it's, I believe, in the Sally Port at the police station, showing that scuff on the right rear body panel.
Did you see any similar scuffs in the middle back of the car?
Oh my God.
Sustained.
Did you see anything notable as far as damage to the middle back of this Lexus?
The middle?
Yes.
Like back where the doors are?
With the middle of the back of the car, did you see any similar damage to the middle?
There were scuff marks that ran along the bumper.
Okay, continue, please.
So this is just showing his jacket he was wearing.
That's hilarious.
The puncture marks coincide to the marks on his arm.
Spinning with no traction is right. That's all they're gonna do.
From the autopsy
Imagine calling this
report.
guy an idiot.
A couple things it notes: a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on his right lateral knee. He's got a laceration on his right eyelid that corresponds to the height of that thin rear wind wing on the back of the Lexus.
I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Oh my
How
God.
tall was Mr. O'Keefe?
73 inches tall, 6'1".
And how high was that wing from the ground on the back of the Lexus?
It was about it's about 5 feet 11 inches, maybe 5 feet 10 and a half.
Thank you.
I agree. I agree, Hank. And we do know, I said this earlier, why LSE tried so hard to stop him from testifying, because they knew it was going to be very bad for their client. That's why they tried so hard.
Did you notice anything about Mr. O'Keefe's right knee?
I noticed there was a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you note how high from his foot that bruise was on his knee?
We don't know the exact length of his knee. The abrasion appears to be right here at knee level. If you go back and look at where my knee is, that would be at the approximate level of the bumper.
Is he really? I
Can you
love it.
focus in on the bumper to show it relative to the height of your knee.
She's saying it's odd. What's odd about it? Oops. What is odd, lady? It's showing exactly what happened. So what's odd? I hate when people act like they don't know what's going on just because they know their channel.
So my knee is approximately right here.
Turn on them.
This is where the bumper is. So the side of Mr. O'Keefe's knee will be in this general area.
Woo! Where the bumper is.
You're welcome.
Shit.
Sir, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about the lacerations on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm regarding its orientation relative to the broken taillight on the defendant's Lexus?
Yes. Your Honor, may I read my report, my opinion?
Okay. They just
The
talked about
location
the
and
spoiler.
orientation of the laceration on John O'Keefe's right forearm and arm are consistent with the geometry and orientation of the right taillight of the Reed 2021 Lexus LX 570.
Woo! Damning.
After considering these three different subjects that we discussed, the tech stream data, analyzing the touching between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's car, and then your demonstrations regarding the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, did you consider further evidence in reaching any conclusions as an accident reconstructionist and a biomechanical engineer.
Yes, I did.
Could you turn us to slide 124, please?
I hate when that happens, Insider Man. That happens to me all the time. I'll type something and then it'll happen right as I'm typing it. And I
So
already hit
this
send.
is
Damn it.
some of the location of the physical evidence. Red plastic, clear plastic. There, his point of rest was indicated to be 7 feet off the roadway. There was a sneaker that was found near the curb. There were various fragments of taillight found in the snow on the morning of the incident, as to the afternoon of the incident.
Could you zoom in on those photos so that we can see the dates?
The date?
Yes.
Oh, sure. So January 29th at 5:46 p.m. This one's at 5:52. One's at 5:50, 5:59. This one down here is at 5:46. So there were various fragments of the taillight that were ultimately pieced back together and determined to be from Miss Reed's right rear taillight. Additional evidence was found. This is taken on the afternoon of the accident, again, around 5:50 p.m.
Could you zoom in, please, for us?
Sure. So what you see here is was later identified as Mr. O'Keefe's right shoe.
And this slide number, Dr. Welcher?
Yes, ma'am. 127.
Could you show us the time and date, please?
January 29th at 5:50 p.m. So a series of photographs. Again, you can see on the right-hand photograph that this is the roadway. This is the curb. The grass will be up towards the top of the right image on slide 127. The shoe is found, up against, in the roadway, up against the edge of the curb. Baseball hat. Again,
Couldn't get any
acquired
better.
same baseball hat. Baseball hat was also found in the snow. You can see.
I want you, before you move ahead, the baseball hat, could you give us a close-up view and also the date and time?
So that's where it's buried in the snow. These were taken on February 3rd. I'm not sure what time it was. There was also red liquid identified, I believe they indicated to be blood, in the snow as well.
And could you give us,
So I'm going to sustain that objection and strike.
Blood. You're going to strike that it's blood because how would he know it's
describe
blood?
the
I
color
mean,
of what you saw rather than what it
come
was?
on.
There was red coloration in the snow.
And could you give us that date if it's
Like the
different
jury
than
doesn't know
February
what it
3rd?
is. Come
I
on.
thought that was February 3rd as well.
Is there a date on the photograph to the left?
The defense isn't helping themselves. That's why Hank doesn't object and ask
I
things
don't
to be
see one.
struck because it proves what you don't want out. And so it's a bad tactic to keep
Do
objecting.
you know if those
objecting,
photos were
objecting,
taken by the
struck.
Canton Police Department?
It's only if it's absolutely nothing.
Do you know when exactly those photos were taken?
I don't, except I have them dated as February 3rd.
Right.
But I think that may just be the baseball hat photos.
Okay, can you continue?
Then we have photos of a broken glass. Surrounded by red marks in the snow.
Continue, please.
This, by
As
the way,
if the
is the
jury is
flagpole.
stupid.
And that slide number, please, Dr.
Yes, ma'am, 129.
Like, dude, it
Slide
goes in
130.
order.
Can you
Your
enlarge that
Honor.
and explain to us what that is?
Sure. So at the bottom, it indicates where it's from. So this was from a presentation I gave looking at pedestrian injury biomechanics back in 2005. And what it's showing is where what are the most common injuries in pedestrian impacts. So what it shows is head injuries are the most common injury in pedestrian impacts. So on the right-hand side, it's all injuries. You can see of all the individual study, the highest prevalence or highest or most common injury was head injuries. In those that sustained severe life-threatening injuries, again, the highest was also head injuries. So head injuries are very commonly associated with pedestrian impacts. This is anatomical drawings just to help you understand the anatomy. The middle section here is from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy report. The lower right diagram, the green line represents the fracture lines, predominantly here, at least in the base of the skull. So in the biomechanical and forensics just means the legal related scientific industry, there's something called hat brim line or hat line analysis. And what it is it's looking at where the hat line, you can imagine, is where the brim of a hat would be. And what it is, it's literature that's looking at where head injuries from falls commonly occur.
I'll strike. I'm going to strike. Strike. Yes, yes.
Keep telling the jury what you want stricken.
Slide 131.
No, that was 132. I moved it because you said to take it out of the screen.
These were already approved ahead of time.
So jurors, when I strike something, that means don't pay any attention.
She's already said,
Continue, Dr. Welcher.
Thanks for pointing out what you don't want them to know out, you idiot. Such bad lawyering on Alessi's part. Such bad lawyering.
This is the next slide.
Okay, if you can continue.
Sure. So I provided peer-reviewed scientific literature that looked at a metric where they were publishing
These were already approved ahead of
research
time.
trying to delineate falls versus blows or assaults. And so this metric is in that scientific literature. They looked at a total of 400 different events, 235 falls, 165 assaults. And so you can see where it says mandible. So mandible is your lower jaw.
Can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
Your Honor, pardon the interruption.
We talked, what the?
Yeah, let's take that slide down and I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Oh my fucking God. So all of these slides, look at him. He's frustrated because all of these slides were approved ahead of time. This whole report and slides were approved. They were altered and things taken out because the defense whined and bitched. But the rest of them were all approved. Okay? So there shouldn't be any, I need to see you at sidebar, take this down, like all of it had been approved, period. It's already over for her at this point. Like, so I don't really know what Alessi's doing. He's just really showing that he knows how to bad lawyer because he's objecting and asking the judge to strike things from the record and then to tell the jury that striking it from the record means pay no attention to it. The problem with that is you're pointing attention to what the jury now knows that you don't want them to hear about or you don't want them to see. That's why Hank does not do that all the time. It's only if it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, you run the risk of having the jury think that you're hiding something important, especially when you're doing objecting about words like blood, when it's very clearly blood. Like, I want that struck. Oh, it's red. How would he know it's blood? That's hearsay. Well, because it's in the snow where he was found dead. So, like, yeah. So it's just like utterly ridiculous nonsense at this point that no other judge really would entertain when it comes to the stupid shit. And there's no reason for the objection for any of the slides. All of those were approved ahead of time. So there should be no question about him going through them. As you can see, he literally put his hand on his head, the doctor, like this at this point, and was like, what the fuck? Like, can he just do his presentation? Like, it was all approved ahead of time. This is number 6, by the way. Tuesday is the days that she's not usually here for much of the day. She has appointments scheduled on Tuesdays. So that's why Ashley's in here. Believe me, I talked to her this morning and a little while ago. I'm on top of it. You know me. I'm like mama hen, making sure everybody's okay. If I don't see you in the chat, I get nervous, especially if it's more than one day. Like I haven't seen Joy today, but I know she's a lawyer and she's busy and she's trying to sell the house. But sometimes she's watching from the bushes. But oftentimes some people won't pop in until a little later. We know Jack wakes up a little later, so he doesn't pop in until later. So, you know, as long as I know you guys are okay. Usually if it's more than one day and I don't know where you went, that's when I start to worry. But if you're here every day, mostly every day, and I don't see you for a day, then I start to worry and start reaching out to make sure you're okay. But I talked to Ash this morning and yesterday and a little while ago. %61 say she'll go full business.
Mr. Leslie, Mr. Brennan is going to do this in open court. Just talk to Dr. Welcher for a minute. Okay. Is there any objection?
I have no objection. Are we,
What?
Yes. Right.
I'm confused.
Yes.
Why are they standing? I've never seen anything like this.
Absolutely.
So talking in court still in session.
What the?
I don't want to repeat what it says.
I don't know what it says. Nobody gives a shit if you know what it says. You've had it for weeks. Yep, Ellen's in Florida at her daughter's.
So it starts on page 124. Is that right, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Leslie?
I don't have the whole one in front of me.
Dr. Welcher, is that where it starts?
That appears to be, Your Honor. Yes. 124.
I don't understand. Like, this is a clown show. I've never seen this be allowed to happen. It doesn't matter if Alessi doesn't know what it says. He's had the report and the slides for a long time. You should know what it says.
I have it at 123 as well.
All right. I don't have it on 123.
123 was a blank slide.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have 123 as a blank slide.
Okay. So
So from
124.
triple M, you do not have.
Dumbass. I can't. This is a fucking shit show.
Yep.
I agree, Ren. I agree. It's a little ridiculous at this point. A little effing ridiculous. Like, lady.
124 through 138. Is that accurate,
Right
counsel?
back.
Chrissy, do you need a break? Do you need 5 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So if you could do that for us,
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Dr. Welcher.
I'm doing it right now.
We can bring the jurors back.
Your Honor, if we could just, now I just want to look at the rest.
Okay.
2 minutes, and then
Sure.
Your Honor asks us to do that.
Sure.
Yeah, confer with Mr. Brennan at 1.4.
Not on the record, Chrissy.
Yeah. Your Honor, Mr. Brennan's giving me permission to confer with Dr. Welcher about.
Sure, and it won't be on the record, right?
Yes.
Do we need it on the record?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Please turn to slide 137. For that opportunity.
Your you struck one slide. I'm sorry.
I didn't strike we struck it subject to going back once the heading's gone, right?
Correct. There may be, depending upon what's in the video, there may be more. That's why we're
Right,
saying,
but the ones, all right, so. we
So I can go back and show them.
Yes.
I don't want to offend the court.
Okay. So are we starting on slide 132?
132, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
What the actual hell is happening? I ran outside to get my kid off the bus. I come back and what is this? Like, what is happening? What is happening? Why though? Like, why did they send the jury out? I'm confused.
It looks like it's up. Is it ready, Dr. Welcher?
You got me scared when you asked me that. I need to double check. Yes, I believe I redacted everything and we are on slide 132. Thank you. And by the way,
It appears that way to me, Mr. Lessie.
the battery died.
Yeah, so
on it.
stop whining.
Thank you.
Whoever in charge of. I mean, I brought my own, fortunately, but actually, no, I can't find my.
Oh, Ms. Gilman has one.
So freaking ridiculous.
Oh, back up. All right.
Do me a favor while we're waiting, guys. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I'd very well appreciate it if you want to donate to the channel. We could definitely always use the help. We're just a small channel trying to survive over here.
Yeah, we've had that.
Trying to grow, and that means we need you guys' help to do so. We have a bunch of ways you can donate. The best ways, obviously, are the ways that we've always had, which is Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, Revolut. We have a link where you can use credit or debit, and you don't have to have a payment app. Or you can do the good old super chats, super stickers, and memberships. We do have monetization back, but just know that YouTube takes their cut. So depends on where you want your money to go. I took another edible. I love you, Anna. I know. I wish I could. I ran outside to get my kid off the bus, so I don't know. And now she's going to the park with my sister, so. I just don't. I mean, it's definitely not. History is not going to be kind to the way that she ruled based on fear of appeal, and it's very apparent to me, and also very defense leaning. I think this is going to be something that's going to be studied on how not to be a judge in the future, even though she just won Person of the Year for whatever, court thing. But I mean, I get it. She dealt with a lot of harassment and BS over this case. I understand. But at the same time, you can't judge by fear of appeal. I've never, or not commanding any sort of decorum in your court.
slide 132. Actually, 133, Dr. Welch.
I love me some ginger ale. Right? Your Honor, it makes my client look bad. I don't know what it says. Wine, bitch, bitch. I.e. Alessi.
132 or 133?
133, please. The next one after that.
So we did skip over 132.
We skipped over that one as well. Keep going. There we go. If you can enlarge that just a little bit for us.
Sure.
Now, you mentioned that there was studies that talked about
I mean, she could have Ubered, you know?
difference between potential injuries.
Correct.
Okay, explain that.
Sure. So I gave 3 papers and someone's dissertation on this issue. They were creating a analysis methodology to differentiate whether the nature and pattern of injuries are more consistent with a fall or more consistent with an assault, or they're calling it blows.
Okay, could you walk us through what this chart means?
Sure. So this is their flow chart in terms of their assessment. So it starts at the very top. You can see they analyze a total of 400 events, 235 falls, 165 blows or assaults. So what you do is you ask yourself on the first set of arrows, you look at the mandible, the jaw. And MRS, as you can see at the bottom down here, refers to a simple fracture or multiple fractures. A is no fracture. Mr. O'Keefe has no mandible fracture. So that means we go down this row. It then looks at all facial fractures. So these are the bones that constitute the face. So if you have a facial fracture, you go to your left. If you have no facial fracture, you go to the right. So if you have some event, no mandible fracture, no facial fracture, what they've indicated that is predominantly associated with falls and not assaults.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In addition, did you do any further study on the force of a person falling back and landing on their head?
Oops, I did.
Could you
So what I did was I did what are called drop test. I took an anthropomorphic test device, ATD, which is just a fancy name for a crash test dummy, and dropped it backwards onto a hard surface to look at what happens if you were to say fall backwards and hit your head onto a hard surface. So on this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe in the upper left, there's noted to be abrasions above the fracture line in the area. You can't see that at all. You can see noted to be abrasions right here. Your Honor, I brought a hat. That was the one I used in my testing. May I put it on and demonstrate something?
Mr. Lessie,
If you would like a sidebar, or I can.
are you objecting?
I am objecting.
That's sustained. No, you can't put it on.
Okay. So I will show you the dummy test I did.
What?
Watch when the shoulders hit the ground, then the head hits the ground. It creates kind of an arc path that will drag and slide objects up the head. So if you have something
The
such as a
common ones
baseball hat, it'll cause it to drag across the
can't
scalp,
appeal.
dragging it up
That's why.
to a similar location to where these abrasions are. So here's the testing. Again, this is like the crash test dummies you see on television. This is myself.
Doesn't
Giving me
shock me.
similar
She's,
instructions, telling them what we're going to do.
she's defense leaning, so there would be no reason to
Sit and watch.
have it appeal reverse.
Shoulders come in, then the head contacts the ground. What you see is if you fall backwards and land on a very hard surface or hard surface, you'll get extremely high loads on the head.
That does not shock me. There would be
If
nothing.
you compare that to
appeal.
data in the science,
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
Enlarge that, please explain what the chart is before you explain.
oh, sure. This chart up here,
Nope, on the next page.
Right.
You can largely tell us what it is before you get into the details.
Absolutely. So this is actually kind of a famous study that was published. One of the first studies looking at head fracture or skull fracture tolerances. So what you see, the portion at the back of your skull is called the occiput bone. So that bone, if you put your hand on the back of your head, is your occiput. So we're looking at occiput impacts. And what you can see is that when they took cadaver skulls and dropped them from as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, they were getting linear fractures. And you can see even at 40 inches, there is called a stellate fracture. Stellate means star-like. You get a fracture that goes out like a star. So even at a 40-inch drop height, you have sufficient force when landing on a hard surface to cause skull fracture and a level 3 type skull fracture. So Mr. O'Keefe, again, is 73 inches tall. His occiput is about 4.6 inches down from the top of his skull. That means it would fall a total of about 73 minus 5 would be 68. So just under 6 feet. So 72, 4 inches under, so 5 foot, 8 inches is the fall height. What is data showing that even at a fall height as low as 40 inches onto a hard surface, you can get fairly severe skull fractures.
Thank you. Dr. Welcher, regarding your third part of your analysis, did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering uncertainty whether or not the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. John O'Keefe on the evening of January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Before you give me your opinion, I'd like you to share with the jury what that opinion is based on.
Sure. So it's based on the 130 slides you've seen, based on my personal inspection of the Lexus, the correlation of the text stream data with the infotainment data, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data. It's looking at, I guess, where the taillight wasn't broken. It's looking at the physical evidence at the scene in terms of taillight fragments, glass fragments, red color in the snow. We have the cell phone data, the location and position of the arm lacerations, the air temperature at the time indicative of sufficient to freeze, the location of the fracture on the back of his head relative to the scientific literature, my testing of forces available falling onto a hard surface, published science on the fracture forces associated with falls. And I'm sorry, I'm reading from my report. I'm reading from
What's the problem? He's
probably
trying to give
it's more complete
comprehensive.
if I read my report.
Any objection, Mr. Leslie?
I do on this question, Your Honor, reading from a report for this question. So, I mean,
You've had the report.
Okay.
I mean, that's
Okay,
ridiculous.
Dr. Welcher, let me ask you again. Based
That's
on your
ridiculous.
analysis, data,
They have the
available
report.
reviews, study, based on the fact that you are an accident reconstructionist and a biomedical engineer,
Yeah, we do.
have you reached
Cheers,
an
Laura.
opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Yes.
And could you share the bases of your opinion before I ask you your ultimate opinion?
Sure. So again, you've seen my slide presentation. I've inspected the Lexus. I've looked at where it wasn't damaged. I've inspected the taillight. I got an exemplar Lexus. I ran lower speed contacts to verify that the injury pattern and location on the arm is consistent with the height and orientation of the taillight. I have looked at fracture tolerance data for falling backwards onto hard surfaces. I've looked at the metrics of where his injuries were and what injuries he didn't sustain. I've looked at the cell phone data, and then I've looked at Miss Reed's interviews as well.
Based on all the evidence you considered, could you share with the jury what your opinion is to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty about whether the defendant's Lexus struck Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m.?
Objection, Your Honor.
I can answer. Yes, based on the totality of the evidence, DNA, everything I've talked about, that is consistent with that happening with a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. That is what happened.
Objection, move to strike, Your
So
Honor.
I'm gonna strike that. I'm gonna see counsel's have
Strike what? He said with a reasonable degree. He didn't say 1,000%. He said a reasonable degree. So what is there to strike exactly? They have the right to say to a reasonable degree of either medical certainty or engineering certainty. That is what he said. She let him answer the question. What did you think his answer was going to be, Your Honor? He has the right to say with a degree of certainty. That's the whole friggin' point of an expert. This is just ridiculous at this point. Like, I believe this is number 7. It's frustrating. Insider Man's right, though. It is hurting Karen. Her attorneys are only hurting her by doing this because it tells the jury that you don't want them to say it. He has the right. He's the expert. So he has the right to say with a degree of his expertise of certainty that that Lexus backed up into that man. That is literally his job. He's an accident reconstructionist. Like, what? So it's frustrating. Like, you let him answer the question. You knew what the answer was going to be. Like, what? What is, there's nothing that needs to be stricken from the record. That's his answer. His answer is his answer. Like, he didn't say 1,000% no for a fact. He said within a reasonable degree, which he's allowed to say, just like an ME or a doctor. With a reasonable degree, all of the experts for the defense are going to say that exact same thing. But by highlighting everything you don't want the accident reconstructionist to say, you're telling the jury, this doesn't fit my narrative, so I don't want you to hear about it. So it just makes the jury look at it more. That's why you don't see Hank objecting and asking for things to be stricken a ton of times. He only does it when it's absolutely necessary. Because if he sits there and objects every 5 minutes and asks for it to be struck from the record, right, then you're telling the jury that's something you don't want them to listen to or think about. So it's kind of a thing where, like, you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. The jury heard it. You can strike it from the record all you want, but it's still right here. They're still using it to think about it. They're still using it to decide. Whether they're supposed to or not is irrelevant. They're going to. Like... They're human. You can't make humans magically forget something that was said and not use it in their reasoning. If they know that it happened and they know it was said, they cannot take it out, right? Like, oh, hey, Casey. It will not matter if they strike it because they heard it already. Can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. That's my saying. You just can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Like, can't skip them. Can you skip them? Can you skip them? Like, hit the, is there a skip button for them? It is a very dangerous game. if you have YouTube Premium, you shouldn't get any ads. But I'm gonna figure out today where they're like how to change it, move it. I don't know. I never knew you could have ads during a live until we got our monetization back, and you guys told me that you were getting them. So I got to figure it out. I just feel like there's not enough hours in the day. By the time I'm done with you guys, I'm, cooking dinner, doing bath, homework, vacuuming, dishes, whatever I got to do. Making phone calls, answering messages. I feel like there's just not enough hours in the day, man. Oh, yeah, absolutely they did. Absolutely they did, Insider. Sounds good, my friend. I will. Never enough hours in the friggin' day, I'm telling you. At least I know where to look because you told me where to look, freak. So now I know where to actually look. Oh, God, Alessi's going to be ridiculous. I don't blame you, Ren. I wouldn't either, nor can I really afford it. But Ashley was nice enough to, I guess, when you have a family thing of it, they can share it with you. I didn't know that was a thing either, to be fair. And she has shared it with me so that I get premium so you guys don't get ads or anything either while we're doing this. So maybe one of your family members has it. I mean, the ads do help the channel. I mean, it's less if you skip them. If you don't skip them, it helps better, I think. So, whatever. It doesn't matter to me whether you guys skip them or not. I'd skip them, to be honest. They drive me nuts. It's a good question, Jack. How do they get the toothpaste in the tube in the first place? Probably a machine. Karen ain't got no machines. She ain't got no goddamn machines. It is definitely over for her. Yeah, 2, 3, 2 at least. Right? And they crimp it shut. They tie up the back with the crimp. That's what it looks like, at least. Oh man, Laura, you're gonna have to fight some people off for him. That's okay though, because we have blow pop. Cheers, my friend. Cheers. It's one of my favorite flavors, but I'm working on empty on this Ladberry here. So, at least, when it goes to 0, you get at least a day out of it. At least a medium-sized day out of it once it's down to 0. You would think that at 0 it would just conk out, but it doesn't. You get a good day out of it. That's what she said. That's what she said. How many times is Alessi going to say, too? I don't mean to interrupt. I don't mean to yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. You're literally doing it on purpose. Strawberry Nana. Oh, you like strawberry banana? I tried the strawberry banana. My friend had it. My friend Laura had it, and I tried it, and it was okay, but it wasn't one of my favorites. These ones and the OMG blow pop, which is in the other room, are my favorites. So the regular blow pop, the sour apple. I like the bee pop and the OMG bee pop. Also, I like the cherry. The Sagittarius cherry bomb is pretty good. I tried which one did I tried the sour blue dust. It was gross. I didn't like it. And then I tried the rainbow, it's supposed to be like Skittles. It's orange. It's like rainbow blast or something like that. And it was okay. Yeah, right. Overtime. We should all be paid for having to listen to Alessi. We should all be paid triple time tomorrow for having to be listened to Alessi because he is literally mind-numbing to listen to. And as you guys know, he's going to spend all day asking irrelevant questions that have nothing to do with anything and mumbling on about nothing that the jury's going to remember. It's just going to be a waste of time. I like everything that tastes like a dessert. I like my coffee to taste like a dessert, to be honest. I like my coffee to taste like a cupcake. That's why I like Mary Lou's. I know, right? They just know about everything. I don't know why, because we have some very intelligent people here, unlike the cult. What? Oh, yeah. Well, 9 minutes early. Yeah, sure. Shock.
If you happen to see it here or read anything about out this case, please disregard it and let us know.
Unreal.
Be very careful with your social media. So we'll see you
Unreal. You said it too
Oh, I'm
quick,
sorry,
Ian.
We're starting an hour late tomorrow. Is that what this is?
Yes.
What?
So,
Oh, for fuck's sake.
we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Are you kidding me?
10 o'clock, court officers will tell you about your.
Unreal. That's ridiculous. Why? Why do you need to start an hour late tomorrow? For what reason? There's no good reason for that at all. This is ridiculous. You know, that's a damn good question, Lynn. I don't know.
Do I need to pack all this up?
They're too lazy to do anything, in my opinion. Like,
It's okay. I mean, I came in early this morning and set up.
Welcome. I mean, we don't really.
so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Like,
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right.
Did Dr. Welcher leave?
Dr. Welcher can step down. I know he has to come back and have his
So
equipment.
just leave everything here.
And then you'll come back in 5 minutes.
Roger.
All right. Yes, please. All right. So, Mr. Alessi, I will hear you as to your objection.
oh, for fuck's sake. Exactly, Lynn. Exactly. This is ridiculous. An hour late. Like, for what reason exactly? Poor Hank. I'd have to take one too. Shit.
Would you like me to go to the podium? Or
No.
Right there is fine.
They
And let's
stopped
try and
him.
wrap this all up by 4 because I've
They
already heard you at
stopped him.
sidebar.
Oh,
That means both of you I'll hear
are you
from within
fucking
the next
kidding me?
5
Then why are
minutes.
you
Go ahead,
hearing him?
Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Huh, make it quick.
Point number one.
Dumbass.
is The question of whether, based on reasonable degree of scientific or engineering certainty, he has an opinion whether a collision.
He's allowed.
occurred. I'm going to give a dramatic and accurate example that happens in courts all the time equivalent. So, by analogy, if the issue is whether or not a defendant has stabbed an individual and caused a certain event, that is the ultimate question for the jury. That question is never permissible in a trial.
I'm sorry, what?
By analogy, this is the exact analogous situation.
You've never done a trial,
The
sir.
question of whether
What?
there was a collision is the ultimate question for the jury. That is why we are having this trial. The defense strongly asserts there was no collision, and there is
Yeah, you've not argued that, though.
substantial evidence
Sir.
to that. We are going
No, there isn't.
to cross-examine Dr. Welcher. We are going to put in our own strong case to demonstrate no collision occurred. That's no surprise.
Please.
It's in our opening statement. This witness cannot, by precedent for years,
Yes, they
opine
can.
on the ultimate question that is going to the jury. I have.
Of course they can.
I accept, subject to evidentiary issues, the two questions that a biomechanist always answers in these situations. Is the damage to the vehicle consistent with a pedestrian hitting the vehicle? And are the injuries to the individual consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle?
No.
Those are the questions that are permissible, not the collision question. It is resoundingly improper in this trial, in any trial where that is the ultimate conclusion for the jury. Yes, an expert can offer opinions, but every expert is bounded.
That's his opinion.
The extent of their opinion.
That's his opinion.
That opinion on whether there was a collision would invade the province of the jury and the whole purpose why we are here, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
So what Mr. Lisi is arguing is that in their opening statement, they repeatedly invaded the province of the jury because they must have asserted vehemently over and over again, there was no collision, over and over and over again.
Yep.
And he just told you that when his expert takes the stand, they'll have abundant evidence that there was no collision. This case is about the collision, but that is not the ultimate issue. The ultimate issue is manslaughter or mens rea for second-degree murder, not collision. They don't get to define the prosecution's case. They do not get to define or limit the prosecution's opinions. They have no case law. They have no study. They have no jurisdiction or jurisprudence to say what we are limited to. He's entitled to an opinion. His opinion is not limited to whether or not the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe. That evidence is obvious. It's not whether or not there's damage to the car or Lexus. That evidence is obvious. He also is an enormous part of a biomedical engineer and an accident reconstructionist. He studied the tech stream data. They didn't. He did. And he's entitled to give an opinion. The tech stream data, based on fact and science and data,
They didn't.
When
it means ARCA didn't.
Together with other evidence.
Again.
And where, when you contribute it with other evidence, this collision actually occurred. We don't have to play peekaboo and close our eyes to the reality of the fact that the evidence supports the conclusion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her Lexus in front of Fairview Road. I am not interjecting the defendant. I always refer to her car, so it is sanitized, her Lexus. I've been careful about that. I don't have to, but I'm very careful about it.
That's right. He doesn't have to.
He is relying on the tech stream data, the physical evidence, his independent studies. He is allowed to offer an opinion about whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car, or whether the damage to the car is consistent with the injury to Mr. O'Keefe. And he's also allowed to answer, in his opinion, the issue of a collision, putting aside the fact that that was emphasized and repeated in the opening statement, and it's going to happen again when other people testify. It's not our fault that ARCA didn't testify or look into the tech stream data, or they don't have an expert for it. It doesn't belittle or limit that evidence. We expect to ask Dr. Welcher, does he have an opinion to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty whether the defendant's Lexus collided with Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022, around 12:32 a.m. That is
his
one
job.
Of the opinions we're going to ask him. Nothing to do with the ultimate opinion of guilt or innocence, or whether it's manslaughter or there's mens rea for second-degree murder.
And what was your second? You said that's one of the opinions you're going to ask him. What else are you
I
looking
will
at?
also ask him about the consistent with, whether the injuries are consistent with.
Why should he tell you? Just saying. That's just saying. There's no reason for him to have to tell you now.
I'm going to ask him after this part.
That's
about
their
the difference
case.
between a clip or a side swipe as opposed to a full-on injury, pedestrian collision from a front or back of a bumper.
Is the defense going to tell them what they're going to ask their experts?
Besides that point. And so there'll be an opinion regarding that as well.
And you,
Consistency with a side swipe or a clip.
okay, so this is not the end of Dr. Welch's testimony. He's just moving on to another area.
It's close, but it's not the end.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
Your Honor, here's a case. Attorney Brennan said,
No.
Go to
No.
case. Oh, here it is. Howard
No.
Coleman, 366 Mass 705. And it stands for the proposition exactly that I articulated. I will.
No, he's wrong.
Secondly, Your Honor, we practice what we preach.
He's wrong.
I have the ARCA report right in front of me.
Oh,
And
no.
I have the report.
Is that a new one or is that
This is the new one.
okay?
It's also, the old one is the same. So I can, either one is the same. They do not, Mr. Brennan incorrectly said what our experts are going to do. I don't know why he did that, because he has these in writing. Neither Dr. Wolf or Dr. Rentschler talk about a collision or conclusion. It's consistent.
That's their problem.
Those two questions I said in sidebar. And
That's their
the
problem.
Reference, Your Honor, for the most recent is page 15.
They didn't look at it.
No.
I don't have that report, so I'd like a copy of that report.
Your Honor, a copy, and I also, Your Honor, refer Your Honor to ARCA's existing report, which I'm going to do from memory. I think it's February of 2024 that was done for the U.S. Department of Justice and FBI, where they basically said and gave opinions on those two items I spoke to you at sidebar. So Attorney Brennan is incorrect when he says what our experts are going to say or not. We've already.
He didn't say what your experts say. They don't have the text data.
What they're going to say. We're
exactly.
We practice what we preach.
All right. So we will discuss this tomorrow before we start. I'll tell you my ruling tomorrow before we start. I need to go back and see what exactly came in to evidence today. All right. So
What do
I'll
you
see in the
mean?
morning.
What came into evidence? It all came in. That doesn't even make any sense. You need to see what came into evidence today. You're the fucking judge. You know what came into evidence. Like,
yeah, I find it interesting that he's trying to say, well,
there's no collision.
There's no collision, basically, like not allowing this guy to make an expert opinion on the fact of the engineer degree of certainty. When the fact, and he says, well, our experts are not going to do that. Well, yeah, because your experts are going to.
They didn't look at the text stream data.
Well, they're going to state that there is no accident.
But so also at the same time, it's not Hank, like Hank said, that's not his problem. They didn't look at the text stream data. Okay. It's not his problem. They're not going to testify to that. They very well could.
The most ridiculous statement I've ever heard on Twitter is this from the lawyer. You know, this testimony is so inexact, it's painful.
That is literally the funniest thing I've ever heard, because it is so exact that he wore the same damn clothes John was wearing.
It's so inexact, guys. There's no actual data supporting this. Not at all, guys.
You know what that means, guys, right? That literally means that the lawyer, literally couldn't follow a single thing Dr. Welcher said and understood absolutely none of it. That's what that means. What an idiot. What an idiot. I literally can't. I literally cannot. Like, the amount of lying to their audiences to just not have their audiences attack them is utterly disgusting. Exactly the kind of community that I don't want.
Like, I don't quite understand how any human being can state it's inexact when the guy is literally buying the same clothes, the same car, proceeds to go by the date of the measurements. I mean, honestly, like 100% that guy ruled out the fact that taillight was broken by backing into John's car. And honestly, and I think what Hank's gonna do, I really truly think this would be like the cherry on top if he's allowed to play the clip of her saying to the news reporter outside the courtroom, how did you damage your taillight? And she says, I hit John's car.
Oh, I feel like he's gonna. I feel like he's gonna.
That clip and just.
I feel like he's gonna play quite a few clips after Dr. Welcher. Quite a few.
And the paint, yeah, it just really shows you. And then I think they're really getting worried because how many sidebars did we get close to 30? I didn't count them. I was
7. But they were long, very long. Like,
yeah, they're scared of this guy. They are fucking freaking out because
they should be.
This guy did above and beyond what the first guy did. I mean, this is just insane. Like, no one thought this guy was going to go this deep into it. I mean, it just shows you that this guy really, really did way more work than the ARCA witnesses, way more work than even the troopers in the beginning. I mean, if this was done in the first trial, she would be in jail right now.
He'd already be in jail. Yeah, I agree.
She would be in jail, 100%. And like the problem is like the 2 mile per hour. You might try to strike that, but the jury saw it, and they saw it that the taillight matches the arm placement of the glass. So, and I know they're going to go for details, and they're going to be like, well, you can't really detect exactly how someone, exactly how someone fell. It's like no one can.
Nobody can. That's the thing. No one. And that's what the argument from the cult is, right? Like, you're not explaining how he got those scratches on his arm. You're not explaining how he got. Nobody is ever going to be able to explain everything. But what I find interesting,
there's only 2 people that can explain that. One of them is
John
dead.
and Karen. Yeah, John and Karen, exactly. I mean, the one thing that we just heard that's new is that as of right this minute, we know that ARCA still didn't look at the text stream data. And now we know that Hank is going to go absolutely ham sauce on them. You are experts in text stream data, but you failed to look at the text stream data in this case. You didn't want to look at it. You didn't want to see what it showed.
Yeah.
But you're experts in text stream. He's going to eviscerate them.
Yeah, I think the judge is going to rule in the middle tomorrow, and I think she's going to limit the opinion because
how do you limit the opinion of the expert? He's saying with his degree of certainty, he's not saying 100%, but Hank's right. He has the right to give that opinion, period.
He's right. And I think, but you're dealing with a very defense friendly judge. So unfortunately, I mean, before I used to be like, well, she's going to do, but she's not. I mean, I think she's going to probably be like more leaning towards the defense as always. But I just think like this was a very, very bad day. This expert so far, his testimony is pretty damaging. Of course, they're going to chunk like little things here and there on his testimony and stuff like that. But I don't think they're going to do the repair they need to do. This is really bad. I mean,
I agree.
The devastating testimony that basically her taillight did not break. It doesn't match with the car. Well, a person with common sense is going to state to themselves, if it didn't break from there, then how did it break?
How did it break? How did it break? And how did it get to 34 Fairview? And there is no way you're going to convince that jury. They didn't buy it the first time. All right. Remember that. They did not buy the planting thing the first time. You think they're going to buy it the second time?
Yeah. I think Alexi's going to stand 3 days on this guy. I have no doubts in my mind that it's going to be 2 to 3 days.
Oh, at least a day or more at this point.
Yeah. Because he's going to have
he's been a judge for a while.
I mean, Alexi's going to take a while for a cross on this guy because he's going to have to figure out, he's going to go after the smallest little details that he can get, like the smallest victories. And he's already trying to be theatrical and everything. Yep. You already see where it's coming from.
That was to pump up the mob before he left because he was doing it in front of everyone. So that was his reason to say he can't do this and he can't do that. And we've asserted that there is no collision. That's why he said that. But what I find funny about that is if you guys at this point in trial, if you guys as the defense really think that arguing no collision happened is going to get your client off, then I agree that it should be ineffective counsel because it's very clear that a collision did happen. And if you think the jury is that stupid, then I have an igloo to sell you in Alaska.
He says, I'm behind the testimony. This is from the lawyer, I think the Traverse testimony was what I expect from an expert. I think he probably convinced some jurors she didn't break her taillight there. The testimony of how the Lexus hit John O'Keefe is close to worthless, in my opinion, and such a stark contrast to how he performed testing with the Traverse.
No,
and it's like,
also, that's why wouldn't he's going to do 2 different testings because a human wasn't hit with the Traverse. A car was hit with it. Now, of course, it's going to be different testing. Do you even hear yourself when you write shit? And it's like the pandering to me is amazing because what he's doing is pandering to the free hear and read army that throws all the donations at him. Because in reality, if you pass the bar and you're a lawyer, you damn well know that what you just typed out is a bold-faced lie. He just does. I mean, that's another thing. Unless I don't even think he's going to ask any relevant questions because I don't think he knows what the fuck he's talking about. And because ARCA didn't look at the text stream data, how's he going to, ARCA can't tell him what to ask because they didn't look at the text stream data.
So the lawyer, still doesn't know how the collision occurred. He's still
he doesn't.
They haven't proved the collision happened, guys, yet.
Well, anybody who has hired that man should get their money back then.
How many car accident cases? Listen, any lawyer that's done any car accident cases, I can get, and I'm telling you.
And he's an ambulance chaser. That's what he does. So come on.
I think you're pretty, the way that different injuries that occur from every single type of car accident is different, like a snowflake. You get hit like this, you end up like that, injured here. I've seen grandmas get up after being hit by a car 15 miles an hour and just walked away. 10 miles. And I've seen literally fit young men get hit the same way and their fucking back is all fucked up. And they literally got to get surgery, orthoscopic surgery and stuff like that. It's to the point where these accidents are all different. And I don't know, man, he doesn't understand, it's a totality of the evidence. Cell phone data. You mean this guy's arguing with this attorney in his voir dire. His big moment in voir dire was 5 seconds. Your report changed by 5 seconds.
I can't even believe he argued that. That was so disgraceful.
To the after the lockdown event. And I'm like, yeah, because a phone manually locks down. See, if you don't use your phone for a while, it locks off and you have to put a code in it.
Yep.
You don't manually all the time lock your phone off. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
what are
and
you
so
talking
that was
about?
one thing I didn't understand when the experts are like, Alexi's like, well, so you'd have to hit the button, right? Like they
like,
did not
no.
explore the fact that you don't have to hit the button. Something in your pocket or your purse can hit the button. It happens to me all the goddamn time. So
or
like,
your phone
no.
just shuts off, like just
Or
basically locks you
it
out.
shuts off and it's to that lock screen, which still
Yeah.
records as it being locked. Like
that asks you, can you put your password in? If you don't use your phone for a little while, boom, it does that. I mean, it just, I think,
I think so many times had it in my purse and it touched that button, like, and try to turn the phone on. Like,
yeah, what that paint, I mean, like, let's figure it real. The defense can't criticize this guy putting paint on his arm and doing that when the other side literally shot fucking potato gun.
Potato cannons.
What that shows for the defense, for the prosecution, is that the tail light is at the same level of the injuries. So that's a most likely the situation where he was hit from. Like, it makes a lot of sense. And I think it's a very interesting scenarios he projected out. And he's not even done with his testimony. And that's the crazy thing. They're really scared of him
he's
testifying
close to the
about
end, though, which makes me think that he's going to ask for the opinion of that. Then he's going to ask if what the difference is, like he said, between the side swipe and the being clipped or being hit head on. And then he's just going to wrap it up right there. And I do believe that he's going to play one or numerous clips after that.
Yeah. Game over the bog witch. I mean, like, I don't understand. Like, I'm looking at this lawyer, I mean, like, sometimes he has good opinions. Most times he has bad opinions. But it's like, and then he's like, one of his things was, so court ends, expert opinions being struck by the judge. Yeah, apparently that's what they want. They want an expert opinion struck for some reason because
that
they
makes
don't like
no
it.
sense. You can't strike an expert opinion's opinion. That doesn't even make any logical sense. Like, and I loved how Alessi was like, well, that's never allowed in trials ever. Bro, newsflash, you've never done a trial. This is your first one, bud, and it shows. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Lawyer, because we like reviewing, we like talking about other people here.
He's an idiot.
So he just said we don't know how he moved, where he was, and where he was clipped. I'm already disappointed, and he just started talking about the important stuff.
That is not what he said.
Like
he didn't listen to anything that he said. What he said was, anytime you could have moved your foot, your arm could have been in motion, your foot could have been off the ground to take another step, you could have been turned this way, this way, this way, this way. All of that matters depending on where you're going to land, where you were hit, how you were hit. All of that matters. That's what he said. So nobody can ever pinpoint exactly what position he was in and where he would land, ever.
Yeah, and I think what he was describing is that we don't know the exact position John was at when he was hit, or the exact second he was hit. So how would you know exactly
where he landed,
how he fucking flew off the car, exactly how he hit the car? You wouldn't, because unfortunately, there's not enough data for that. For you to
we don't even know when the car stopped moving. We only know when the text stream data stopped. And at that point, she was still doing 74% acceleration going backwards when the text stream data stopped.
And honestly, how the hell are you going to, like, I don't know what world we are in where you literally have all this data and yet it's not enough for this lady. I mean, we're watching Diddy's.
I don't think it's enough for any of these people.
I mean, look at Diddy's.
Going to keep saying there's nothing to see.
Let's look at Diddy's trial for a second. Most of the evidence against him is actually just witnesses. According to Karen Reed, that's not enough. You can't use witnesses. So if we scrubbed off all the testimony of the witnesses, what evidence would you have against Diddy?
I mean, for Koberger, there's some data, but even that, there's more circumstantial than there is actual data.
Yeah, that's how reasonable doubt works. That's how evidence works. You get the collective of the evidence and you combine them together. You get the statements from the witness. You get the text stream data. You get the cell phone data. You get the Waze data. You get all this stuff, the weather conditions on the ground, the accident reconstruction person. You get all these things together, and then you decide whether, if that in its totality, is that enough to convict this lady, or if it's not. Not singling out every little piece of data or just saying, well, Proctor was near there, so we're going to disregard that completely. It's like, no, it doesn't work. Or with the tail pieces being around there, or the tail light pieces being embedded in the clothes. Or, I mean, what do you need?
Their motto is to just say that all of the experts are idiots, everything's irrelevant, nothing makes sense, and it's all a setup. That's their thing, right? Like, to ignore anything that puts Karen in that car backing up and hitting John. Anything. Even though the evidence is abundantly clear on what happened here. And I believe that the jury at this point knows exactly what happened. Before the defense even puts on their goddamn case, I think they know exactly what the fuck happened. So I really don't think it matters what the defense says. But the fact that they're going to say that there's no collision that happened, now at that point, you're literally looking the jury in the face, spitting in their face and saying, you're fucking stupid. We're saying there's no collision. They damn well know a collision happened. So by saying no collision happened, you're then telling the jury they're stupid. They're not going to.
Okay, let's go into the land of the defense thought process. Let's say a collision didn't happen. How do you explain the taillight fragments being embedded in the clothes with the blood? How do you explain the taillight fragments around the body? How do you explain the cocktail glass broken around him and on the bumper? How do you explain that the taillight couldn't break from Karen Reed backing up into John's car? And of course they're going to state Proctor did it. Proctor did it. But meanwhile,
Proctor did everything, but he wasn't even at Fairview. He wasn't even at Fairview. So yeah,
and that's that they're trying to get you lost on basically create a different narrative, exactly like saying Proctor did this and Proctor did that, and Proctor did this and Proctor did that. Look, he was fired. He was fired because his language.
Chief Berkowitz, because he can't stick up. Notice they did not invoke Chief Berkowitz except for one time in the last trial. Now it's Chief Berkowitz. He's dead. He can't defend himself. That's why.
I think everyone roller skate slam. Everyone thinks this lady's fucking pretty guilty.
Most people who have a brain know she's guilty.
The problem is there is a lot of people who are getting lots of views and money for stating the complete opposite. And it's like, what else? And they don't quite understand the concept of totality of the evidence. If I was on a jury and I knew nothing of this case, and I'm watching, by the way, I would be watching the defendant as well. And I seen her smiling and acting like a crazy person, and also seeing all this evidence and seeing her statements, because her statements would probably be the most damning thing in all, because that would be holy fuck. But her statements, the taillight fragments around there, the taillights embedded in his clothes.
Well, speaking of her statements, though, you expect a jury to believe no collision happened while Karen is telling in her own words that, I know that I said, did I hit him, but I don't know how many times I actually said it. What? Again, you expect a jury to believe that no collision happened. That's ridiculous. And of course, now the mob is putting out Dr. Welch's old addresses, because that's the kind of people that we're dealing with, folks. Some really disgusting, vile human beings. And I don't blame you, roller skate slam. I wouldn't take the opinions of these idiots either. But to be fair, most channels do sell merch. I'm looking into it myself, but I'm also not a channel that has 50,000 or 100,000 subs and can just rely on donations or memberships. They can. I can't.
By the way, Rekieta, while reviewing the case, was completely fucked up on drugs.
Shut the hell up. Again.
Listen, I watch this channel called Kino Casino, and they review Nick Rekieta. And I shit you not, here's the live stream, and he's reviewing the trial, and he's so fucked up.
Oh man, dude! Again, you would think he would learn his lesson.
He needs, listen, I don't like what he's done in the past, but he needs to clean up, man. He needs to clean up for his kids and get better. That guy, you know what I mean? He's throwing his fucking life away with these drugs. And this party.
I mean, did he even get those kids back or no?
Yeah, he did.
The kids are still
and he got a sweet, and I think he got a good plea deal. But you know what? He needs to stop with the drinking and all this shit, man. He's just, you know what I mean? Not good, man. Not good. He needs to fix himself up, man.
I mean, I guess a lot of money maybe will do that to people. You know, for me, like I've made plans in my head on like the things that I'd be able to help people with if I had that kind of money. It's just kind of sad that like this is what happens. You know, you throw a bunch of money at people and they don't know what to do with it. They just are like, oh, money, and they just spend it recklessly and ridiculously, and they end up getting themselves in trouble. Like there are so many good things you can do with money for other people. It's amazing to me.
If Tequila Mockingbird, it was really good for the prosecution, not so great for the defense.
Not so good for Karen. Yeah, not so good.
You probably this is probably one of the testimonies I would tell you to rewind and watch.
Rewatch. Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. You know, like this guy went as far as to buy the fucking car that Karen had and also buy the clothes that John had to test the shit. But yet that to the lawyers inaccurate. It's not precise enough. Okay.
So ridiculous that he would say precise enough. He put John's actual clothes on the same brand, the same size sneaker, same size sneaker, same shirt, same pants, like same hat. He went down to the fucking hat. Like, I'm sorry, what isn't precise about that exactly?
We're frustrated with dealing with people who are lawyers online that seem to like think the ACA witnesses from last trial were so great when they just had a potato gun and no data at all. But yet this guy literally reviewed autopsy records, tech stream records, did 3D models, bought the clothes, bought the car, but yet is not accurate and precise for some reason. Like, what are you talking about, man? It's just crazy. I just don't understand these people. And the judge just seems to be like, just really just so afraid of just saying no to Alessi. Is Alessi like her adopted
or any
child?
of the defense team? Really, I don't get it. She's like really just afraid to be like, no, we're not going to do a sidebar. I noted your objection. It's overruled. We're going to continue on. Like,
I mean, when you're going as far as to say that, like, because the reason why Mr. Alessi doesn't want him to say to the degree of engineering certainty is because his experts
cements it for the jury.
Yeah,
that's why.
But the problem is his experts can't say that because they never reviewed all that data. So if one guy says it and the other guy does say it, it really makes it look bad. And believe it or not, Hank is, I've heard, a fucking beast when it comes to cross-examining people. He's going to go in there on these people, and it's going to be very, very bad. You think Jackson,
is bad.
And I wouldn't be shocked if he pulled out a photo of him standing with Karen Reed with. I wouldn't be shocked actually. So
I wouldn't either. It would not either.
It's going to be very interesting. I think the only thing I'm annoyed with is this judge keeps on like they try to submit 4 new witnesses. And that's
insane. Absolutely insane. Like
the defense and the problem. And I think I've heard rumors.
They're Proctor's friends that are on his text chain. That's what they want. So instead of calling Proctor and authenticating the texts, they want to bring the friends that he was texting in the text chain and have them authenticate it.
Yeah. So that basically solidifies.
You cannot bring 4 new witnesses that were not on the list when you could have put them on the list from the beginning in the middle of a trial. Absolutely not.
You know what that solidifies? That solidifies
they never.
Yeah, and they didn't expect the prosecution not to call Proctor. They fucked up, and that basically Hank realized, did not want to call Proctor so they can do like a vigorous cross-examination on him. So what he did was he basically let Buchanan take the bullet for reading the text and everything. That's why it was so long. And now they can't call Proctor because if they call Proctor to try to impeach him, they're not going to be allowed to. So they're just going to try to remind the jury about the meanie poopy things that Mr. Proctor said and try to hammer that in. And that's pretty much it.
It's going to ruin them. It's going to ruin them.
And they can't call Proctor because they can't call him because the only way they can call him is just to verify certain information about like evidence. They can't call him.
It would just be a giant mistake anyway. But in my opinion, the judge isn't going to, even this judge is not going to allow 4 new witnesses almost at the end of trial when they could have called those witnesses at the very beginning. They had every right to call those witnesses in that text chain the entirety of this time. They did not. So if you want to authenticate them, you can call Proctor. Those are your options. You don't get to bring 4 new witnesses that the Commonwealth doesn't have a time to rebut, go over, look at. That's not acceptable 3/4 of the way through a trial, 6 weeks in. So not even this judge is going to do that. I know that she's not because it's not proper.
So I mean, like,
There's no
so I
remedy.
think that's
There's no remedy for the
I
Commonwealth for it.
so now do I think like I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with the ruling with that. I think basically they are doing like trial by ambush by dropping that document literally on Monday and in the middle of a trial. And also I think that it's gonna be a very interesting couple of days. I think Alessi's gonna try to dig into like areas that he's weakest with this guy and try to cut and it's gonna be 2 days of excruciating hell with
Oh my God,
Alessi
it
because he's so fucking slow.
Slow
So
and nonsensical, asking compound questions. Like that's another thing that the judge should be stopping him for. Like, Mr. Alessi, that's 3 questions in one. You're going to need to break them down. Like, come on,
The
man.
problem
Like,
is that Daybell, at least Daybell didn't admit to do a documentary during her trial.
I know. That's so true, though.
At least she was smart enough not to do that.
Took her right to shut the F up. Like,
you know what I mean? There's but it's going to be 2 days of Alessi just basically doing theatrics and trying to raise his voice like he made a huge point and talking about lockdown
that's
events.
the one thing about him that really gets me is he doesn't even raise his voice only when he thinks he's making a good point. He'll literally do it every other word and be like, "So, Mr. Doctor, whoever, do you think that this was the way that this was?" I'm like, bro, what in the actual hell is going on here? Bro,
I don't know what.
You are obnoxious. You're not making any, and so that turns the jury off to listening to anything he does say that's important because they're like, oh my God, this is not everything he says. He's accentuating every other word, for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, man.
He's never done a trial before. It's very abundantly clear the man has no friggin' idea what he's doing.
I don't get it, to be honest with you. I think the guy is just trying to do
I forgot about that.
theatrics.
Lori Daybell did try to get more witnesses added in the middle of trial. I forgot about that.
That was true.
She
one
did.
thing I know, Alessi will go way too long with repetitive. Yeah, that's the thing with Alessi.
Ask the same question 5 times, and it's okay. It's normal for a lawyer to ask the same question 5 times, but usually they are 3 times, but they ask it in different ways. He'll ask it in the exact same way 5 times. No.
But and that's been a problem with him. He just doesn't know when to stop when he's winning points. Yes. Another thing is he's going to argue 5-second description discrepancy from the report.
But why are they arguing the seconds if a collision didn't happen? Why do the seconds matter if no collision? That doesn't make any sense. If no collision happened, why would any seconds matter? Why would 20 seconds matter if there's no collision?
Beats me. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I have no clue what's going on. By the way, you should really look at that link I tossed you with the Nick Ricada because he's actually reviewing, I think, the Karen Reed case, and it's just fucking weird. Just for your own watch, just watch on your own to see. Just maybe one day you want to review it or something.
I will.
But yeah,
I always like watching some of this stuff when I'm not here. I'd probably be kicked off the jury too, dude. In this case specifically, because I would be like, all right, this is bullshit. This is crazy. I mean, these sidebars are ridiculous.
I would be very pissed off because I'd be like, you're wasting my time. That's what I would be. I would be sitting there. I'd be like, you're wasting you're wasting our time with these sidebars, and I would like to get my day going. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion. That is my opinion.
I love your opinions. I was freezing. I was getting buffered. Fucking stupid StreamYard, dude. Stupid StreamYard. Well, we're going in an hour late tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Yay.
Great.
That's what she said. I don't know. But
aren't
an
you
hour
happy
late
to
tomorrow.
Just do an hour late for a case. Well, what a wonderful situation.
So ridiculous. So
hey guys, we're going to start an hour.
Or,
you know why they're going to start an hour late? Probably because there's going to be arguments and sidebars and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, she did say that they were gonna get there something in the morning. They were talking about something in the morning, but that still means they're probably not going to start until 10. And they're going to do that, and then I don't know. We'll still be here at 9 to see what happens. But what the actual hell? What the actual hell? Yeah, I mean, they are getting extra days for her to be out of jail. That's for sure. Like, and also we have to take away that clearly we know Arca now did not. We knew they didn't in the first trial, but we questioned whether they were going to use the text stream data this time because you're supposed to give your experts all the data. So wait a second, defense. Why didn't you give them all the data, which includes the text stream data? Hank's going to have an absolute field day with that. Why weren't you given the text stream data? Are you guys not experts in text stream data as well? Don't you think that's important data to have? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, that's crazy talk. Like, yeah, early days, start late. It's ridiculous. And I agree. I've never seen a judge more ridiculous with their schedule. She has to leave right at 1 for lunch or before, right at 4 to get off the bench. Like, dude, lady, I've never really, and it's lazy in my opinion. You're not even going a full 8 hours in court. Like, that's bullshit. Like, these people are missing their lives and their jobs and whatever else for that. Like, no, she said the morning. She said in the morning. Didn't she say the morning? As far as I heard, she said she would rule on it in the morning. Yeah. At the end there, she said she would rule on it in the morning. Although I think it should have been today, but whatever.
I agree. I mean, like, what Alessi's trying to do is, like, limit an expert's opinion. And he's welcome to cross him.
Yep.
But I think he's just so afraid because, like, what are you going to impeach him on? His background?
You can't. Yeah.
You can't.
His CV.
His CV. You gotta impeach him on, like, what are you?
He didn't get his master's yet.
The only thing he's gonna try to do is try to be like, well, your report changed from this to this, and it's like, what's going to happen is that's going to be cleaned up in cross and redirect, and it's just going to be too devastating. Because what happened is that the most damaging thing about this is that it puts in the mind of the jury that it is possible that his hand was at the level of the taillight. That's, humans have a hard time imagining 3D environments. And when they see something like that, the seeds are planted in their heads and they know, and with all the evidence, it's done. It's pretty much done. They have an idea of how the accident could have happened. And if the defense comes in there and says dog bites and Albert and Proctor, and it's like, which is more believable? You know what I mean?
Right. Like, I don't think I'm sorry, but like, it's a losing case for them at this point. And it's funny because when she is found guilty, okay, and I say when because I fully believe she will be found guilty. When she's found guilty, I would like to see the epic meltdown of every law tuber that sat there and lied to their audience just so their audience wouldn't attack them and they could get more dollars and cents. I'm going to epically watch it with my popcorn.
I mean, in the end of the day, it doesn't matter if they did.
They still got the money, so I guess.
Yeah, and also they'll still keep their audience because their audience is, basically largely agrees with them, and they'll just move on to the next case and they'll say, well, such an injustice, terrible situation, and they'll just move on. You know what I mean? Like, audience, unfortunately, they don't really, there's not a lot of critical thinkers out there. Let's just say that much. It's diminishing as the education system has failed America by significant levels.
Well, that's the thing, right? I mean, Truck You is right. Where's the holes in his sleeves from the dog bites? Remember, the Emmys said there's no punctate marks, but Dr. Russell Hustle, the Rust Watch, says there's punctate wounds in the shirt, guys.
Yeah,
in the shirt, like, which there is not. Like, what the fuck?
I just don't know why they're letting Alessi basically lead this whole trial, which is kind of crazy.
I don't either. It's kind of mind-boggling that they allowed him to do all the technical experts. I think that was a huge fuck up on the part of the defense, because
and the reason why I say that,
technical experts, you could have crossed in a way that, like, if Jackson got in and out on these people, I think he could have done a little damage, like, by just like making the doubt there. Yeah. Not actually the data, because there is nothing you can really argue with the data, but he could have at least dropped some doubt in there. And the problem is unless he doesn't drop any doubt, people just tune him out because he says too much. He doesn't get to the point. He asks compound questions. And then he's arguing semantics about a word and what it means to that person versus what it means to him. And like the jury doesn't even pay attention to him at that point. Like they just don't. Like,
yeah,
it's sad, Hillbilly. It's sad. You know, you don't want to say that, you know, the general public is stupid, but I definitely have seen like a lot of like stupidity that I am starting to question, like what the fuck is society at this point if people can't think.
And also the reason why I think like these law tubers will just move on is because I've seen it with the current stories about the Michael Long case. I mean, everyone doubled down on that motherfucking case that, you know, they were just like, oh, cool with Mr. Michael Long. Oh, he's just a father trying to get his kid and all this stuff. And then it turns out the guy kidnaps his own fucking kid and all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
he does yell at everyone. You are right. And yeah, Julie gets the most ridiculous comments from some of these cultists on Twitter. And I'm like, I can't even keep up with the stupidity with that shit. Oh, there was nothing to see here, folks, today. Like, they're watching a completely different trial than the rest of the world because that's what they want. They want every expert to be stupid. They want every expert to not make sense. And 90% of them are too afraid to say that they didn't understand what the expert said because they don't want to sound dumb. So they just say, well, I didn't understand. Nothing he said made sense. Well, that's because you didn't understand it. That's what that means, that you didn't understand it. And then they can't say I didn't understand it because it's too over my head, because that's just saying like you're dumb and you didn't get it. Like some things are over your head. You don't have to be dumb for it to be over your head. Like, I started delving into physics, but I'm no physics expert. You know what I'm saying? Like it happens. Like some things are over my head. Like that's life. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make you stupid. Just use your education and start learning, man. Like, think how dumb the average person is. Now remember that half the population are dumber than that. That's sad. Yeah, that's really sad. That's sad. And getting dumber by the minute, Alicia. But that's so sad. Like I don't even call people dumb if they're not like good with tests or like not book smart. Like, but I mean, we're talking a level of dumb that like doesn't have common sense and lives in like a la la land because they've been completely like covered in this box of an echo chamber, and they believe every single word, even when it flies in the face of the evidence and common sense. Even when it's all right there in front of you, they just do this and whoosh it away. Like it's the most insane thing I have ever seen in my life. No, Julie, her last name is G, but it's not Julie Grant. We love Julie Grant though.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
to pull all the rotten eggs. And I do think it's a huge mistake for them to use Alessi for all of it. A huge mistake. Huge.
I don't, because Alessi is, I'm not going to shit on the guy's intelligence. I think Alessi's actually a pretty smart guy.
It's just not good for trials. It's that simple.
You know what I mean? Like, I think he's a very smart guy. I don't think anyone can say he's an idiot or anything like that. I think he's a very smart guy, and I think he would be.
When it comes to trials, he's an idiot.
When it comes to trials, I think his issue is that he doesn't stop when he's ahead. He gets the good questions in, but then he doesn't know when to cut his losses. But another issue is that his client's absolutely fucking guilty. So it's kind of like he's kind of got a handicap a little bit. I'm just going to give him that much. He does have a little bit of a handicap.
But I honestly think they put her on a better case without him. That's my honest opinion. I think that he has actually damaged this case more than anything. Like,
I think when it comes to arguing motions and like, I think he does pretty well. I think he probably does better than Jackson actually. But when it comes to like questioning witnesses, I think he's not good at that. I think he's really good at arguing case law and stuff like that. I've noticed that.
Yeah, when case law exists, but even then, the case law that he has used when it comes to this trial does not even apply in the way that it's like he's trying to make it apply, so it's irrelevant.
I know that, but I'm just saying like he's doing better. I think he does better with arguing case law and the judge stuff.
That's why he belongs in like doing like real estate law or something, like not trials. It's very clear he has no idea what he's doing when it comes to trials. So I thought it was wicked funny for him to say this is not ever allowed in trials. Like, buddy, this is your first trial ever. What the hell are you actually talking about? That's not even true.
Yeah,
like,
and I think that's one thing. James
willfully ignorant. That's my literal favorite saying is willfully ignorant. Because at this point, not just being stupid, it's being willfully ignorant.
GMS says Karen was giving Alessi orders, and that to me is actually detrimental because at the end of the day, like, I mean, a client should not be telling their lawyer what to do. People who are experienced, like you have to realize Jackson's been in the field for God knows me what.
They know what they're doing.
35 years.
Telling them what to do.
They're very experienced attorneys, and you really should let them do their goddamn jobs. Like you shouldn't be, and that's a problem. That's her narcissism and stupidity, like bleeding through. And honestly, she's actually hurt the case way more than anything though experts really have done.
100%. 100%. He doesn't know less is more. He doesn't get it. He doesn't think, he thinks that like if he just spits out a bunch of really like smart sounding words that everyone will just believe everything he says. And the problem is all of that mumbo jumbo gets lost in his arguing with the witness about very small things, like what word means what to whom, like semantics, arguing over semantics.
And at the end of the day, people are very simple. They just want to know a story, a narrative, and you just tell them the narrative. If you're gonna explain a story of conspiracies and dog bites and stuff like that, make it believable to the jury, and they might believe it. But if you're just, and I hear this all the time, people like they don't need to prove who did it. Well, technically they do, because they're doing a Bodie defense and a third-party culprit defense. That's their defense.
Yeah.
So they technically do have to say who did it, and they're really not doing a great job.
I say this all the time. People don't realize it. It's yes, the defense doesn't have to put on a case by law, but if you want a jury to buy that someone else did it, then yes, you do. Like that's, it's just really that simple. Like, yes, you do. Like, I mean, I don't think he's trying to bore the jury, because that would be a huge, grave mistake. You don't ever want to try to bore a jury. Confuse, maybe. But if you want to confuse a jury, you want to confuse them on what could or couldn't be a fact. You don't want to confuse them completely where they lose everything that you say. Like,
I don't know, man. It's crazy. But anyway, it was good talking to you. It was good talking to you.
Thanks, B10. Appreciate you.
Bye.
Bye. I mean, I agree that anybody saying Alessi is brilliant has literally got their head up their behind. I mean, it's just really that simple. There's no giant bombshell coming. I love that they say that. They just FYI, Deb, they said that in the last trial too. They say it all the time when they actually think something is happening, that it, like, they think some huge bombshell is like something real small that has nothing to do with anything, and they think it's some giant bombshell that's going to help their poor Karen. It's not. It's just what they do. It's just a tactic of theirs to ramp up sort of the cult to believe that she's really innocent. There's no bombshell coming. Like, I'll tell you that for a fact. Like, the only bombshell coming is going to probably be when she hears the word guilty and goes full business. Like, she kind of is, in a way, taking down her own defense by demanding they do this, that, and the other thing. They're the lawyers, not her. Like, oh my God, Post-it notes. Yeah, because that's definitely going to look good in front of the jury. If they think that she can't even allow her attorneys to do their job, they're going to wonder why she has so many attorneys. And that is going to make her look like she has a control issue, which is not going to bode well with a jury. That paint demo was amazing. It makes her look extremely controlling. And I think, yeah, exactly. Karen is convicting. Karen. I just have it up just because it's like there, just because it's like there. Sometimes I don't bother taking it down because I'm just going to end it anyway, so it doesn't matter, but I'll move it. Let me catch up with these comments real a second. Yeah, I did notice that Jackson didn't go up with some of those. Why? I don't know. Usually all the attorneys do. Oh my God, that was a notation that I made about Little. Good thing you brought her up. I literally kid you not when I say Little looks like Karen went full business on Little's head and chopped up her hair and dyed it halfway. That's what it looks like. I don't know what she let someone do to her hair, but it looks terrible. Like, it looks like Karen went full crazy psycho on her and just chopped her hair in the middle of the night or something. Like, that's what it looks like. Like, yeah, you kind of have to put a defense on if you're trying to blame someone else. It's just kind of the way it works. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think they do know it's over, although I don't think they're willing to give up or tell Karen that it's over for her. I think they still have to put on a good, looking like they're throwing everything at the wall to see if it sticks at this point. Because if they don't, Karen's going to go full crazy on them. And I mean, not that she already hasn't. Business. Oh, she's the one who attacked all our lawyers and tried to attack all our lawyers, and it was all caught on camera at the court. Like, she's literally lost her that lady's gonzo. But I do believe that maybe when she gets guilty, she might go full business Superman style or something. Like, a lot. I'm going to have to catch you up because it's too much to say right now, right before I'm ending it, but I'll call you and tell you. The accident reconstructionist was today. I would suggest you go back and watch it. I know it's a lot, but I suggest you go back. Anybody who missed some of the stuff that Dr. Welcher did, I suggest you go back and watch it because this is the accident reconstructionist. And it was some pretty nail in the coffin type shit. Like seriously nail in the coffin type shit. Yeah, you definitely gotta hit right. Shabusiness Boone. That's what we're gonna start calling her. Shabusiness Boone, half Sarah Boone, half Shabusiness, You're gonna have to look for that. It's pretty wild. It's wild. She's done it twice, like attacking her lawyer. It's freaking insane. She just like all of a sudden just lunges at him, like, bro, somebody's not giving her meds. Like, yes, if you take out all the ridiculous sidebars, it probably wasn't that bad. But there was like a full hour in the beginning of the day where they did nothing. Like, yeah, it's over. The judge isn't still on the bench. She's been gone for a while. She left the second they did. You know what I mean? Dr. Welcher was awesome. He absolutely was. It was amazing. He did what the defense didn't want him to do. And if they're going to argue there's no collision, I think this case is long over. Arguing there's no collision and not giving ARCA the text stream data. Oh my God, Hank is going to have an absolute field day with the fact that the text stream experts didn't bother to look at the text stream data. Why not? Did you know that the text stream data says this, 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 and this? They're going to have a field day with it. An absolute freaking field day. Like, it looks real, real bad for Karen. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but like, I even think Nick Rocco could do a better job than what the hell is on Liza Little's head at the moment. Like, I only got like a zoom in at the end there, and I was like, oh my God, who did that to her head? Like, what is that? And listen, I got plenty of grays. I need to dye my hair bad, but like, what in the actual hell did they do to that woman's head? Like, oh my God, I hate when he says that. As I stand here, it's so obnoxious. So obnoxious. All right. So court's supposed to start an hour late tomorrow. We're not going to change our time. Our time is the same every day. It's 8:30. I'm not going to change it because the judge did say something about arguing something in the morning, getting a decision on this stupid argument that Alessi made at the end of the day, which was ridiculous. But nonetheless, we want to make sure we catch it. And I don't want to change the time to an hour later and then miss something. So we'll just do their regular time. We'll have plenty of stuff to talk about and go over, for people who missed yet today in the morning anyway, right? But do me a favor, as you guys file out to go to whoever's stream that's still on or watch something else, do me a favor and please hit the like button. I would very much appreciate it. And if you could, share the video with people. We're trying to grow our community. And the only way we can do that is with your help. If you would also do me a kindly favor is if you haven't watched some of it and need to catch up and you're going to rewatch my stream, make some comments on it when you're done, because that always helps the algorithm. If you're liking other people's comments and you're putting comments on it, that helps the algorithm sort of push it out to other people from YouTube. And we very well need that to sort of grow. We do have our super chats and our super stickers and our memberships back. We have our monetization back, but the best way is still to support the channel so that Apple and YouTube don't take 30 and 30% or 30 and 40 is Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Revolut. And of course, we also have the link for those of you that want to do credit or debit. And then we have the wish list. Now, everything is listed in the description of this video. And it's also listed in the description of my channel itself. There are literal links for PayPal and Cash App and Venmo that you can literally just click on in the wish list, and you can click on them. If you go to the front page of Twisted Tragedies and you hit the button that says description, all of it is there. I did it the other day and I was like, woof, finally, it's all set up, because after you have monetization, you have those options to put that stuff up. So it's there. I love funny comments. I love going back, and when I get a notification that one of you guys commented on it, I love getting the funny ones. I love it. Sometimes you guys will donate people catching replays when I'm not live anymore. And of course, like I always say, if you do, I'll read it in the morning. But sometimes they come with the funniest comments or really like heartwarming little sayings. And I appreciate those. I want you guys to know that I appreciate you a lot. I love our community here, and I want to make sure everybody's safe and happy and healthy. So, Inc., if you're still listening, make sure you email me so we can make sure that you're safe and okay, and we can help any way we can. All right. I love your faces, and I will see you all at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. Everybody try to enjoy the rest of the day. KK, love you guys. Bye.